Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Whilton Mill for the first round of the 2021 season of the Freetech Endurance Championship. I'm your commentator, Anthony Jordan. No one at the moment is joining me in the commentary box. It's just myself, but we will get some special guests a bit later on joining us in the commentary box, and as well, a lot of 44T supporters out there in the stream as well. We'll have a little surprise for you a little bit later on. But a lot of racing that we've got ahead of us today. 2 4-hour endurance races coming up. 51 teams in each race. And a Le Mans style start for the start of the race, which is unheard of here at Whilton Mill. So it's a new venture that we've got out there for these riders, and a major challenge. The conditions this morning are kind of how you see them on the background of your screen there, except the track conditions are dry. Here is the circuit that we're racing at, of course, Whilton Mill, located in Northamptonshire in the UK, 1,250 metres, 13 turns, and only 28.4 feet of elevation. And that will be, of course, the run up to Christmas Corner, one of the heaviest braking zones on the circuit. And that is after turns 1 of Oblivion, Crook, and Fine Lady as you head up the hill. If you do have any comments at all during today's stream, please do get them in on the YouTube channel. I can see them, I can see what's coming up, and I can see a lot of supporters out there for the 44T team, as well for Riviera Racing as well. I can see there's some comments out for those guys as well. So please do get your comments in, and I will try my best to read them out to you. Now, of course, different classes that we've got out there as well. As you can see, I look for the weather as well. So different classes that we've got all the way through today. 3 classes out there. You have, of course, got the Street Stock 125, the Super Stock 125, and, of course, the 50cc's. Now, the 50cc's being the 2-stroke of the field. They're the ones to keep an eye on out onto the circuits, because, of course, they've got the higher power band, the higher rev range, so you'll see those sneak through the grid at the moment. And there is a look at the grid. 51 bikes lined up on the start-finish line. Of course, a Le Mans-style start. So some of these riders are hopefully, through that winter break, they've been brushing up on their 10-meter dash across the circuit, because they will need to work on that one. But of course, before we go into any racing, of course, we did recently have the passing of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. And on the 55-minute mark, we will be joining the entirety of the paddock in a minute's silence. Of course, the man himself, a great figure across the country, well known for his charitable work. He will be sorely missed. So, Whilton Mill, a track that, of course, the Freetech Championship has been to before. They were here last year. But if you are not aware of how this circuit goes and how the layout goes, we got some onboard footage, and we took a lap not long ago. Here's what it's like to go for a lap around Whilton Mill. Welcome to Whilton Mill for the first round of the Freetech Endurance Championship of 2021. Let's go on board for a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, an incredibly fast section of circuit where if you get it wrong can end very badly, but if you get it right you can gain huge amounts of time. You flick the bike over to the right hand side, twisting that throttle as soon as you can to gain as much momentum as you go past Fine Lady, up the hill, in towards Christmas Corner and Inkermans. Now very heavy on the brakes here into Christmas Corner. Watch out for anyone sending it down the inside again, flicking the bike over to the left, back over to the right as you then start Sector 2 down into the Ashby hairpin. Again, an incredibly tight corner down this section. Great opportunity for an overtake. You really have to watch it on the brakes. Turn it in over to the right-hand side, swing it back over, straightening the bike up and on that power again as we then head into the two left-handers of Wilkins and Oisiers. Now these again very, very fast corners, but if you're stuck in traffic as we are here, it can be a little bit tricky to find your way through. But again, diving it down the inside there, avoiding that big curb on the inside, getting on the power, flicking it back over onto the right-hand side, down the back straight into Sector 3 of the boot. One left-hander and three right-handers consisting of the final sector as you head through the boot section, watching the pit entrance, swinging it over to the left, swinging it back over to the right, holding it on that right-hand side as you then enter into pit bend, the final corner of the track, watching that exit curb as well as you head down the home straight to cross the line here at Whilton Mill. A great insight there to how the track looks while you're riding around. Now, the shots that you're seeing here, now that is a sight to behold, isn't it? 51 bikes completely lined up ready for a Le Mans style start. Now, it was stressed in the safety briefing that there is someone, you can see them, they're holding the bike up, but they are not allowed to push the bike. That is the key. And of course the grid start of this one, if you're curious, and the grid start was accumulated by pulling names out of a hat, but I have got an order here. You've got Miniskirt starting at the front, then it's DNA Racing second. They're all street socks. Then it's Winkelsteiner in third. These are great team names. Fiona Racing in fourth place. Then it's Momi Racing. Then it's 3B Racing. Millie Crew starting seventh. Then it's Camney Racing in eighth place. Kledshed Racing in ninth. And Next Racing rounding out the top 10. There is the 30 seconds to go board at the start of the grid. So, ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready for what is due to be a very, very, very exciting start to this race. You can see there everyone primed and ready to get going. All on the line. We're going to be waiting for that green flag to come out any moment now as riders prepare themselves on the grid, waiting for the flag to go. Green flag is away, and the riders are straight away across the circuit now. Remember, they're not allowed to push the bike. They have to accelerate off, and it's a good start at the front. Riders getting away. Bit of a jostling in the back of the field. Some of the bikes not actually starting as well. So a couple of riders struggling there to pull away from the grid, but they all now manage, bar one. There we are, all 51 bikes then making their way out onto the circuit and straight away diving into turn one. And that had to be probably the cleanest Le Mans start I've probably ever seen in my life. So can they all make it through Christmas Corner? All the way through, they can indeed. Now it looks like everyone's got through Christmas Corner as well as we head down the small straight in towards the Ashby hairpin. And again, and we've got a couple of riders down there. I can see a 189 number there on the leathers. I'm not sure if that corresponds to his actual number that he's got out on the cart, but at the moment the 189 street sock is Lost Sheep 3. So I think they may have come a cropper there in the midfield. So that's a shame. We've had a couple of riders go down in the first couple of laps. But it looks like the rest of the field managed to get through. You can still see their yellow flags out. But here we are, I think. Oh no, so that's a static yellow flag that's out at turn the final corner, position J. So if that is a full course yellow, yeah, so we have got yellow flags out in the first sector. So riders, of course, not allowed to overtake during this section. So sticking into that single file section as they head round through Oblivion. Who thought Oblivion would be a good name to name turn one? That's a very dashing first name. Oh, and you can see there one of the riders going down. It looked like a bit of contact that he got. Who is that? The 150 that I can see that's gone down on the front of the cart. 150 being Team Ramrod. They are one of the Street Stocks bikes. Started in 31st place. I can tell you right now that they are no longer in 31st place. I suspect they've gone right down to the back of the field. That is a huge shame for them. You can see them just straightening out the handlebars, getting back on, starting it back up, and on their way again. So there we go. So these bikes, they may be 125, small little things, but they sure are tough. So they've managed to break away now, and heading through the rest of the field. So we will hopefully get the timing tower on the screen for you in just a moment. But we have got a guest joining me already in the commentary box. We've only just started the race and we've already got someone joining me. We've got Hudson, the man, the myth, who is, of course, the man who keeps this championship rolling underway. Hudson.
Well, it looked like a good start. I mean, I was down there helping out, trying to do my bit because I'm only in race 2. So on race 2, I'm going to get the full brunt of it. Although the weather looks pretty good, it's pretty chilly out there. So I think the biggest problem the guys are having now, if they're having any offs, is obviously cold tyres. So they've just got to take it sort of steady. If they look after their tyres, get them to temperature, they'll be. Oh, and there you go.
There you go. Exactly what you were saying. Yeah. Cold tyres.
Yeah, cold tyres.
Just the bike slipped out from underneath him as you're trying to get feeding that power. That was just out of Christmas Corner there, going into Inkermans. Again, it's a very inviting section of track, but yeah, like you say, cold tyres. You've got to watch out for that one. So Marshall's quick to the scene, but you can see their bike back on the 2 wheels and now back on the straight and narrow. But yeah, so that was an interesting start that we saw there, but everyone managed to get away. As your timing tower is up on the screen now for the folks at home, you can see who is leading the way. And leading the way is an interesting team name, which you have to say incredibly slowly to get that out. If you say it too fast, it sounds a bit odd. But,
yes, absolutely. So they... There's some cleverly placed team names in there. Yeah. Although one of my favourites is Shungololo, which is a creature that I'm well known in South Africa. So yeah, I mean it's looking fantastic. Yeah, we did you know, the best we can. We've obviously got restrictions in place, so it just makes everything a little bit tougher. But hopefully the guys that are out there now are enjoying themselves. A couple more laps and they'll be up to temperature. They'll get the feel of it, and we should hopefully have a few less incidents. But I think is that the drone?
That is the drone, yes.
Yep.
So we're on board now with the drone shot. It's flying over the circuit. These are live pictures from Greg, our resident drone flyer. He's flying that over the circuit to give you some nice, cool shots, hopefully throughout the day. And you can see some good overviews of the circuit and just show how much traffic there probably is going to be out on that circuit.
Absolutely. But staying out of trouble is the key, really. I mean,
yes.
It's just one of those things where if the guys can just keep a clean nose, they're going to do well anyway. And obviously that's just the way it plays out in these type of events.
Yes, it is indeed. So as you can see there, timer on your screen, 3 hours, 55 minutes and 50 seconds to go. That is only race 1. And there's a race 2 later on today. At the end of this one, it will be straight after, no breaks, so do stick around for that one. That's also another 4-hour race. You can see another couple more riders in trouble there. What can you see there? That was the 115 I can see. So that is Bushman Racing. They started 21st on the grid. One of the street stock bikes again. As you can see, this gaggle of 5 bikes there, and a high-vis in the front. Now, high-vis, now what does that mean?
Well, basically, we give the riders an option. If they're wearing a high-vis, that just gives them an area of protection. They've basically got a little halo around them. We've got a lot of new sort of racers or guys that haven't raced very much. In that gaggle in the front was actually an experienced racer of lots of formulas, especially classic bikes, although he's a youngster himself called Antart, and he's absolutely, he was in front sort of getting to grips. But funny enough, as you said, there was a relatively new rider with a high-vis keeping pace with them. I didn't catch their number. But yeah, for sure, that just helps them out. We're trying to make everyone as safe as we can do, but as you can see, the guys are getting quicker and quicker. And high-vis doesn't necessarily mean slow, it just means that they're learning.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just basically just another thing. It's a warning to, like in club racing, the yellow square with the black cross in it. It's just a nice indication of who's kind of in the car. So you can see Sofa King Fast,
yes.
The 149 bike, they are currently leading the way. One of the Street Stocks bikes, they are on one of the Honda CBR 125s. They've got 4 riders in their team, I believe. They've got Aaron Sylvester, Max Sylvester, Matthew Bauer and James Tucker as part of the team that make up the team for this round today.
And that's a street stock bike. So that's a standard. So we've got 3 classes out there today.
Yeah.
So your street stock is basically a production bike. All you're allowed to do is the suspension, so you can have internal front mods, a rear shock. You obviously fit your race tires to the motorcycle, and an exhaust pipe. And obviously you're allowed to change the carburetor or add a fueling module if it is powered, if it has got fuel injection. and ultimately that's it. So it doesn't matter your budget really. You can only spend so much money on those motorcycles, and as you can see currently, they're out in front. Yeah, 150 Ramrod.
Yeah, it is Ramrod, and a bit of smoke coming off that one, so I'm not sure if there's a coolant leak there or anything, or it could just be a bit of moisture from the grass that's on the exhaust that's causing that. So
yeah,
it
looks like he's gone off there and then sort of fell on the wet grass. I did say to the guys at the briefing that obviously...
Oh, yeah, look at that. He's covered that. Oh, yeah. I think that's a job for the pit lane crew, I think, to get that back and de-mud that one.
He's going to be charging them sort of for mowing the lawn there, I think. So hopefully we don't have any more. He's sort of out the way. It's just, the guys need to be conscious that they're trying to repair their bikes, but I think it's stuck in gear now. So he's got issues. There we go. He's on the move. So that's good. I'll cover down the yellows and get going. So the street stock bikes really really budget friendly. And obviously they were the top 3 in the championship last year. So really good. The super stock motorcycle is essentially a road-based engine with any chassis. And you can modify the engine as long as it stays to 125cc, and that's as simple as those rules are, really. It gives your sort of man in shed as much options as you want, and as you can see, some of the C90s, they look like a C90, but there's nothing 90 about them. They are 125cc big bore plops, basically, and they absolutely fly because they are super light, and they've got good wheels on them, and the only thing is around Whilton, the space frame chassis flexes a little bit, so I think that you'll see them bubbling around.
Yeah, as you can see there, trouble for Team PBR. The 108 street stock bike started in 19th place on the grid for this one, already in the pit lane. Oh, there, and there's 2 croppers there. That's the 440 I can see on the back of that. Very kindly placed number there in big letters.
Yeah.
That is Team Moto Connoisseur. Started 39th on the grid. Again, another one of these super stock bikes. I can't quite make out who the other machine is. But 2 riders down there, somewhat in the midfield. I think that was just out of the exit of Wilkins. There you go, you can see the 455 there as well, struggling at the edge of the circuit. So you can see it's a long race for these riders.
He's tucked the front on the way in there, that's for sure. Into the corner's name, is it Ashby?
That's Ashby, that's the Ashby airpin.
So I live near Ashby's at Delajus, so I should remember that. So he's tucked the front as he's gone in, so a bit tough. That was Rob on the other bike that's fallen down there. I'm just trying to see their team name. I don't know.
So the 455 here is
No Ass.
No Ass Racing. Another cleverly named
440. What's that team?
So the 440, that was Team Moto Connoisseur.
So he looks like he's heading back to the pits. I mean, Rob hasn't raced for a number of years, but he's an ex big circuit racer, and they've obviously had an issue there. So I think if you look, I think he's probably missing a foot peg.
Probably so. I mean, foot pegs, gear levers, brake levers, they're the first thing to go, aren't they, if you don't have a slider on? I have had to repair many a thing from bikes when I was riding. It was actually my I think ex-partner at the time. She was running a CBF, and she did dump it and had to fix it. So that was always a clever thing.
You had to get your hands dirty once or twice.
Oh yes,
that comes in part and parcel of motorcycle racing, especially when it's sort of like 5 degrees.
Yes.
So the bike up front there, number 96, that's Will Howarth. He's well known to the Fab guys. He's a top rider in their championship, and that bike won the last overall King of Whilton. But the funny story about that was our next round was in Mallory, and he managed 1 lap. So if he had done 1 more lap at Whilton, the same motorbike which he had just simply washed and changed the oil, then failed, had an exhaust failure at the next round. So they are highly strung, the 2-stroke machines, but he is making his way through and getting up there. Mark Hellwood, that team's owned by Michael Williams. He's an old stalwart of the racing. He still races himself. He's not out there at the moment. He's got one of the youngsters on the bike, and he absolutely loves it. And I think if I'm correct in saying, he's 72 years old.
Cool, crikey. 72 years old, still racing out on a bike. I think, I've ridden road bikes a lot on the road. I've never raced a bike. Because, do you know what? It absolutely petrifies me to go out on a track and so close proximity to other riders. And of course, these aren't small bikes. These are big. These are road production bikes. These are 125s. You've got CBRs. You've got YZFs. You've got Kawasaki's. All sorts. There's lots of different bikes out there. And of course, but they're big bikes. You know, they're road bikes, and this is obviously quite a small, tight, twisty karting circuit. So yeah, it's a good challenge for some of these riders.
It makes these sort of feel like superbikes around. Yeah, you know, we go to longer tracks. We've got events at Knockhill and Mallory, and obviously there it's more Slipstream City, a bit like the old school Hockenheim days. You know, the old big racetracks that were like that. That's how they become, and we still get decent speeds. And the guys that raced at Mallory absolutely loved it. But yeah, another couple of fallers there.
Yep, so Busy Paddock, I can see there the 120 on the back of the kart just there. That is Box Hill Bruisers. Started 23rd on the field. Again, another one of the street stock teams. Now, I have got a sheet here with lots of rider information, with lots of details, but I think it's been manipulated slightly by some of the other members of the paddock. So I'm going to read some out, but some I may miss, and some could be incorrect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's all good fun when it comes to it. But Box Hill, hopefully, have they put anything?
Something legible that you can actually tell
Yeah,
the public.
something legible. Now, Box Hill Bruisers, they have put something in, the 125. So they are running a Honda CBR. Type R, the red and black one that we just saw there. 3 riders in that team: Matt Pope, Chris Uzelli, and then it's Freddie Shells Bosby who are out in that team. A busy team on that one. So we've got funny stories that riders have been able to put onto there. And again, funny stories. Some of them it's interesting what they've put. But one of them, Chris Mazzelli, he's put "drop my first bike within 5 minutes of owning it." Now that is something that a lot of people have done.
Absolutely, they can relate to. Exactly.
I can relate to. Yeah. If it's a 125, purely it's not that heavy. It would tip over. You can just pick it back up.
Well, a lot of these bikes now, the MotoGP guys are either using the sort of 125s, 150s, or 250s as the biggest on hard tracks to do training because of all the sort of COVID restrictions and testing restrictions for budget, reasons. So they are. They are being utilised more and more, and it's simply because they are full-size motorcycles. They fit a normal-size adult.
Yeah.
And when you apply them to the right racetrack, they are quite fearsome to ride. As some of these guys who, a lot of them are experienced racers, are coming to terms with.
Yeah, exactly that. So that shot there shows you fantastically about the track conditions that we've got out there. It is dry out there, but of course it was a very cold morning this morning. I had to scrape the frost off my car when I left my house in Silverstone. And of course here you can see the grass very wet, so still very tricky conditions with it being so busy out there. Riders have got to keep it within the island. They've got to keep it in the straight and narrow, not run off too wide and touch those painted white lines or of course the grass on the edge of the track.
Absolutely.
So it's a very thin sort of area that they've got. You can see there again the timer, 3 hours 46 minutes remaining. We have seen quite a few fallers at the start, but again, expected. It's cold tyres, it's still cold out there, and a lot of them are getting used to those conditions there. You can see the
174 making a good lunge there. That's is that Mark Elwood Racing? Yeah, the fan club. Yeah, red helmet.
The red helmet. I believe you are right.
Yeah, that's Mark Elwood fan club. Michael Williams is a big Mike Elwood fan, so hence the name of the team.
Yes, Mike Elwood fan club, yeah. 34th place started on the grid.
Yeah, up to third.
Making
P3.
up places. And in P3, yeah, so that's definitely a team to keep an eye on. Now, the leaders, they've managed to open up a gap, 21.6 seconds from the race leaders at the moment. 13 laps in. As you can see there, a bike, is that coming to a halt, or is it just a bit of outbraking?
Yeah, ran wide. Yeah, the problem is there's no traction out there. He needs to be staying on the black stuff.
Yeah, that's Oliver Mount Racing. The 75 started 13th on the grid at the moment. They are not within the top 20 at the moment, so struggling out there with those sort of sessions. Again, you can see there at the bottom the graphics sliding through as well to keep you a good idea of what's going on. So quick rundown then of the order as we are 15 minutes into the race. Sofa King fast. The 149, 13 laps into the race. They're leading the way by 21 seconds from the 96 Racing. Funnily enough, sporting the 96 in second place. Mike Elwood fan club, as we just saw there, having a lunge down the inside at Christmas Corner there in third place after starting a lot further down the grid. Team Normal, excellent, we like that, in fourth place in the 89. Then it's Camney Racing, the 38 in fifth place. Team DRC Racing, the 860, started there in sixth place at the moment. Usually Green Racing. I'm not sure why they'd usually be green, but they're the 135. They're in seventh place at the moment. Big Toe Racing. Now, I saw an interesting comment on this one, that they especially developed the bike with bigger foot pegs to accommodate one of the riders who has enormously large feet. Yes, so that's why they're called Big Toe Racing. The 155. Oh, there's the 137. Yes, he has gone down. That is at Oblivion. great name for a corner.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gone down at turn 1.
They were out yesterday also in the treacherous conditions. We had an evening practice session here, and obviously temperature was dropping, and the you know, obviously it's getting more and more touchy. The man in shot there now, 89, someone I know quite well. He's actually a South African lad. Not that I knew him in South Africa. He lived about 700 miles from me, but background to him is Mark Bainbridge. He's raced in bigger bike endurances before, nearly won a Hot Tracks Championship before crashing and breaking a bone in the last round. And he's come back. He's with Team Normal. And the success story of that team is that their other rider, Stuart, had never raced before. He did Freetech a few years ago, and he came to his first race meeting ever and finished in a team that finished second place overall. So a guy that, you know, he's a motorbike mechanic by trade, Mark's teammate, and he's now racing, living the dream that he never thought he would have. And actually, he said his road riding's improved, which is probably one less crazy motorcyclist on the road.
It's always a plus, isn't it, when you can learn some new skills on track that you can implement onto the road as well. Again, guys, if you are watching at home, please do get your comments in. We can see them in the commentary box. You can see anyone who comments on the YouTube channel, so please do get them in. I can see from KMC or KMAC, I see the rules allow warmers, but the track temps must be near 0. You are correct. The teams are allowed warmers. Oh, and you can see there 2 of the bikes, and that is what we're talking about. The track conditions right at this moment are very, very cold. You can see 2 of the riders have gone down there. There's the number 9 that you can see that has gone down. The rider is getting back up onto their feet, but that was a bit of a heavy hit. The 9 started actually at the back of the grid. Street Stock, they are Riot Racing. They do manage to get that bike back up. You can see another bike that's gone off there. Again, can't quite see the number, because I suspect it's on the front of the machine, not on the back. So, yeah.
We've got a CBR 125 with the headlights on, so you can tell he's sort of making his way through. A bit like car racing and endurance, when they put the headlights on. He's on a charge, obviously.
He is on a charge. And I did see a comment as well coming in on here as well, that someone was saying, oh, I could probably just bring my CBR down. It's just essentially, you could. You could just come down, bring your CBR. You can see there, both of them in the escape road there. They're okay. Just in between Fine Lady and Manuel's Bag Wilkins. So you can see they did go off at the Wilkins corner, which is surprisingly tight compared to some of the others. So you've just come out of Ashby on that one. You've got a small straight, flicking the bike back over. And then, of course, you've had quite a few right-handers. It's the first major left-hander that you come to.
So it's the cold tires again, you know, just absolutely battling it all the time. And in the next, I mean, the sun's out. It's, you know, there will be a decent tack temperature. It'll get over 10 degrees, which sounds like we've been very optimistic there. But 10 degrees makes a difference. Every degree will help the guys. And you can see 96 starting to get a wiggle on. Just an explanation: he's the only small wheel bike in the grid. He was given dispensation last year. It's the last race that they are allowed that. It's a metric kit motorcycle, and they do come in a full-size 17-inch wheel. There he is making the pass down the back. So from next race on, they will be running the full-size wheels. It actually isn't an advantage around the bigger tracks. Smaller tracks, you could argue it's a bit more easier to turn, but really it's the weight of that motorcycle and the skill involved. 50 cc's, reliability, you're always up against it, but you have to have a certain riding style and finesse to get the most out of the motorcycle. So it may look like a slightly different bike, but actually the whole motorcycle, barring the wheels, is totally legal.
Yeah, you saw there earlier the 516, I should say, 6-speed cycle started 42nd. They are in the pit lane. Not sure what that was for. Maybe just a routine stop or of such, but they were in the pit lane. Started 42nd on the grid. Again, more comments coming in on that one. We can see that. What are the lap times? Well, hopefully the man, the myth, is James, who can put that on, and the bike has gone down there. That looks like, what is that? It looks like a Honda Cub to me, that bike. 125. But,
a good lap time around you. I know lap record was 54. They won't be doing that today, but anything under a minute is a decent time for this racetrack on a motorbike. On a blistering hot day, these bikes will achieve 53s, 54s around here. But I'm pretty sure the guys aren't getting into that now. I mean, there might be some breaking a minute. But yeah, anything around a minute would be acceptable.
Yes, that's about what we'd expect on that one. Here's a quick look at what happened there at the Ashby hairpin, and you can see there it's just tyre temps, isn't it? It's just tyre temps. It's a bit cold out there. Try to feed that power in, and it just washed out from underneath him. And
that Honda Cub chassis, I'm sure the guys back at Honda, back in the 70s and 80s, never designed that for twice the horsepower engine they put it in. So the lads are riding that to the absolute limit of its ability, the chassis-wise, and it has its pros, but as you saw, that was definitely a con.
Yes, a bit of trouble there, and you can see there the bike being pushed off to the side. and you've got an admirer on the comments.
Okay. Yeah, we've got another team that have raced with us before, Spanky Monkey. Yeah, there's a few teams that have entered the next round already, which is at Teesside in a few weeks' time. And then after that, we go all the way up to Knock Hill. So we're really looking forward to that. Knock Hill will be our first long track meeting of the year. And then we finish the year at Mallory. But we've got the schedule for this year is obviously at Whilton now. We've got Teesside 4 hour, the Knock Hill 6 hour. And then we've got the Teesside 24 hour, which is going to be really good in July, big first weekend of July. So yeah, really interesting. And I think that's going to be a proper challenge. No 24-hour races, motorcycle races in the UK, and they haven't been for some time. So sort of breaking new ground with that sort of length of race, going all through the night. And then we've got a smaller Teesside event after that, and then Mallory to finish the year off, which is going to be a great end to the year.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, you could see there riders pushing the bike into the pit lane. Now, that's part of the regulations, isn't it? So they're not allowed to ride the bike into where they would do the rider swaps. They have to push it. As you can see there, it's a bit of a workout, I suspect. As you can see, the 818 there, a very bright pink machine. And that is Team Whoopass. You can't run around that one, can you? Yeah, the street stock. Started 47th then on the grid for this one, so they were nearer the tail end of the field. But they have managed to get it going. Now, you can see a lot of riders running out onto that exit curb. Now, that exit curb, you can see there, it's just been relayed. It was relayed not long ago, and I feel like they made it slightly deeper. It's definitely something you don't want to run over if you're in a cart, because it's very jaw-breaking. On a bike, I suspect it's quite tricky to do it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a rule. They can't exceed the limits there regularly. Obviously, if it's a safety ground or they're 2 or 3 abreast, they can use a bit of the rumble. But as you can see, most of the guys from the aerial shots are sort of obeying the track limits. If they don't, they'll get a flag, very similar to Formula 1 or MotoGP. And yeah, it's definitely interesting. You can feel the change. I think the major issue is that when it's wet, if you have a surface change, you have a surface traction change, and that could be not great. So at the moment, whilst it's dry, it's looking good. We've got a bike entering pit lane over there at the top. I can see from the aerial shot. The drone's looking really, really good. I think that you get a really big perspective of the sort of speed the guys are going, although we're quite far away.
Yes, we're quite high in the air, yes, but you get a good understanding of the sort of space that they've got there. As you can see, more of the bikes going in, the 105 you can see there.
The reason they're all pitting now is because the maximum stint length is 35 minutes.
Right,
so,
okay.
There's no minimum, but the maximum is 35, so they're sort of getting into that stage now where it's pit lane window. So we'll have every team would have pitted by the time 35 minutes is up. Okay,
so quite a short stint then that these riders have got.
Well, we did it because I've raced in other endurances like this where the stints are longer and then someone limits it. And what will happen is, a fitter rider, if can maybe ride for an hour, maybe longer. But the problem is it means that there's no upper limit. So if we set it at a reasonable amount, then that just gives everyone a bit more of a level playing field. Also gives all the different team members more of a chance. And there's nothing more exciting than a pit stop.
Yeah, exactly that. You can see their fastest lap of the race just went out to 96 Racing, sub 1 minute. We are into the sub 1 minutes now. They did 8:59 out there, and they are one of the 50cc classes, obviously in the 96, the Metric Kit bikes. So you can see there that one of the 50cc fastest bike out on the circuit. So you may have one of the quickest 125s out there, but those 2-stroke 50cc's on a small twisty circuit like this, they've got that power band to get out of the corners faster than what a 4-stroke conventional engine would be.
Absolutely. I mean, the brands, we've obviously got the 50cc's out there, which we call 50cc GP. That's just the only rule is that they need to be 50cc motorcycles with 17-inch wheels. And then, obviously, they weigh around 60 kilograms, a good one. And your CBR Hondas are probably the lightest road bike, and they're around 100. And then everything else is a bit bigger. We've got Aprilias, KTMs, on a Suzuki, there's a few Suzukis out there now. We've got a Kawasaki Ninja, the Spanish make Riju, and then a few German makes with the Sachs out there, and we've even got an MV.
Yeah, so a wide variety of bikes you've got out there. So again, it's all, well, of course, all the 125 sort of section. So yeah, if you've got a 125, you fancy a go, come on down. Race a bit later on today, hop on the grid, come join us. But so a wide variety. Now, if it was me racing out there, I think the bike that I would personally go for is probably the Honda CBR, only because I know Honda's reliability is. It's unrivaled, really, I would say, on that one. And, of course, if anyone's on an Aprilia, I remember when I was younger, an Aprilia 125. Now those things, two-stroke, I think it was.
Well, they were two-strokes. Yeah, these are four-strokes, but they were two-strokes.
They were two-stroke back in the day. Yeah. And you could tune them up to be well over 100-mile-an-hour monsters, but you'd have to rebuild the engine after you would do that speed. So yeah, they are a fantastic bike. But of course, these ones are the four-stroke versions. Yeah, back in the day they were two-stroke, but yeah, they're fantastic pieces of kit all the way through. And a lot of them, of course, have taken the street fairings off because they can weigh quite a bit with the lights, indicators, everything like that. And they put the race fairings on.
Yeah.
Some of them haven't even returned the race fairings on and just running a naked style bike.
Team Surds actually had one of the best prepared bikes, but they managed to fall off a few times at the test session a week ago and wrecked their nice race fairings. So I think a few of the guys have had the battle scars over the last 7 days and haven't been able to return to their sort of glossy finish. So yeah, the ones that have got fairings on have had an unscathed 7 days because with lockdown ending, we've all been a bit rusty. So it's been one of those we must be trying to get up to speed.
Another comment that's going to show, will the two-stroke suffer from needing more fuel stops than a four-stroke would? Now, I suspect probably so. And of course, you've got to think from a two-stroke side of things. I remember when I had my two-stroke 50cc moped when I was 16 years old. Terrible thing, could barely touch 30 and sounded like it was going 160. Now that, of course, when you put the fuel in, it also needed some two-stroke oil in the fuel. So, of course, they will have probably had already pre-mixed fuel ready to go into the bike or something like that. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure how these ones would function, but I know that my 50cc two-stroke would need something along that. The oil would be in the fuel, but of course with the four strokes there would just be normal unleaded fuel in the tank. So yeah,
consumption's not good on them MPG wise. They probably
get through it.
Yeah, they're nearly twice as bad as the four strokes. I mean, over the longer races, I think it's going to be even more of an issue. But yeah, they'd probably end up doing the four strokes will probably only do one fuel stop in a 4 hour, whereas the two-stroke will end up doing 2 or 3, so just depending on the size of their fuel tank. I know they are fuel compromised with that package, but like I said, that is a pucker race bike that is basically made in Spain and comes race ready, so as long as the guys look after it, it does really well.
Indeed. So Kira House on the stream as well, coming out with what lap times these guys do again. So they're roughly in really good condition, sub 1 minute. Yep. I suspect at the moment most of the field is just about over a minute because track conditions again are very slick, they're very cold. They are allowed tyre warmers on before the bike goes out, but of course the bike is now out. So especially when they come in for a pit stop, lots of heat leaving those tyres. And of course you've got to remember, this is a clockwise circuit, so there are a lot of right-handers mostly around this circuit. The first major left-hander that they're going to have is Wilkins, and that's where we're seeing a lot of the riders go down. So yeah, they're warming the tyre on the right-hand side, and of course and it's cooling the left-hand side of that tyre. And this is the first time in. They go in, and then it can be a bit tetchy on there. It's like what is it? Qatar, I think. It's the Qatar MotoGP circuit. You see it there, the Losail circuit. Yeah, so they go round, and of course there's a lot of right-handers, and then they come to the first left-hander, and that's usually where you'll see them go down. Yeah, that's where they have the issues. So yeah, it's the same sort of story on smaller bikes as well. So there you go. Absolutely, transforms over.
That's Antart at the back there. I'm just obviously the number's not very big on the bike. I think it's can't see it. It's 145. I think it is. Team skid marks. I think it is Antart.
145 team skid marks.
I think it's him, yeah. So he's just making his way. He's starting to get his pace up now. If it is him, I'm sure I've spotted the number correctly. I just want to, obviously we've seen the drone images here. We have had
it is 145.
We have had a good friend of mine, Henry Hutchinson, who's been doing drone work for us previously. Sadly, he couldn't be at this event. He's at home with Mandy and looking after her. I'm sure he'll be watching live on the feed because he's become a petrol head from sort of watching from the side screen to being fully involved. So hopefully Henry and Mandy will be able to make it to. Just looking after Mandy at the moment. So yeah, looking forward to them returning to the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely so. Now you can see there the bike just at the front there, the black one, just ahead of the orange high-vis that's jumped around the corner. You can see there the MotoGP style winglets on the front, so you can see that they're trying anything they can. I'm sure it works at 200 miles an hour down a straight on a bike, but I'm not sure about 60, I think the top, maybe not even that at the end of the straight.
The right chaps to ask about that will be in here later, I'm sure. Alistair Fagan and Mark Booth, you met them yesterday.
Yes, yeah, I met them yesterday. And
they've strapped a load of arrows to their bike.
Yes, I did see.
I've defected to Suzuki this year. I'm a private tier team, they're the full factory team, and when you start looking at their bike, there's loads of bits that Sylvain Gantoli's been giving them all over the thing, and it just grows week by week. And the best thing about them, though, is you get to learn because they show it all on their YouTube channel. So thanks, lads, for helping us all out. And 44 Teeth, it's really, really good. That's Milling Crew, looking like they're having a bit of an issue. They're from up north. a bit of a weird time to have a team chat.
Yes, I think it is. There's Winkelsteiner, great team name.
Yeah,
there
and the Kawasaki Ninja, so that's one of the few Kawasaki's in the grid. They all out of, I think it's Manchester University, where all the riders there are on sort of like a technical degree, so they're all learning how to build bikes. And one of their classes is that they develop a bike. The KTM give them a 250 engine, and they have to develop the whole rest of the motorcycle and make everything by hand, other than obviously brake parts that are supplied. So and then they end up doing a race in Spain, which obviously didn't happen last year, but will happen this year, COVID's allowing. So yeah, it's a great effort. I'm scheduled to do a bit of a test on it later this year, so I'll let you know how it goes. But I've seen pictures of the bike, and it's absolutely phenomenal. There's sort of British engineering, and hopefully it goes over there and kicks some European butt.
No, excellent. That sounds fantastic. I mean, why didn't they do that? Would have sold university to me if they said I could go to university and do stuff like that. Oh yeah, I'd do it.
Race on the weekends.
Yeah, exactly. I'd do that. There's one of the KTMs you can see out there, obviously with the orange-white sort of livery you can see out there. Looks like he's got some stunt bars on the back of it. Is he planning on doing some intense wheelies on that thing at the end of the race? But you can see there one of the cameramen, many cameramen out there getting some great snapshots that you can see. There is lots of pictures from previous rounds on the website, on the Freetech website, so you can go and check them out. Some fantastic photos from some of the teams up there. You can see there. Now that looked like the 43. Now that again looks like a Honda Cub, but a more modern version of a Honda Cub, and with
the super plops getting carved up there, and yeah, definitely there's a KTM, a Honda, and he's nearly got in. He's got his watch on the left-hander. Yeah, he's already had one accident there today.
Yeah.
So Clegg Shed, very interesting chap. So they turned up on it's a Honda Sonic they've got actually.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
right.
And he turned up here last time on it, and was woefully unprepared because he's a good mechanic in his own right, and his teammate had a bit of a crash up at the top hairpin bend up at. What is it, Ashby, is that right? No,
so the top hairpin is Christmas Corner.
Yeah, had a crash up near Christmas Corner. And so we got repaired, gone back, undaunted, repaired the bike and come back with a load of upgrades. And now he's in the Superstock class. And as you can see, doing very well.
Indeed, he is. 3 hours, 26 minutes left of the race. Of course, most of the field will have done the first mandatory stops of the day, and a new race leader, 96 Racing, now taking the lead on lap 31. You can see there now the gap is only half a second at the moment. I'm not sure where they are out on circuit, and there you go. See, new fastest lap of the race, 58.293. You can see out there, so we are into the sub 1 minute and ever getting faster. So you can see the gap open now, 2.7 seconds. So obviously Sofa fast. I'm going to go with that. Sofa fast. They are. They obviously have just done their pit stop, so they will be in the pit lane. So I suspect that gap's going to get ever larger, and maybe the Team DRC will slowly move up that order as well. As you can see there, a Honda Cub getting nerfed onto the grass. As you can see there, getting back on, not falling off and getting back onto the track. But again, watch those tyres. They might be a bit slick.
That's Mark Elwood. Fan club doing their pit stops, so they've made it in time. So yeah, I mean the thing about this, because we've got the live feed, none of the guys, and I've been guilty of the past, being a minute late for a pit stop. We are quite laxed on it, but we do say if you do take the mickey, you're going to end up spending a bit more time in pit lane, being told how to read a stopwatch. So obviously they've just screwed up in time, but we'll see if anyone obviously doesn't follow the rules correctly, because obviously we've got live coverage in pit lane now.
Oh yeah, so we can see everything you're doing now. You can't get away with anything. And another way you can see it is by looking at the timing tower, because you can see there are 3 teams who are still on the lead lap, and the rest of them all either a lap or 2 laps down at the moment already after half an hour. So they've all probably done their pit stops, and top 3 maybe not.
Haven't done it yet. So we can have a look. I mean, the live timing will eventually show that. So it's
the 36 you can see there. Milling Crew started 7th on the grid. And They are struggling to get that bike.
Or was it 38?
Is it 38? You can see it
I think
there?
it was 38.
Was it 38? It may have been 38, so it could be
38, yeah.
Camdy Racing then.
They put an
stop.
orange sticker on an orange bike, so we'll have a
Yeah,
word with them.
yeah.
It's not the easiest, is it?
No, it's not the easiest. It was a bright yellow on a really bright orange, so thank you very much for that one. But yes, so they that was Camdy Racing. They actually started 8th, so just one position down. So very close, nearly getting that one
holding
right.
position, yeah,
Holding position, yes.
holding a good position. You're spreading out a bit now. I mean, obviously you do get a bit of a bunch up when there's a slower rider, a few fast guys catch up. Obviously 96 Racing are pulling away. Oh yeah, it looks like there's a bit of debris down.
Yeah, slippery surface fag has gone down. That is into oblivion, so a very fast left-hander, turn 1. So riders praying caution to that one.
There we go. There's
that's the match kit.
And the fuel that we spoke about. So very interesting we're going to see this now. So yeah, they're having to refuel. Like we said, their fuel tank is compromised. They've got a fast fueler on there, so it won't take them very long.
Now that to me doesn't look like mixed fuel. That just looks like normal unleaded. So that is a 50cc engine that is in that bike. You can tell it's 2-stroke because it's got the pea shooter exhaust that you can see coming out the back.
It might just be the thing throwing us off because I'm pretty sure it doesn't run a lube system on it. So
right, okay.
Yeah, as you can see, Bill and Will racing on the side, and so they're going to their sort of slower rider. But he's not that much slower.
No, exactly. Yeah, one of those bikes is a lot different to my Piaggio Zip back in the day. Now, I'm not sure who this is. The number's just out of shot. I can see a 35. There we go. It's 35 you can see, and that is... who is the 35 out on circuit? I'm trying to find them on my list. I can't see them on my list. I can see a 135, which is usually Green Racing, but I'm not sure if that was them. Who else have you spotted there?
A bit of overtaking going on there.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Big jostle of pack of bikes you can see running through up the hill through Christmas Corner. And that is where that bike has gone down. They've just gone down in between Christmas Corner and Inkermans. Again, very tricky section of track. You can see everyone just slotting into position. So,
one down. We've got 108 who's just gone through there. Falcon Racing. That's the team that competes a lot in the road racing. 33 looks like they've gone down.
Yeah, that's 3B Racing. Started 6th in the race on one of the Street Stocks bikes.
Yeah.
It's in gear. There you go. There we go. Gets it back onto the track and gets going again. So, cutting half of the circuit there. I'm sure track staff won't be too happy with that one. I'm sure, yeah, there we go. He's going to head back to the correct part of the track. There we go. You'll be in trouble with the timing tower if you cut half the track off there, sir. But, yeah, 3B Racing there in the 33. Coming back onto the circuit and not sure where he's going, actually. He's going through the Zulu section of the circuit and then coming back on before Ashby. So not sure where he went off, and now he's coming back over there. He's made a new track. That's what he's done. 3B Racing have designed a new racetrack here at Whilton Mill and decided to go motocrossing, and they've cut the entirety of the circuit to go back into the pit lane. So I'm not sure if that's going to be allowed, but he has completely missed the entire circuit, and I'm sure race control stewards will be... I suspect they'll be having a chat with that fellow a little bit later on. There again is the 818. We saw that earlier in the pit lane doing their mandatory stop. They were quite early with their pit stop. That is Team Whoopas. Started 47 at the moment, and they'll be surely heading up that order at the moment. They're quite a big, bulky bike you can see out there as well. There's the 741 just down the inside of Christmas Corner. That is Stanton Service Team. They are running a 50cc two-stroke bike. It looks like a fairly big 50cc two-stroke bike. Are we sure it's got a 50cc in it? It's quite a large bike for one of those, but indeed it is. So, again, anyone who is joining us on the stream, please, again, do get your comments in. Karting 1 is joining us on the stream. Team Skid Marks, there's always one. Yes, there is indeed always a... Well, then we've got the Sofa King Fast team and the 149. Again, there's always one of those as well. But the paddock here, a great atmosphere, a great bunch of riders, and great personalities that we can see in the pit lane, and yeah, it's great to have them here at Whilton Mill. And there's a lot of people on the chat as well talking about the 44 Teeth team. Have they retired already? Are they back? And the 818 as well, back in the pit lane as well for another stop. They're in race number 2 a little bit later on. So in 3 hours and 20 minutes, 44 Teeth supporters that is when you want to be watching. But still watch now, because there's some still excellent bike racing that we can see out there. New fastest lap for Shed Racing, a 1:03.484. They are 2 laps down, currently running in 10th place at the moment. They started 9th, so they're holding position. There's a 1:35 being pushed in. Oh, and there's a lot of grass and debris hanging off the side of that, and a snapped foot peg by the looks of it. So yes, that's not going anywhere. What side's that on? That's on the gear shifter side. Yeah, so that is the gear shifter that you can see has gone awry. So the 1:35, usually green racing, yes, it is now very much green. It's covered in grass. So yes, they're off the track in the pit lane. 3 hours, 19 minutes to go then, and another quick rundown of the grid. Trucker NCFC has said, what happened to BJ Racing? I am not quite sure where BJ Racing are. The 213 Street Stock started in 37th place. Hopefully we can get a little the timing at the bottom that will cycle through and give you a good rundown of who is where everywhere on the circuit. But a quick rundown then after 40 minutes of racing. So fast, 38 laps that they are on. They have retaken the lead from the 96 Racing that we did see in the pit lane a moment ago doing their stop. Then it's Team DRC Racing in 3rd place. The Mike Hellwood fan club, the 174, having a great run at the moment. See there, everyone going up into Christmas Corner nice and clean. Team Normal in the 89, running 5th place at the moment. Stanton Service Team, the 741, in 6th place. Not so talented, but showing some talent here. In 7th place in the 192, only 2 laps down. Then you can see the 300. That is, you can see the Yamaha, yeah. And there is the 28. Now this is Momi Racing, street stock. Very nice bodywork they've got on there. Look at the carbon effect. It probably could be carbon they've got on there. But they head back out onto the circuit. They're not in the top 20 at the moment, the Momi Racing team. So they are working their way through Europe, but of course they have just done a pit stop, so I'm sure that could be the reason why. Shed Racing and Team Skidmarks have moved up now, 8th and 9th. GRT Racing have moved down into 10th place. I suspect they are in the pit lane. And again, a new personal best time from Shed Racing as well, that they have moved up. Again, they're not quite in the sub 1 minute yet, but yes, they will... the time's going down. There are teams in the sub 1 minutes, but only a couple of them. So, 4 laps in. Oh no, the pink machine, the 818, has gone down. That is just at the pit entrance in the boot section and is being pushed into the pit lane. That is a big shame for that team. They now getting pushed in. You can see there some of the other team members just watching alongside. So, 3 hours, 16 minutes to go on the timer. You can see there the 96, the 9 as well, alongside 96 Racing. They are the team, of course, in 2nd place, trying to make their way through the field. They are 24.8 seconds behind the leading team at the moment, and of course that's slightly down from earlier on. So pit stops, of course, that's where we could see the difference in, you know, how long a pit stops takes. You know, they were able to get into the lead, but of course they're on different strategies, of course, different fuel tank sizes maybe of that one. So of course, they are running a 2-stroke. So like we were saying earlier, they probably do run out of fuel a little bit faster and need to guzzle up a little bit more. So it may take a little bit longer to do that pit stop. So there's the 14 that you can see in there. That's DNA Racing. They started 2nd on the grid. Now that doesn't mean that they were quick. Oh no, the 43. You can see there again, we were talking about that team a little bit earlier on. Shed Racing started 9th, but having trouble on that bike there, being pushed off the way. I'm trying to think what part of the circuit that is on. I can't quite make it out from that shot. It's just too straight. Yeah, it looks like it is in between Wilkin and Oisiers in the midfield. So big shame for that one. You can see there, rest of the field coming through. 41 laps that we're in. Here's our roaming cam in the pit lane. Thank you very much to David, who's providing these pictures from inside this paddock area. The pit lane is going around getting some good good footage there. You can see there the 155 in the middle of that one. So who is the 155? That's Big Toe Racing. Ah, yes, the Big Toe Racing, who have decided to make the pegs a little bit bigger. Here's a big gaggle of bikes as well. We've got another pink bike out there. So we had people rest in peace, Pink Machine, but fear not. There is another, so yes, there is more pink out there. So if you do like the colour pink, there's plenty to choose from out in this race. 3 hours, 14 minutes to go, and who is that pink machine? It's the 581 that we can see, and that is DN5 Racing. Started 43rd, and they're moving their way up the grid as well. Not within the top 20 at the moment. As you can see there, one of the bikes coming into the pit lane. That looks like the 150, who has come a cropper earlier on today. He's taking an early pit stop there as well. But following the 581 there, he's got close company behind. It looked like the 16 of Winkelsteiner just behind. I'm not quite sure if it was the 16, but it looked like it as they go through. Here again, back with the 155 of... who is the 155 again? I always forget the numbers on these bikes because there's so many bikes out there. It's hard to keep track of all of them. But it is, yes, of course, Big Toe Racing. Yes, there it is on my list. So many bikes in this one. I've got 3 pieces of paper with 51 machines on it, and it's hard to pinpoint them out there. So Big Toe Racing still in a big group of bikes going into Christmas Corner at the moment. You can see there as well. Machines going around the outside. Now that's something that you like to see. Now the chain, you can pay close attention to that. They've matched the colour of the chain to the bike on that orange machine, and that is fantastic because that is a very pretty looking thing. You can just see that it's heading round the final corner now, back onto the start-finish straight. But yeah, fantastic little thing to do. When I was doing that, I had my old bike. My first big bike was actually an ER5 Kawasaki, the 500cc, and it had to be restricted, and of course immediately I took restrictions out. But I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say that, so yes, we'll ignore that one. But yes, it was one of those. It was a great piece of kit. And then I went to an ER6. Now, people who know bikes will probably say that that's a learner bike. And you are right in saying that. It is a learner bike, because when you go and do your full bike test, most bike places would have an ER6 or an ER5 or anything like that they would put you on. Because it's a box standard, nice 650cc or 500cc motorbike. But of course, when I got that, I tried to make it all green and match and everything like that. So it was I'd done the same. And you can see there again another bike off. I think that is Kledshed Racing still, who has not managed to get that bike going and has fallen awry again. There again was the 145 that you saw, Team Skidmark. They started 28th, currently in 8th place. You can see them there racing alongside Stanton Service Team and Big Toe Racing. So they're having a bit of a baller there. Now this is a fantastic looking bike that's coming out of the pit lane now. I think this is the Marlboro Enthused livery that you can see that's just going into turn 1. Looks absolutely amazing. Sort of a classic bike look there. So comment from DA 1997, are 125cc supermotos legal in this race like a WR125? So I am not sure on that one because, of course, they are box standard classes. So in the super stock, if I have a look at the class regs, so the street stock is any engine capacity maximum of 125cc OE engine. And to use of the supercharged turbocharger is prohibited. So you can't use supercharged, you can't use turbocharged, which is a shame. Why can't you use the turbocharger in this one? You should be able to use turbocharged. Imagine a turbocharged bike racing around Whilton Mill. That would be a sight to see. Engine types, only 4-stroke homologated road engines, no competition engines. So there you go, that pretty much answers the question of that. 3 hours, 10 minutes to go. Still plenty of riders out there yet. You can see it was Kledshed Racing. They are stranded there on the start-finish line. That bike not restarting by the looks of it. And you can think that's a huge shame, only 50 minutes into this first race of the day. Stanton Service Team, new fastest lap for them, 102.897, new personal best for them. Struggling with that one. It looks like, actually, that is stuck in gear because the rear wheel was not moving. So if that's stuck in first, second, or anything like that, it's going to be incredibly hard to push. And you can see the rear wheel there was locked as it was trying to push. So yeah, huge shame for that one. Struggling to get that one back into neutral, which is a big shame. That bike now parked up at the edge of the circuit. Yellow flag still out, of course, because it is still in the way. So they'll need to move that one ASAP. There is the 140. Out on circuit. That is a Little Chopper Racing. They started 27th place. Currently now in 14th place, 3 laps down from the race leaders, having a good little run out there at the moment. So progressing up that order, and of course there was no qualifying for this. So you may have seen like the orders are changing all the way. I'm saying people started in 2nd place and they're all the way down in 37th. It's because the qualifying was determined by pulling the name out of the hat. That's how it was done. So you could be one of the slowest teams, but you started at the front of the grid. So it made the start very interesting. But like I say, the start of the race was fantastic. Everyone managed to get away, albeit some of them a little bit slow. Now, Richard2203 says, no mention of nitrous oxide in the rules, though. No, you are incredibly correct. There is no rules on that one. So there you go. Get a bike, 125, put some nitrous on it, and bring it down. See how well you do. I don't think very, but we'll see. There we go. Nearing the first 1 hour mark as well. As you can see, the field coming into the order, the 33 there, just getting out of the way there. The 36 you can see as well, just coming through shot. Again, these teams, absolutely fantastic. A lot of personalities out in these teams. Milling Crew started 7th on one of the street stocks as well. And I'll try to read out some of the action. Now, here is a look at the leader. Sofa Fast, we'll call them, the 149, 48 laps completed, and have just actually been overtaken, and I think that was the 96 that has managed to get past. It was, yes. So was that a change for the lead? Because they are on the same lap. That was 16 seconds between them. I don't think they're on the same lap now. Now, they are pitting, so I suspect when they cross the line, you'll see there the 96 Racing will update and will go ahead again after this hour. And it hasn't just yet. So, but there is the 192. That's not the 149. So that's actually not so talented. So that's not the race leaders that we're seeing out there. I thought that was the race leaders we can see out there, but they're actually 2 laps down. So the gap, so the leaders of Sofa Fast, the 149, are still leading the way. 15 seconds clear from 96 Racing, but they are closing the gap. They are slightly faster in terms of pace. So they will sort that out. But trying to just stick to the timing tower we've got in here, because my timing has just frozen on me and I can't read it. So hopefully someone will come in and fix that for me. So I'll stick to what I can see on the side of the screen. But 3 hours, 6 minutes to go. And you can see there, I think track temperature is starting to warm up now, as we've not seen many incidents, and I will now touch wood for that one. That's commentator's curse at its finest there. So yeah, hopefully nothing happens now. But 50 laps completed. Sofa Fast leading the way from 96 Racing. That gap again coming down to 14 seconds now. So they are slowly gaining in. So try and keep an eye on that list now. Oh, there's that's the 96. That's the 96 with a lot of smoke coming out the back. I am not sure what's happened there. Now, normally 2 strokes, you would see a lot of smoke coming out the back, but that is an unusual amount of smoke coming out of the back of that bike. Now, have they pushed that 2-stroke a little bit too hard? Now, they are lapping slightly faster than Sofa Fast, but that doesn't look right. Now, you can see, yeah, he's got his hand up, and it looks like he's going to try and pull into the pit lane. Is he going to make the pit lane? I think he is. Yeah, he's just coming down the back straight now in towards the boot section. So, yeah, that is a lot of smoke, and that is a huge, huge shame for a team that was looking very, very strong out on circuit. I'm sure the Sofa Fast team have got a big smile on their face because the rider's okay, but it's just the bike isn't okay. So that's a disaster for the 96 team, and that's allowing Team DRC to now take second place, 36 seconds off the track. And there's another pink bike cutting off across the circuit there. That looked like Oisier's. So coming back onto the circuit now, so not sure what happened there. But my timing tower is working again now. This is excellent. Luke Austin from Out for Life has come in, and he's worked magic with the PC, and I can see now timing back up on there. So we've got a good look at lap times and who is where. So more comments coming in. I know so loud, but they're very heavy. So you guys are talking amongst yourself there. You're talking about things of how you can get around the rules and make a really quick bike that's 125cc and bring it in. Try it, see how it goes. I'm sure Scrutineering will have a go at you. Now this is the big gaggle of bikes here. You can see there the 16. Now that is the Winkelsteiner, the Manchester University team. They are having a great run there. They've got the 109 just behind them there, chasing them down on that KTM. That's JP Racing Street Stock. They started 20th. And where is JP Racing now? They're 19th, the 109, and the Street Stock 46. They are, the last lap, JP was at 110, so there you go. They're really struggling through the traffic. Their fastest time, though, 5 seconds a lap faster, was a 105.597. Finding neutral, this looks so much better than club racing. I need this. Well, there you go. Come down. Finding neutral. Come down, have a go, bring your 125 and bring it out. Because, yeah, some of these are still standard road bikes. And they've just put race fairings on them and have a go. A couple of little changes, of course, with the regs. They can change a couple of things, but not a lot. So it's a very cost-effective championship that you can bring your bike down and have a go. There's lots of teams now coming into the pits for their probably third or fourth stop now. We've had quite a few pit stops. So we'll keep an eye on the order for the top two, because you've got Sofa Fast leading the way. The 53 laps in at the moment. Team DRC second place on the 860, 34.5. Looking at the lap times, though, they are lapping consistently 1 second or half a second faster than the front team. So we'll keep an eye on that one. They are closing in. They took 0.6 of a second out of them in that last lap alone. So they are running a lot faster at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that gap as they close up. Now there is the 146 and the 155. That's Big Toe Racing. Of course, I saw Kira Harris earlier. She was commenting, going, that's a great team name. So there we go. And that's only because the reason it's called Big Toe Racing is because one of the riders has got enormously large feet. So they've had to put big pegs on the bikes as well. So that's where the Big Toe Racing came from. One of the bikes leaving the pit lane, of course, wearing the high vis. And of course, if you're wondering why they're wearing high vis, it's just, again, it's like the novice sticker on the back of the car racing. So it's just a warning to other riders saying that rider might be a little bit less experienced than you. So just pray caution to the wind and give a little bit of caution to that one. Liam asks, do you need a full license or track license to compete? I don't know the answer to that question, but I would assume you wouldn't, because it's on a track. So as long as you've got good, as long as you can ride a bike and do it, I'm sure, yeah, it's absolutely fine. You can come down and have a go. There's the 300. That's a striking looking bike, isn't it? That's still got the... Doesn't look like they're painted on headlights, aren't they? On that 300, they're just leaving the pit lane now. They are running through, having a good start of this race at the moment. Trying to find the 300 on my list. One is struggling to find the 300 on my list. So they've got a 300 sticker on the front of their bike, but there's no 300 on my list. So it's incredibly helpful. Here's the 108 though. They are on my list. That's Team PBR. Now, we saw them earlier on today, very early on, with that bike in trouble in the pit lane being worked on, but they've managed to get it sorted. They are out on circuit. And Team PBR, where are they at the moment? They are currently running in 42nd place. Their best lap is a 101, so they're on the pace at the moment. They are quite a few laps down, but they're still in the race, which is important. There's the 88 you can see in the pit lane getting a top-up of fuel, a little jerry can there getting pulled out of the way. That is TC Pressmere Racing. Yeah, I've just noticed that, actually, yes. The AGV, now usually that is AGV, that is an AGV logo, but something tells me that one of these riders is called Gav. because they've changed it to Gav. He tried to get it started there. The old push, bump start. Go on, get it going, lad. There you go. You've got it going into gear. And away they go out on circuit and getting that bike underway. So, Premature Racing there. Prematurely tried to start that bike, but failed to do so. And out there, and again, a little Honda Cup like that. It looks out of place here along these bikes, but it definitely a quick machine nonetheless, because you can see there the exhaust. That's a great exhaust system that they've got sticking out the back there. So it kind of curls back round and pokes out the side. There's a bit of side exhaust action there. That's a crazy looking exhaust system that they've got on that bike there. Fantastic. Here's a group then across the line. Some of the bikes with the headlights on, again, just shows you that these are still road bikes. So they are road bikes, just slightly modified, but still got the headlights in it. So there we go. If there is a night endurance race, they're sorted. And there is a night endurance race. There is a 24-hour coming up later on in the year. So if you do feel like keeping an eye on that one, yeah, that'll be later on. You can follow that the series. That'll be later on in the year. The number 22 you can see there. That is Fiana Racing. Started 4th at the moment. There's another Honda Cub-looking bike. I'm not sure what it is. Obviously, there's lots of different bikes out there, but that is the 50 or the 150, I think that is. The one slightly out of place on the machine. And I believe that is Team Ramrod, who have just refueled and got that going. There you go, push it, wheeling it to the exit of the pit, and of course they're not allowed to start it until they get to the end. There we go, gets it going and gets it started. It actually looked like a 50 on the back, so it actually could have been the 50, which is Batcave Racing. So it could have been Batcave Racing who's doing that there. It looked like the front nose had a 1 on it, but there we go. So Lewis Webster comes in saying DRC for the win. Anything's possible. DRC for the win. You know, they're lapping a little bit faster than Sofa Fast. Last lap around, again, well, last lap around, there were actually 4 seconds a lap faster, so they took 4 seconds out of them. So there you go, the time tower has just updated. 30 seconds now is the gap. Again, new fastest personal time for Stanton Service Team, a 102.737. So again, they're having a good run at the moment. Still in 7th place, but are closing in on Team Skid Marks. And Nathan Wheatstone says, Sofa Fast should win for the best name. Yes, it's not a helpful name, especially from a commentator's point of view, because you can't say it fast. If you say it fast, you don't have a job anymore. So you have to say it either very slowly or change it. So it's become Sofa Fast for me. But we'll miss out that middle name. Under 3 hours remaining now. 2 hours, 57 minutes to go. And again, please do keep your comments coming in. Karting One again. I've never wanted a scooter more in my life. There we go. Bring a 125 scooter down. Crack on. Have a go. And there you go, you can see there, one of the Hondas. They're still a completely standard road bike by the looks of it. I can see some of them in testing the other day. They came down, it just looked like all they've done is just taken the license plate off the back and had a go. It's still got the all the brackets and everything on the back. Yeah, you can see there, it's still got they've literally just taken the license plate off and put it on track, and off you go. So obviously they may have changed the exhaust on that as well. So Lee Fletcher coming in. Come on, Oliver Mounts Racing. Where are Oliver Mounts Racing? They're currently 18th at the moment, 75. They're on the street stock 52. Their last lap, 104.353. They're 7 laps down. They are, where are they in terms of positions with Batcave Racing? They're a few seconds behind, so they're not far off gaining another position, moving up into 17th. So they're having a great little run out there. So Liam comes in saying, what are the actual requirements? Well, let's have a look at that. Let's go on to the street stock. So, okay, so a street stock 125. I'm literally reading this from the website, so it sounds like I'm reading it from Wikipedia. You're kind of right. So engine capacity for the street stock 125, that is a maximum of a 125cc OE engine. The use of superchargers and turbochargers is prohibited, which is a big shame. Engine type, only 4-stroke OE homologated road engines and no competition engines. Now the fueling, air filter and box may be changed or removed. We'll come on to that a little bit later. original OE fuel injection to remain as fitted from manufacturer. So, of course, with these newer modern 125 bikes, they are fuel injected compared to some of the older bikes, which may have carburetors or anything like that. But I'm sure all of these ones are all fuel injected. So, yeah, they would have to remain the same. All air-cooled engines have no carb size restrictions. So there we go. So if you are running a carb size, oh dear, there's a come a cropper there. I think that's the 42 that's gone awry out there on the circuit. I can see a 2 on it. I'm not sure if it is the 42 or something else that has gone off. It could be the 22. It could be the 102. But yeah, an issue there for that machine. Yeah, so all air-cooled engines have no carb size restrictions. So there you go. If it is carb size, you can just run it. Only OE-supplied ECU and CDI permitted. Oh, this is all very complicated. Euro, USA, UK, all models, ECU, CDI permitted. There we go. If that made sense to you, you're welcome. No altered or race ECU, CDI. So, yeah. I know what an ECU is, but I don't know how they work. I'm not very technically minded in that aspect, so we'll ignore that. Any carb up to standard OE diameter permitted on water-cooled carb engines. Jets, needles, tubes may be changed on carburetors. So there you go. You can do a little bit of change on the carburetors, but you can see there it's the 22 that's gone off. I can't see a 22 on my screen. Looking down on the order, I can't see a 22. I can see a 22. It's Viana Racing, of course, in 28th place, having issues at the moment. So they'll be coming into the pit lane then, trying to get that one sorted out. So huge shame for them. Fuel mapping plug in boxes, e.g. power commands. This is all jolly. If you really want to know all this, because I really don't want to read all this. But you get the idea. You can change the carbs. You can add a bit of suspension. You can change the exhaust on it, basically. It can be modified or replaced. And that is only the that's the street stock 125. So you can do quite a bit to that. Then you've got this. Then you've got the super stock 125s. They obviously changed quite a bit as well. And then the 50cc's, lots of their 2 strokes with no tuning restrictions. We have someone joining in the commentary box in just a moment. It's a rider from the number 89 Team Normal Honda CBR 125. The rider's Mark Bainbridge. He's the transport manager. And Stuart Parker as well. He's one of the mechanics. Team manager Norman Bradley as well. Crew chief Derek Quinn. And have raced Freetech Endurance since the first event. So there you go. Hopefully they're going to be joining us, I think, in the commentary box a little bit later on. And there's a bike who has gone off and getting pushed, actually, by one of the marshals. It's the 22 yet, so that's Viana Racing there that have struggled to get that restarted. Right, okay, so that team, I just read out Team Normal. It's because they didn't write it on the Google sheet. There you go. So they're just writing a bit of information there and bringing it in. So it was very kind there for Team Normal. That's all the team. Just read them out there. So more pit stops coming in. Nice Aquaprofic exhaust system that they've got on there. I'm sure it's not the exhaust system that they've just changed. The can that they've just changed. Probably not changed the headers on that as well. Oh dear, there's a bike that's gone down at the boot section. Again, can't quite see a number. I think a 7-8 something has gone off there. The exit will be coming in. That could be the 787 Team 2 Smoke Racing. Now, yesterday we did chat to some of the teams who are going to be racing, I think, in the second race today. Team 44 Teeth as well. We could speak to them. Let's have a look at what Alistair Fagan had to say yesterday.
Alistair Fagan, you join us here at Whilton Mill, a rainy Whilton Mill. You've just come out from one of the practice sessions here before race day. How are we feeling going ahead of it?
Yeah, we've got some new, well, basically got half a new bike on there. So we came to the test last weekend, and it's a brand new bike. It'd done 6 miles, so it was just a case of a bit of a shakedown, and there was nothing particularly wrong with it. But the level of the competition has come up this year, another level. So we want to win. We want to defend that number 1 plate. It's a bit of fun at the end of the day, but no one likes losing, and I'm the same. So although I've had a lot of practice at losing in the last couple of years. But anyway, so yeah, we got all new suspension thanks to James at JHS Racing. The front end came off, the shock came out, the linkage came out, everything. So yeah, it's a completely different bike now. So it's a shame it's raining because it looks like it might be dry tomorrow. But yeah, it's just a bit of fun and yeah.
Excellent. I mean, I've been watching the 44 Teeth videos. The previous video that I saw, of course, was the one where it was going on the dyno and it was getting ragged quite heavily by a man who's standing right beside you with his head in between his legs. But yeah, the airbox, that was one of the main things I think that you were saying from Suzuki, was it was causing a huge power difference. So I think, it's just been completely ripped out in this one?
No, I mean, if I told you what went on, there's no cheating going on, but there's no cheating. But if I told you what James had done, then I get shot. So yeah, the airbox is pretty much empty. There's nothing in there. And yeah, we've basically from last year, we won on last year the bike just had an exhaust and gearing, that was it. But this year we've lost another sort of 5-6 kilos from the bike, and the riders have lost a couple of kilos as well. So in theory, we should be better. But yeah, in terms of upgrades, there's a lot more than meets the eye.
Yeah, I was saying last year the bike looked more like a road bike. It still had the lights, indicators, everything like that on it. This one looks like a completely different machine. You've even gone a little bit MotoGP-esque with a little bit of the winglets.
Yeah, I turned up to James. I picked James up earlier, and he said, "Oh, I've got a surprise." I went, "Oh no, what's he doing? Has the head come off? Is there new cams in it?" No, he just pulled out these wings. So yeah, I think that's 0.2 of a second a lap. Yeah.
Definitely, it's not adding weight to it, no. Awesome stuff. Well, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck for tomorrow. Obviously, first round of the season. 51 bikes doing a Le Mans style start here at Whilton Mill. That's going to be a challenge. Who's pushing you?
I think I'm going to go first. I put all the groundwork in, so I'm going to go out first. I think. Yeah.
Cool. Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Enjoy tomorrow.
What a great chat there yesterday with Alistair Fagan. Very different conditions to what you can see today. During that interview, it was raining and it was actually snowing as well at the same time. So they'll be out in race 2 a little bit later on today at the end of this race. It's immediately after. There is a look at the conditions that we've got out there. The sun is shining, the blue skies are out, and so are the yellow flags you can see just in the background. So riders still struggling with the track temperature. It should obviously be warming up. The sun's bearing down on it, but the temperature, as you can see by there, a cameraman out, he's very wrapped up. It's still very cold out there, so the temperature hasn't come up. It was very frosty here this morning, so I suspect riders very much struggling for that one, but they are allowed the tyre warmers, of course, so they can preheat the tyres, but of course as soon as those warmers are off, it's all about how you can maintain it out on circuit. So there we go, lots of riders round the circuit at the moment. We'll hopefully get the timing tower back up on the screen as well for you so you can see where people are. There is Big Toe Racing, the 155, doing well at the moment. Where are they out on circuits at the moment? Big Toe Racing, they're in 7th place, Street Stock 64. 4 laps down, there it is on your screen. Not So Talented with a new personal best time, 1 minute, 0.023. They're 2 laps down, closing in. Now, keeping an eye on the leaders, the first and second, and of course they are on the lead lap. Last lap around, Sofafast had a very, very slow lap. They did a 1:10.868 compared to Team DRC, who did a 1:03, so managed to get a good 7-second chunk out of that lead. And that, of course, will, again, I suspect, update on the screen. So we'll keep a very, very close eye on that one because they are slowly closing them in as the field go through. You can see there, 2 hours, 45 minutes to go. Just see the 1:08 just in the background there. That is Team PBR again. It's still running strong after that bike having an issue earlier on. There's the graphics there to show you that will cycle through the order, and you can show you how many positions that people have gained. So there you go. That's what a Le Mans style start does. You gain several positions before turn 1, but you still can't win the race from turn 1s. Turning Cut Racer goes, any girls competing in the races? We do, yes. There are a couple of girls in some of the teams. I will try to remember what teams they are. But we do have a couple of female riders on this, which is fantastic to see. Now, they'll be out, I think they're in the second race, that team. But I will try and find out for you as the time is still ticking away. 2 hours, 45 minutes to go. And that gap is coming down now for the lead. 25.6 seconds is the gap. So keeping a very, very close eye on that top order as I'm also cycling through the team list. Now, I think it is Nobby's Tramps, I think is the team name. Now, I'm not sure they're out in this group. I will have a look through the thing because we've not said their name so far today. I think they are in race 2. Yes, so we'll keep an eye on that team in race 2 a little bit later on. So they're not racing out this one just yet. 70 laps completed. The gap now 25.3 seconds between the two leaders. Sofa Fast and Team DRC, nose to tail out on circuit, closing that gap. And again, another 2/10 was taken out of the gap between Sofa Fast from Team DRC. There's another bike that's gone off. That is the 50 that we saw refueling earlier on, Back Cave Racing. He's on the apex there of the boot section. That's just at the pit entrance, so he's in a very tricky spot. There you go, he's found a gap, and he's going to be pushing that through. And has he got it in neutral, or is he just pulling the clutch in and pulling that, because it looked like quite hard? There's Big Toe Racing down the inside of the 741 through Christmas Corner. There's a nice little move there, under braking. That is Stanton's service team. So they are not racing each other, but they are close on the timing. So Stanton's service team, the 741, they're in 4th place. Big Toe Racing, the 155, they're in 7th place at the moment. So they are not racing each other. They're actually a lap difference at the moment. So they're trying to unlap themselves, getting on the same laps. They've got to do all the way back around again, which is no mean feat around this circuit, especially on these big bikes. Like I say, they are full-size production 125s, be it they are still small bikes, but they are larger than others that you would expect to race on a circuit like this. Like I say, this championship going to Knock Hill, Teesside, Mallory Park. You know, Knock Hill, very famous for the British touring cars, and a very exciting racing in there. So imagine these guys racing around Knock Hill. That would be... but I'm sure spectators would be allowed at that point, so might have to take a road trip up to Knock Hill for that one, because that would probably be quite exciting to watch. 2 hours 42 minutes on the timer. There's a team in the pit lane doing the standard pushing back to the start. I'm guessing that's a 2-stroke because it's got a little pea shooter exhaust. It's got the tiny little exhaust. You can tell the difference between a 4-stroke and a 2-stroke just by looking at the exhaust. So there you go. There's a top tip there for you. Well, you can tell. Look at the size of the exhaust on that the bike just in front. That's just had to be nerfed out of the way. You see, they probably got a 2-litre bottle of Coke down there, couldn't you? So quite a big exhaust. It does remind me of an old bike that I used to have. I decided to put twin cans on that one, and they were very large exhausts. That was a GPZ 500. It was an old bike. It fell apart. I rebuilt it, and it blew up on the M1. So there we go. We won't go back to that bike. It's I think probably in a graveyard somewhere now, that bike. So I don't miss it. It always gave me problems. So 73 laps completed. Gap is now down to 19 seconds. There's the 274 being pushed into the pit lane. Now they're probably going to do a dash of fuel now. So who is the 274? This is Factory Racing street stock. So they started 38th. They're on a very nice Suzuki there. So looks like they've changed part of it. They've taken off the tail tidy. They've put that away. They've still got the brake lights on it. So they've kept that one on. So they've not fully race fairinged it up. But again, it just shows you that there are still bog standard bikes out there. They have changed the front fairing though. They've put a race fairing on that, so there's no headlights or indicator holes on that. You can see the train going through the 334, rounding out that field through the hairpin. Who is the 334? Again, they're not going up on my screen. So again, another team there piling away. So nearly at the half race distance for race number 1. Again, please do keep getting your comments in. We would love to hear from you. And people asking what the lap times are. Again, they're roughly around the 1 minute section. So this battle that you can see on the screen. Now this is for position. You can see Big Toe Racing, the 155. And it's at the Mike Hellwood fan club, the 174 it is. Now it's not for position because I think there's a lap between them actually at the moment. So they are unlapping themselves. But of course it is an important unlapping because these are the people that they want to be overtaking when they next come back around. So Mike Hellwood Racing, they're on +3 laps. Big Toe Racing are +4 laps. So still, if they can get past and show faster pace, that's what we'll want to see. Looking at the times out there, in terms of lap times, last lap around, 1.8 seconds a lap faster was Big Toe Racing. This time around, yeah, still lapping a little bit faster. So keep an eye on them as they dive down the inside there. Yep, thumbs up, thank you very much. Down the inside. Gets that done before the braking zone of Christmas Corner. So there is the unlapping done. Now he's just got to repeat the process and get it all the way back around and do that again. So still a long way to go, and that's dependent on fuel stops, of course, because these bikes, like Hudson was in here earlier, he was saying, you know, riders are maximum allowed to do 35-minute stints, which in my mind seems like it's quite a short stint. So. But that is the rules and regulations, so riders will have to adhere to that. And of course, now with cameras in the pit lane, they definitely can't get away with it with timing. As you can see there, bikes getting through. One of them just diving to the inside to stay out of the way. As they head through Christmas Corner, you can see there, Big Toe. And I think, oh, have they managed to get back past again? They have, yeah. So they have indeed. Mike Hellwood Fan Club has managed to relap Big Toe Racing. So struggling there with the traffic that you can see out on the circuit. We've got 6 bikes going into Christmas Corner here. 6 large 125 bikes there into a heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner. And again, it's just finding that track position and finding your way through. So keeping a very close eye on that one. What are the number board class colours? Now, that is a great question. So the blue is the street stocks you can see out there. Green is the super stocks, and the yellow are the 50cc class. That is what you can see out there. So you can see that a street stock is leading the way. A super stock is slowly catching up. They're both the 125s, and then there's 2 50cc's in 3rd and 4th place. So those 50cc's are very quick, especially around this circuit, because of course they've got that very quick acceleration out of the corners with those 2 strokes. They struggle a little bit on the top end, I would suspect, compared to a 4-stroke. They can get to that top end, but there is no top end here. It's quite a small track, so you know, these riders, the 2 strokes, working well here. We say that we did see a retirement earlier on as well, one of the 2 strokes, the 96 team that were on a 50cc Metra Kit bike. They were running very well, and then pop went the engine and they had to retire earlier on, so a huge shame for them. So we keep an eye on Big Toe Racing, the 155, still trying to get past Mark Hellwood. You can see there, nice views from the pit lane. You can see riders waiting for their teammates to come back into the pits. So 2 hours, 36 minutes remaining. You can see there, keeping an eye on this pack here. Now, who is this one? It's the 64 that you can see there, having a good little scrap. Who is the 64 in this matter? Annoyingly, again, 64 is not on my list, so the bike number doesn't match what I've got on my sheet. So I'll have to try and figure out. I'll have to get someone in who knows who that team is. Down the inside, though, goes the 360, looks like. 360 out there is, again, another team who, again, doesn't match what I've got on the timer. It could have been the 860 that we saw there, so it could be Team DRC. So that was second place, who was trying to close up, and that gap is now actually 10 seconds. So bikes being pushed in. That's the 50, I think, that's getting pushed back to the exit, so they sorted that one out. There's a rather large 125 engine, the 455 that you can see there, just getting a dash of refuel. That's No Arse Racing, who have managed to sort that out. So I think that bike was just being told there that you can't ride it in the pit lane. You've got to push it to the exit and then get on it and ride it. So I think a bit of a telling off there by the pit marshals. So keeping an eye on the timer. Now that number board looks a bit awry on that one. The 120, that's Box Hill Bruisers. They did have issues earlier on, so I think that bracket's just bent on that one. So straighten that number out, sort it out. Oh dear, and there's a rider's gone down. It looks like the 73 that we can see. That's just out of Christmas Corner. That's Cledshed Racing. No, sorry, that's the 43. Is it the 73 that's gone down there? I think it was. That's Team Hawk, I believe it is, that's gone down at the exit of Christmas Corner. Don't drop the bike. There we go. Sort it out. And just looking down there at what he's got, keeping an eye on those gear shifters, because of course they're the first things that go on some of these bikes. It's the gear shifters and foot pegs and everything like that. It's the first thing that gets snapped off, which is a big shame because they're quite an important part of the bike's mechanics, really. If you can't change gear, you're a bit stuffed, especially if you stall it and you get stuck in first gear or something like that. So there is the 741 in the pit lane. Again, going for one of their stops, Stanton Service Team. That is a big, large-looking bike, but they are a two-stroke 50cc. They're running in 5th place at the moment, so they have just lost position to Team Normal, the 89, of course, who were running the Honda CBR 125 out there. They gave me the handy sheet. So, and of course, they've raced in this Freetech Championship since it began, since time started with Freetech Enduro. So they're having a great run in this one. So moving up into 4th place on their street stock bike. So that's the standard sort of bike you would see out there. 2.5 hours to go. So as you can see there, that bike is still in the midfield. You can just see in the middle of the camera. So he's struggling with that bike, getting it going. Oh, and there's a bike down just at the exit. Now, who is that? Who's gone down? Is Mr. Cameraman zooming in very nicely for us. But I can't see a number on the front now. He's struggling to find neutral. You can see there he's kicking his kicking the gear shifter there, trying to find neutral. Looks like he may have found it, trying to restart that now. So it's still got the electric start button on there. So no bump start for it. He's trying to get that going again. Looks like he's found it. Is he going to try and pull away? Is he just waiting for a gap on the circuit? So I know he's probably looking for the neutral light. I know neutral lights on these bikes are very difficult to spot, especially if there's bright sun behind you. So there you go. He's having a quick fiddle down there to see what has happened with the machine. You can see there's a bit of debris just off to the side of him there as well. I'm not sure if that was off his bike. But as they go through, that's the 149 as well, and the 274 as well. You could just see there. They've very kindly put a number on the side of the bike, which is very handy. That's Effect 3 Racing as well. So that's the bog standard looking Suzuki GSX, I'm guessing 125, that will be out there at the moment. The 213 as well. There's BJ Racing actually. So 213, they're still out there. They're still going. Where are they doing out there at the moment? Currently 47th at the moment, the 213, lapping very well at the moment. Now the 96 Racing, the team that was running for the lead earlier on, they are, I think, are they still out on track, or are they still retired? Because they're 40th place at the moment. They're not last, but I think they've just they lapped so many people that they've still not got to the back of the grid yet, but they've not raced out the circuit because it doesn't look like their transponder is ticking out on the circuit. So I think they're still in the pit lane. So let's keep an eye on the gap for the lead, because that gap has gone to 2.2 seconds between the 149 and the 860. Sofa Fast and Team DRC now locked in battle with 2.5 hours to go out on circuit. Last lap around, again, Team DRC was 2 seconds a lap faster, or 1.953 seconds a lap faster. They are closing that gap in at a rapid pace and are probably nose to tail out there. So hopefully we'll be able to find them and bring those to you out on circuit. They're probably around going into the boot section, I would say, at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll try and find those for you, because that gap and that battle is hotting up at the moment. You saw there, Stanton Service Team move backing up into 5th place. They've just got past the Mike Hellwood fan club, and I suspect that will be with pit stops. We'll have sorted that out. Cross the line then. Gap is now half a second between the 149 and the 860. So you can see there the 860 is just there in the back shot, diving down the inside of the 334. Now, is the 334 the Sofa Fast team? Because if so, that's incredibly confusing for me, because it's coming up as 149 on my screen. So we'll see what happens as they go through, but that could have been the change for the lead we saw just there. The 860 on the KTM bike, just going through. I do love a KTM bike. The chassis is lovely, very painted orange there underneath. So great looking bike. Having a look over the shoulder just to see. So I think, yes, that was the lead change. So that means Sofa Fast are actually running the 334. So I'm actually going to write that down. Hopefully, if I have a pen in here, which I don't. So yes, I can't write that down. So Team DRC now cross the line, take the lead. The gap 2.7 seconds now, and they cross the line. Yep, so it is our new race leaders with 2 hours 28 minutes to go. Team DRC now making their way to the track. Lewis Webster there was coming in. DRC to take the lead in the next 6 to 10 laps. That was only 2 minutes ago. No, they did it in the next 1 lap. So there we go. They're much faster than you think, Lewis Webster. So yes, great result for them. But still, 2.5 hours to go. Anything can happen in that time. So let's have a quick look at the rundown then of the order. Team DRC, of course, they've just taken the lead from Sofa Fast in first and second, so no time still between them, but lapping a lot faster. Not so talented are showing some talent in third place, and the 192. Stanton Service Team have just moved up into 4th place alongside Mike Hellwood Fan Club. They have moved up into 5th place. Team Normal, the 89, I suspect they're in the pit lane, because they have not crossed the line, and they've gone down into 6th place. They're having a quick fuel stop at the moment. Then it is Big Toe Racing, the 155. They're up into 7th place. Shingalulu, they are in 8th place at the moment. The 118. Team Skid Marks, it's a favourite for a lot of you who are watching on the stream, is the 145, currently running in 9th place. Then Bushman Racing, they are the team rounding out the top 10, and the 115 Street Stock. They're currently 5 laps down from the race leaders at the moment. So that's a quick rundown of the top 10. We'll get the graphic up on the screen to kind of show you the rest of the field, because there are lots of teams out there. Heather Hargrove joins us on the stream, says Team DRC. Adam takes the lead. Brilliant. There we go. So it's Adam who's currently on the helm. Let's see who Adam is. Did they fill the sheet out? Let's see. Team DRC, did they do anything? They did indeed do something for us. So who is it? It says Adam takes the lead. Funnily enough, Team DRC have not put an Adam on the order, but so say I've got Jay Dexter, Cameron Hall, Joe Moore, and Lewis Jones are the riders that are in the Team DRC team. There's refueling there for the 108 in the pit lane. Of course, the team that had issues earlier. But team from the north of England coming down, joining us here at Whilton Mill, having a great race at the moment. Joe, his funny story is he likes McDonald's. So there we go. Not sure where the relevance to that is, but yeah, he likes McDonald's. There you go. I suppose it did make me laugh. There we go. So great stuff from that team, taking the lead with 88 laps in, and opening that gap, because it's now up to 6.4 seconds they've pulled away. So you can see there, the rest of the teams going through. Track temps warming up. Now that looks like the 96, the Metrokit bike that was having an issue earlier on, so they did go back out on track, but are still having issues with the bike. So great determination from the team. You know, they've tried to get that bike back out, but are pushing it back in and is being stalked by a quad bike. So I don't know if it's... Oh, there's a bike that's gone down. So that looks like a Yamaha that has gone down there. Lots of grass stuck in there. The gear shifter is still there, still attached. Can't quite see who that is. There's no numbers to identify who it is, but it is... the man in my ear is just coming. Is that his road bike? Well, yeah, it is a road bike, but he's changed a lot of the fairings on there because there's no tail tidy on there. But the bracket is still there for the tail tidy, so it is still the original rear fairing. So it could be, yes, it could be his road bike. So hopefully he doesn't damage that too much because he might have to ride it home. Who knows? 2 hours, 24 minutes on the clock. There's the 150, still going strong. They've had a couple of spills earlier on in the race. Team Ramrod. They were struggling with the conditions earlier on today, the 150. They went off, I think, twice at Christmas Corner on different laps. So yes, they have to be very careful out of that one because there's still plenty of time left in this race. Now the 334, that is not 334, that is Sofa Fast on your screen. So that'll be the 149, I believe, that is racing out there. So a lot of these numbers slightly different to what they've got on the bike. 2 of the 4 strokes there you can see, because you can tell by the size of the exhausts that are coming out. There were not 2 strokes just there as they were heading round into Oisiers. Here's back at the start-finish line, the 109. You can see that it's just gone past the screen. The 109 being JP Racing. JP Racing currently 18th on the track at the moment. Where did they start? JP Racing started 20th place. There's a look at the weather of what we've got today. Now, currently, it's very cold. It's 4 degrees, and it is very cold. Luckily, in the commentary box, I've got a nice radiator next to me. It is on. It is warm, so it's keeping me nice and toasty, which is good. A little bit later on in the day, it does get slightly warmer, but yeah, it's roughly around the same conditions. The weather is saying the rain will hit at the end of the day when the racing is finished, but when has the weather ever been correct in that aspect? So at the moment, it's saying that we're looking good. It's hopefully going to stay dry for the entirety of the race. There was the 75 of Oliver Mount Racing diving down the inside there of the 761, it looked like, machine. Could have been the 787 machine that was out there, so or it could have been the 741, so it could have been Standard Service team that we saw there. Now that bike looks massive, doesn't it? That looks like a full-on size road bike. The fact that there's racing here at Whilton is incredible. So they haven't got slicks on that one. They're running semi-slicks. I know some of them were running slicks in testing, so I'm not sure why running the semi-slicks on that one, but I'm not sure if the rules permit if they can use it on the during the race. But yeah, they were using slicks in practice the other week, so maybe not. So Tony Kart Racer comes in, or KMC comes in, and 44 Teeth are in race 2 later on. Yes, Adam Kent was asking the question, which team are the 44 Teeth? They are later on. 1 o'clock is the time they will be racing, and their team name and number, of course, will be the number 1, and they're called the Factory Suzuki Racing. That's what they're called, Factory Suzuki Racing. But that's later on, 1 o'clock a bit later on, so keep an eye out on that one. Stay tuned for that. 2 hours, 21 minutes to go. Team DRC still leading the way. That gap has now opened up to 12.6 seconds from Sofa Fast, who are trying their best to maintain the pace, but are just slightly struggling. Now, in terms of best lap, Team DRC have gone sub 1 minute. They are 59.469. Whereas Sofa Fast, their fastest time is a 1 minute 2:43. So they have not managed to break the 1 minute barrier just as of yet. But the team in 3rd place, Not So Talented, they are sub 1 minute. They are 59.919. So, and last time around as well, they did a 102.1 compared to the 103.2 from Sofa Fast. So, not so talented racing and the 50cc class are slowly gaining on that team. Now, they are 2 laps down, so they are going to have to unlap themselves twice. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a challenge of what they can achieve in that 2 hours and 20 minutes. But like we say, in bike endurance racing, a lot can happen. And a lot has happened so far earlier on today. There's the 12 you can see, and that looks like a 2-stroke engine to me because it's got a little pea shooter exhaust, but I can't see a 12 on my list, so I could be completely wrong on that front. No, it's a street stock. It's a mini skirt. They started at the front of the pack for the rolling start, and they have moved down, I think, the order. Mini skirt, where are they? They are in 16th place at the moment, so still running well. They've not lost many positions. They did start right at the front, but I think they struggled with the initial push away. So yeah, I think they lost a few right at the start. So again, Harrison Crosby there, not so talented with yeah, the nice muscly arm emojis there. So yeah, feeling good support there for not so talented. So they are showing some talent, but so are Stanton's service team as well, because they're again another 2 laps down on them. But they are still lapping roughly around the same pace, both of them on the kind of the minute mark as well. So they've got to keep an eye on them as well. So I think that cameraman fell over. It's fine, I'm sure he's fine. There we go. 2 hours, 19 seconds. If it was 2 minutes, it would be near the end of the race. But 2 hours, 19 minutes to go then for the first race of the Freetech Enduro of 2021. Many more rounds this season at many different racetracks around the UK. So this one being the first one, and it's definitely a challenge for this one. Chili Sanders comes in, thanks for the stream. There we go, from Oz. There you go, from there. So we've got viewers all over the place. 2 hours, 18 minutes, and again, Team DRC leading the way. That gap's now opened up to 47.064 seconds. Here's a look at the rest of the team. They're at 22, actually. Yeah, that's managed to get going again. So it was the 22. That was Fianna Racing. They were having difficulties earlier on, the bike not starting. They had a whole fiasco trying to get it back into the pit lane. They actually came in the pit exit, I think, to just get it in a safe place and get it out the way. So that team back out on circuit now and putting in some lap times again. Where are they in terms of positions? The 22, they're in 31st place at the moment, and their last lap 101. So they're still on the pace. They're still matching what the leaders do. They're actually faster than a lot of people ahead of them. So yeah, their last lap there. They're faster than, yeah, every team all the way up to, well, all the way up potentially to about 3rd or 2nd. So they were a lot faster that lap. So a bit of clean air, which just shows you that out on circuit, there's so much traffic that these riders have got to deal with. So there's a look, there's a ganders there at the teams all the way through. So get a good close-up on that one. Team DRC up 47 positions from the start. There we go. So they're in the lead now. So I'm guessing probably started around that area. They started 48th place, and they're up there. There's KTM in the pit lane there, getting bump started, back out into the circuit, and I think I just heard that out the window. It was very loud as it left the pit lane there, so these bikes are incredibly loud. You can hear them from quite a distance away, I would say. So if you're within the local area of Whilton Mill, unfortunately you can't come down to the track to spectate. No spectators are allowed at the moment, but I'm sure you can hear them if you open your window. If you're a mile away from the track, you'll be able to hear them out your window. So there we go. You can't come down and spectate, unfortunately. So, as you can see there, riders going through, conditions warming up, and you're starting to see the rubber go down to the track as well. So you can see as the riders are going into some of these corners, you can just see that darker line appearing at the edge of the circuit that these riders are putting down the rubber. But because there's so many of them, of course, there is not a single line like you would see in MotoGP racing or anything like that. You'd see a very specific racing line where they would go. But on here, because there are so many riders, it's kind of rubber's just going down everywhere. So it makes the whole track nice and grippy all the way through, which is which is nice for I think a novice rider. If you know, if they have to stay out the way, it's nice if there's rubber all over the track. But I suspect right on the edge of the circuit, you definitely don't want to be. And I suspect that that grass is still a little bit wet from this morning. So I think riders still having to avoid that shot with these fantastic drone shots being provided from Alpha Live, which is amazing to see, to kind of show you the sort of traffic that you can see out there on circuit. Nice slow pan there. There's the clubhouse, the new clubhouse here at Whilton Mill, and the Mill circuit just above it. Fantastic facility here in the heart of Northamptonshire. If you've not been, come check it out. So obviously not today, though. You can't come today. Any other day, you can come down and have a look and inquire. So 2 hours, 15 minutes left on the clock. We're having a look there at the Oblivion and Fine Lady Crook section of the track. That's the one that goes down the screen, and then the one where they're shooting up the screen, that is Wilkins and Oisirs, the two left-handers. Here's a look then out of Fine Lady up the hill towards Christmas Corner, the 118. You can see on the screen that is Shingalulu. It's a very interesting team name. I think when Hudson was in here, we were saying it's an animal in South Africa. So yeah, I've not heard of that one. So I'm sure if he comes back in here, I'm sure he can explain that one again to me. But 98 laps completed. Gap now 17.5 seconds. So they have slightly closed that gap up again. Team DRC had a slow lap that last time around. 103.59 compared to a 102.7, so just shy of a second faster. But they are slightly slow closing that gap. And again, there is the Sofa Fast team on the 334. They have got company from a very nice looking KTM in the pit lane, refueling going on as well in the pit lane. Very nice close-up shot there of what goes on. Obviously, riders still in their helmets in that section there, refueling that one. The 64, I think it is, that is there. The 64, I don't think it's on the timing screen, so again, it's, well, got Team Lard there. Could be Team Lard, could be their team name, but again, I don't see a Team Lard on my list, so I'm not sure who that team is, which is a huge shame, because, you know, it's, there's a great shot of the track. There we go. Nice wide shot. You can see all the bikes at the same time. There we go. A fantastic shot there. Gives you a great understanding about just how busy parts of the track are, but then how quiet some of the tracks are as well. So, you know, if you can get that clean piece of air and you can keep that clean piece of air, you know, you've got a great opportunity to gain lots of time. Petition to stage second race on the kids circuit. I don't think so. I think that might be a bit tricky, actually, on that one. So yeah, I think we'll skip that idea. Great idea, but yeah, I don't think it will be implemented on that one. But a great view there of the track. Oh, and you can just see there at the entrance of the boot, a couple of bikes have gone down. So you can just see there at the entrance of the boot. So you cut to Christmas Corner, so you could just see there from that shot that a couple of riders had gone down at the entrance of the boot. Spotted via an eagle eye. Who's riding the 150 and how old are they? They are from Liam, so let's see who's running the 150. So the 150, that's Team Ramrod out there at the moment. Let's see who and if they have put any information down for me. Team Ramrod, they have indeed. So Team Ramrod, they are running, of course, the Honda CBR 125. 3 riders in the team. You've got Aaron Kelly, Mark Verschner, and Alexander Rowan. 29, 36, and 13 years old. So a very young rider. So there you go. That answers the question of what we saw earlier. Do you need a road license to race in this series? No. You don't need a road license racing series, because at 13 you definitely don't have a road license. So a very young lad, and you can see him there on the 150 at the front of this pack, fighting his way through. So young talent out there that we can see. From Alexander Rowan from Northern Ireland, he's running in that. His His occupation is his dad pays for everything. There we go, the Bank of Dad. That's the perks of that one, I would suspect. So his funny stories, his claim to fame is he flipped a pit bike on the starting line and still won the race. Well, that is impressive. I think if I'd flipped a bike at the start of a race, I'd be visor down, put the bike into the pit lane and run away. I wouldn't want to be seen again, but there you go. That shows dedication from the young 13-year-old. And he is having a great little one there. And there you go, little man smashing it. He is indeed having a great little run out there, enjoying himself on that race in this cold but sunny day here at Whilton Mill. So, KFC going, I must have misread the rails for the classes, my mistake. I think you meant to put files for the classes. There's the 455 again, another little check of, I think that was check of the fluid in the bike there. So it gets pushed out, back onto the circuit, 2 hours 9 minutes. We are over the 100 lap mark now, we're on 102 laps, and that gap is now 14.8 seconds. Not sure what's happened to Team DRC, but So For Fast have relit the candle and have found some pace. Now, previously, last lap around, Team DRC did a 104.2. So For Fast did a 102.4. So they were 2.5 seconds, and they, again, 2.5 seconds a lap faster that time around. The gap's now 12.2 seconds. So, well, again, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. So we thought Team DRC were going to get away with that one, but So For Fast are finding the pace again now. Maybe again it could just be a clear piece of track, you know. Team DRC, they could be in that sort of rough section where they've got a lot of traffic. There's the 22, again, a bit of a pit stop. Fiona Racing getting that bike going again, heading back out onto the circuit. Looks like they've got a bit of clean air. They've got the 108 that's just coming into the back of shot. That's Team PBR. Again, they were having difficulties earlier, but they're looking strong now out on the circuit. There's the 14. That's DNA Racing. They started second place in this race. They've just left the pit lane as well. Where are DNA Racing at the moment on my screen? They are 22nd place at the moment. Their pit stop was quite long. That was they were in the pit lane for 7 minutes 49 seconds. They were in the pit lane for that last lap. So quite a long pit stop, I would say, for DNA Racing, as they've just come out on trap. Gary Cattle comes in, going, go little chopper racing. I'll finish the comment there. But yeah, I'm sure if you can see the comments on the section, you can. Wilburn McBain comes in, go, blimey, this drone footage looks like MotoGP. So awesome. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll send that love to the Alpha Life team and Greg, who's operating the drone out there. They're doing a fantastic job bringing you this live coverage here today from Whilton Mill. So the home of Alpha Life. Alpha Life is based here at Whilton Mill, so it's a nice, easy task to get this job done for them. But a lot of work goes into to get these out there. So a huge thanks to Alpha Life for providing these images, graphics that you can see on your screens now. Pit lane getting a little bit busy. A couple of riders coming in, and of course stopping the bike at the line, hopping off. And at that point, they pass it over to the new rider, I think, in this section. If they have a new rider. If they don't, I'm sure they just go through. That's the 73 being jogged along a bit. That's Team Hawk, the street stock. They started 12th out on circuit. They're currently running in 37th place, so they have gone down the order a little bit. Last up round was a 111. Their fastest is a 108, so they're struggling a little bit on pace, but they're still putting in a great performance out there. Nearing the half race distance, here is your second place team. This is So For Fast. On the 334 bike, but are running the 149 transponder number. Again, they took another half a second out of Team DRC that last lap around. And you can see that they have got a nice clear bit of air. Where are Team DRC out? They've just crossed the line now. So Team DRC have just crossed the line. So they'll be heading through Oblivion now into Crook. So I just want to see if they are in traffic at the moment. They're on lap... they're on lap 106 at the moment. There they are on the KTM. They have got a little bit of traffic just in front of them as they're going through now Inkermans down the small straight to the heavy braking zone of Ashby. They've got a couple of riders just in front. but I wouldn't say they're being held up. So you can see there, it's the 108, yes, so that's Team PBR again, that's just in front of them in the 455 as well. Noas Racing, it's got Noas Racing and PBR, gets down the inside, but it's a slow overtake. So it's a tough one there around Oisier's because you've got to watch the curb on the inside. It's very harsh under braking. Tried to look down the inside there of the boot, couldn't quite get it done. You can just see them there top of your screen now coming around, so he's still behind PBR, Racing Team PBR, as they come across the line, swinging back to the outside here of Oblivion, getting nerfed to the outside, tries to go around the outside of Oblivion there, gets it done inside a crook, jobs a flyer, gets past those two back markers, but that was a hefty bit of traffic he had to get through, and Sofa Fast just took another 1.9 seconds out of that gap. So the gap is now 10.1 seconds. So they are slowly closing it back in. So keeping a very close eye on that one. AMC again going, that KTM is a great looking bike. It is a fantastic looking bike, fantastic piece of kit. They've put a bit of race fairings on the back of that. Here's another team that's just in the pit lane now. You can definitely tell, well, it's a Yamaha, because you can see it says Yamaha on the oil block there, so you can see cameraman zooming in on that one. But I can't see what team it is, but they're having a bit of refueling there, and I suspect timing themselves as well. There's the number 9, just at the front of this big group. You can see the 118 there as well. That's Shingalulu there as well with the number 9. That is Riot Racing, the number 9. They started at the back of the grid. They did. Riot Racing, where are they at the moment? The number 9 Riot Racing, they're up into 30 seconds, so they've gained quite a few positions out there as we keep an eye on the race leader and keeping an eye on those gaps as well, because it is now sub 10 minutes. It's getting a lot of traffic. It's around the outside of Ashby there from the 102 of Team Mara. They've managed to get past, and now they've got this green bike here. I'm guessing, speculating that it could be a Kawasaki, that green one, because, you know, Kawasaki's are green, so I could be completely wrong. Please do tell me if it is not a Kawasaki. I'd be amazed if it wasn't. But there we go, getting past the midfield sections there. But again, slow pace. It looks like Sofa Fast are getting through these back markers a little bit quicker. So that, I mean, that gap 9.960 seconds now. Of course, they're on the street stock. Team DRC on the super stock. So of course, the difference between that one, the super stock, of course, is more of a full stroke. You can't change as much as the street stock class. So the street stock you can change a little bit more on than what the super stocks can, but it just shows that you know, the pace still is around the same. Nearing the half race distance mark, 2 hours and 2 minutes to go. Team DRC leading the way, and I think Sofa Fast just come into the pit lane, because they've just come back out now. Yeah, you can see them there. So that gap is now 33 seconds. So in that time, that gap's opened up, but they were still closing in. It's when Team DRC pit, that is when it's going to get interesting. So we'll keep a very close eye on that. There's the 581 running into the pit lane. This is DN5 Racing, started 43rd on the start of the race, currently running in 30th. So they have gained a good few positions, 13 to be exact, as they do their pit stop straight back out onto the circuit. Nice, swift, quick. That's how we like it. Straight back out on the circuit, not losing any time. So a great little pit stop there from DN5 Racing, showing a good performance out on track. Who is in DN5? Have they provided any information for us to see? DN5 Racing. They have indeed. So who have we got in that one? So we've got two riders that I can see that they've put in. You've got Connor Greaves and Scott Banks, 25 and 26 years of age. Oh dear, and there's the 189 KTM that has gone awry there at Wilkins by the looks of it. The 189 lost Sheep 3, started in 35th place, and they got themselves up to, where were they on the grid? Lost Sheep 3, so they're back in 45th place. The street stock bike, they're 56 laps, I think, down from the race leader, I think. So, yeah, they are 56 laps down. So I think they had a major mechanical issue at some point in this race and have rejoined to no avail, because the bike has gone down and he's struggling to get that going again. I'm guessing his name's Banksy, as he's got it on his leathers. But let's see, who have we got there in that one? Lost Sheep 3. Have they provided any information for us? They haven't, so not quite sure who it was riding the bike at the time. But the 189 there, Lost Sheep 3 out of Wilkins. There we go. Turn it off, turn it back on again. Usually does it. But has he managed to get that going again? So Marshall's kind of showing him. It looks like he's struggling to get it into neutral. Yep, thumbs up. I think he's got it. There we go. And he gets that bike going off, albeit, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, the shifter has broken there. That is a massive shame. That is a massive, massive shame. So, yeah, he's staying off the track there because he can't change gear. So I suspect he's very low revs. And he's just going to try and get that back because, yeah, you don't want to over rev in first gear. That's a big shame then for that team. So they'll be back in repairing that section. So are any 4-stroke 125s allowed? That's from Andrew Carter Smith. Yes, I believe so. Any 125 4-stroke is allowed. But of course it has to be 4-stroke road homologated engine, no tuning restrictions and no competition engine. So if it's any road legal 125 that you would see out there, i.e. a CBR 125, a GSX 125 from Suzuki, or a YZF 125 from Yamaha, you know, yes, you could race any one of those, or an Aprilia. Say there's Aprilias out there, and there's Honda Cubs and all sorts. So as long as it's 4-stroke standard engine and you can modify other parts of the bike, yes, it essentially is any 125 4-stroke engine. And of course you've got, that's the super stock class, you've also got the 50cc class, and you've got the street stock class as well. But again, same sort of picture that you would see. Under 2 hours to go then, 1 hour 58 minutes then on this first race. And plenty of action to come up because, of course, this is only race 1. Race 2, with a brand new set of 51 bikes, will be taking to the circuit a little bit later on. That's around 1 o'clock today, so make sure you do stick around for that one because there's some big names, big teams in that one. So great to see that one. Remember, MCF has gone. Let's see Alexander Rowan on the 150 again. Well, we'll see what we can do. See if the cameraman can try pick him up out on circuit. We'll try and get that one out for you. And you can ride 2-stroke 50cc's. That was from Manuel Raphael. Yes, you can ride 2-stroke 50cc's. They are the 50cc class out there. So, big group of riders in this section here, going through turn 1 and into Crook, keeping out of each other's way. Again, it just shows you the sort of the rider skill that you've got out there, that they've managed to staying in these big groups like this on such a tight, twisting circuit. That, you know, they're able to stay on the 2 wheels, you know, get through. And of course you've got riders in the high vis there showing that they're not as skilled in the class as the rest of the field. So very cleverly getting out of the way and allowing the fastest riders to get through, but showing great skill out there within these big packs, and a long train of bikes here as they head through the mid section. So see there the 455 there, we were seeing them earlier. They were having a great little battle with another one of the teams, but doing a great job out there. That's of course Noas Racing, who is doing a great job. Here's a look at 213, the 33 and the 12 who are going past. Great little run up into Christmas Corner. There is the Manchester University team, the 16, Winkelsteiner. Great run there. The 174 as well that's just come into your shots as we now follow through Inkermans. The 174, this is the Mike Hellwood fan club, of course. They are running in 5th place, 5 laps down from the race leaders as well. Not so talented, have just come in with a new fastest lap of the race, 59.2. Well, it's the fastest personal lap from them, but still sub 1 minute. So teams are still able to get those sub 1 minute times in if they can find the clear air to do it. Lots of refueling going on in the pit lane.
of course, riders keeping a very close eye on that one. Nice looking bike there. A little bit of a spillage, gets it tidied up. Starter up, but you can't ride it out of the pit lane. You can get on it, you can push it, but I don't think you can ride it until you get to the line. But I suspect he's just ignored that and he's gone for it. So there we go. So 1 hour 55 minutes to go then of the race. Team DRC still leading the way. 116 laps completed compared to the same for Sofa Fast. Now that gap's now reopened again to 39.0 seconds. So obviously they've opened that gap back up, and I think that they've actually just been lapped. In fact, they're actually 2 laps down now. So have they come back into the pit lane? I think they may have. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, they've not crossed the line yet. So we'll keep a very close eye on what's happening just there. But 1 hour 54 minutes to go on that one. But Team DRC still leading the way now comfortably, because we're not sure what's happened to Sofa Fast. And now they were the 334 machine that was out on circuit. I'm not sure if they are still on circuit, if they've had a mechanical issue, but something has definitely gone wrong. So this may allow... there they are. They're in the pit lane. So they are refueling. That's where they are. They were hiding. But that is going to allow, potentially, not so talented on the 50cc class, the 192, to get up into second place. Now, last lap around, they did just do a 59.013, which I believe is a new fastest lap of the race. So I think the team could see that the Sofa Fast team were in the pit lane, and they thought, right, let's push it, let's go for it, and try and get there. So they are now on the same lap, and it was a 1 minute 26 pit stop for the Sofa Fast team they were in for. So that's what their delta was, the difference. Finding neutral, can you run quick shifters? I don't think you can. I don't think that's part of the regs. You may, but again, if you head to the website, you can have a look at all the regs. So you can just head to Freetech UK Endurance.com, and you can check all the class regs and everything like that, and have a good read of that. I did try to read through it earlier, but it's jolly complicated. I'm not very mechanically minded, and I probably sounded like like I didn't know what I was talking about. So yeah, do feel free to check the regulations on what's going on there. So 1 hour 53 minutes to go. Yesterday we did indeed talk to other members of the paddock. We did chat, and we had a catch up with the team at Synergy, which was Graham, I believe, at Synergy Race Team.
So, Graham from Synergy Race Team, you join us here at a cold, wet, snowy Whilton Mill. Who expected snow? You're running the 71 here this weekend for the 4 hours. You're in the second race this weekend, but yeah, how are we feeling going ahead of it?
Yeah, we're confident. We're coming back to defend our title from last time. We got crowned King of Whilton in September last year, so coming back feeling confident, although the weather's probably not going to do us any favours. We were lucky last time, it was nice and dry, so we're just going to have to see what happens. I think snow and rain, it could be anyone's game tomorrow, I think.
I think, you know, that's what makes it true bike racing, what makes it really exciting, because you get to see who's king of the wet, slippery, icy conditions out there. Hopefully tomorrow it's going to be a little bit nicer. It's not expected to be as wet, but it's still looking a bit touch and go for the conditions. The bike's still looking amazing, and yeah, ready to go out there. You usually see you in a British Superbike paddock. This time around, smaller paddock, but still exciting racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the heart of racing, isn't it? This is where it's real. It's nitty-gritty racing, and the good part of this paddock is you get such a mixture of abilities as well. And it's a good opportunity for us to get out and get some bike time before the season starts. But it's also great to get out there and play with others, and they get an opportunity to ride with some decent guys as well.
So we were talking to, as a bike goes past, noisy bike, we were talking to just a moment ago, and you're saying you've got one of the teams with 4 to 5 riders in your teams compared to some of the other teams that have got 1, maybe 2 max in their teams. You know, so that's going to be a different ball game, different challenge for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, you know, we run in the British Superbikes. We've got some really fast lads anyway, and it wouldn't be fair coming here against people who are like 30 seconds off of our pace to just go out with fast lads and cream it, because it's shooting fish in a barrel. So we thought we'll get the fast lads out. It gives us an opportunity to catch up some time, and then there's two or three of us who are pretty slow, big lads. You know, like I'm not a racer. I'm not built to race. So it evens it out. You know, you've got the real fast kids go out for us, build up the places, and then we'll lose them again.
There you go, that's what it is, a bit of up and down, that's what we like to see. But it's going to be a tough race tomorrow, 51 bikes out on the circuit in each race, and a Le Mans style start. That's definitely a challenge for teams.
Yeah, it's going to be. We didn't get a chance to qualify for this race either. It's all drawn out of a hat, and it's put us halfway down the grid. So I think the start's going to be really rough, and I think rain is scheduled for the beginning. So there's going to be a lot of people going to get caught up, and there's a lot of amateurs as well. So the first couple of laps are going to be crucial. But I also think in the first 10 laps we're probably going to see a few retirements. So let's see how it goes.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Graham, and best of luck for the weekend.
Great chat there with Graham from Synergy Racing Team. They're in race 2 a little bit later on today, so again, make sure you stick around for that one. 5 riders in their team, some of them BSB riders as well, so some great talent out on circuit. Great look then at the track, and our friend, the 818 Pink Machine, is back out on circuit after their spill earlier on. Of course, Team Whoopass are back now with that glorious looking machine and riding around this circuit. So fantastic to see them back out, and I think they were a gear shifter issue earlier on after stumbling down, and they've still got a bit of grass and debris in there, so they didn't manage to clear all of it out. There we go, there's the sign for coming in for a pit stop, so more teams coming in for the refueling, of course. Quick look then at where we are in terms of pace. Lots of new fastest times are coming in. So, quick look. Team Skid Marks, the 145, they're in 15th place at the moment on the Superstock class. They've just did a 59.813 last lap around. They've taken 5 seconds? Yeah, they've taken 5 seconds out of Big Toe Racing, who are ahead of them. And they are on the same lap as well. So, keep an eye on that one. That could be hotting up a little bit later on. Team DRC still leading the way, but Sofa Fast are still closing that gap. Of course, they're 2 laps down now because they've had that pit stop. Team DRC have not had a long pit stop yet, so they could be running a little bit better in terms of fuel usage. There's a huge group of bikes there as you go through that. That would be a sight to see. If you were the race leader and you thought, I've got to get through all of that, that's a challenge. You can see one of the bikes there going right out to the outside. I think it was the 145 that was all the way around the outside of the track. Team Skid Marks, as we were just talking about there, with the fastest lap. They're doing the fastest laps in all this traffic. So there we go. You can see there on the red bike there, you could just see with the red and the black in the middle of the field, the white leathers, white helmet. They're just making their way through there, and I'm sure they're very popular with some of the people who are on this team. If it moves and it shouldn't, duct tape it. If it doesn't move and it should, WD-40. There you go. It's all you need in mechanics toolkit. Duct tape and WD-40. It's all you need. There we go. But see there, the 150 just going past and shot as well, going through. So yeah, that's the 145 there. You can just see it in shot there, diving down the inside. Whoa, nearly clips the 109 there, under braking into Christmas Corner. JP Racing almost getting collected there, but getting through unscathed. But a big group of bikes in this section here as we watch them go through. I think as well we've got PBJ Racing in the background there, in the 109 they're trying to sneak through. The 22 is in there as well. That was a team Fiana Racing as well, started 4th. They were having go through, and also our friend the 818 as well is also in this group. So there's a lot of bikes out there, all scrambling for position, for places, and I suspect Yeah, that looks absolutely terrifying to me. But yeah, these riders, nerves of steel, and are getting through it, albeit it looks quite slow because they're trying to not crash into each other in this section. Obviously, they can go a lot faster with clear track. But at the moment, they're all trying to stay within track limits. But great skill from this entire group of riders as they go through. Great images here from Alpha Live provided for us. So absolutely fantastic stuff from these riders. You see the number 9 in the mid-pack there as well. They started at the back of the grid, Riot Racing. How are they doing now? They're in 32nd place, so they're moving steadily up the field there. They have had a few incidents, though. They had a few incidents at the start of the race. They went down on lap 1, I think, so they've managed to still claw up quite a few positions. So, and they've been looking strong ever since then. It was actually at this corner as well, as they've got someone trying to dive it one down the inside there. Can't quite get the job done. Stays behind, loses a bit of time as well. You've got a couple of the KTMs just in shot there. That is, of course, the 109 that we were talking about earlier. Beautiful, beautiful machine, JP Racing, doing a sterling job out there. JP Racing, who are currently on circuit out in, I will find them on my screen, 18th place, the 109. Their last lap, 110. Ah, dear, there's the 50 who's gone off. Batcave Racing, big shame for them. You see, there you go, Batcave Racing. He's got the symbol on the back of his hoodie there, so nice to see. Running the Guy Martin liveried helmet as well. A little bit of a tyre inspection in the pit lane going on. This is the race leader, so this is Team DRC, who we were talking about. Now, they've got a bit of breathing space here because they had a 2-lap advantage, but not anymore because Sofa Fast are closing that gap. They are on the same lap now. 2 minutes is the gap, and that's not a lap here. 2 minutes. The lap is definitely just about a minute as they go through, but they're... So Jay Dexter there kicking the rear wheel of the bike. Having a look at the chain as well, seeing if it's a bit slack, but talks going on at the team. Something not quite right then with the lead bike at Team DRC. He's not happy with something there. So having a good look at it. And maybe if it's something to do with the kick there. Now, of course, what he was doing that now, I can see why he was kicking the rear wheel, because, of course, if something's come loose on that back end, of course, that can affect the chain tensioning. And, of course, you know, you would loosen those 2 rear bolts at the back there, and you would move essentially where the rear wheel is to tension the chain, which is why you can see there he's got the bolt on it there, trying to maybe loosen it and changing the chain tension. So seeing what they can do, pushing it, and something tells me that rider who... Oh, they've got a new rider just a little further down. So maybe they have checked it and they're going through. New rider on. And away they go. Now, that was a lengthy pit stop. So that has now allowed Sofa Fast to retake the lead. And the gap now 44.6 seconds from the race leaders now, from lap 126. 1 hour 42 minutes to go, and another new race leader. Sofa Fast back in the lead, but by 44 seconds. And also, Not So Talented Racing are also on the same lap, and they are only 6 seconds behind them on the road. Now, let's keep an eye on that one, because that will be heating up, and I'm sure that there is Jazzy on the string. Quality chain tensioning, yes. Kick it. There you go. That's how you do it. How much horsepower do they have, and on which weight? Now, that's an excellent question, and I'm sure someone in the chat will be very happy kindly answer that for me, or if we had someone in here who wanted to join who would know more a bit about that, because again, I just like to ride them. Technically minded, I am not. So hopefully someone can answer that question for you on the chat. So 1 hour 41 minutes to go then. And the race is heating up at the start as our first, second and third teams are in the same amount of space. And I say that, it has now just changed. Not So Talented, the 50cc class, moving up into second place on the 192. And they have just got past them, so they're still in the same spot. There's only 0.6 of a second between them out on track. So whether or not they sort it out, there's the race leader, Sofa Fast on the 334 that's just gone into shot. Where is second place? They're 50 seconds behind the road, so they'll be coming around. I think they're almost being lapped again as the lap, so they're probably just ahead of that bike. So all these riders now starting to feel probably a bit fatigued, because of course with the stints only being 35 minutes long, of course, if you've only got 2 riders on a team, there's quick stops, so it's quick split stops. So you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. So they're the sort of different. Of course, if you've got a team with 5, 6 riders in there, of course, yeah, you've got a bit of breathing space. So I'm sure for the teams that have only got 2 to 3 riders, I'm sure the fatigue's starting to potentially kick in with the tracks. It's a very demanding circuit here at Whilton Mill, especially on one of these larger bikes. So you'll definitely have to keep an eye on that one. Arrow coming in. Max, I think, is 15. So there we go. Standard street stock around 14 horsepower. So there we go. So here is the 192. Not so talented racing. The 50cc class in second place. They are 50 seconds behind the race leaders at the moment in terms of lap pace. Last lap around, they lapped a 1 minute 4.58 compared to Sofa Fast lap of a 101.078, so a second faster. Well, I say a second faster, about half a second faster last time around. So we'll see what they can do this time across the line. New personal best from them, 59.597. Not so talented are on the move. They are gaining pace now. Well, but Sofa King fast. God, almost got it there. They've just come out with a 59.758 there. So they have responded, not quite as fast. So not so talented. Still managed to take a 1 second 4 out of Sofa Fast, so keep a very close eye on that one. But that battle at the front is definitely heating up, albeit still 48 seconds adrift. But with 1.5 hours to go on the timer, there is still plenty of time for that gap to close down. And of course, with Team DRC, get the words out, they are still on the pace. They've got a new rider on and are still showing that pace. Not so talented again, 58.740, another new fast lap by them. It's not the fastest lap of the race, I don't think, because we did have 58 earlier on, and Sofa Fast can't respond. They had a 101.6 that time around, so another couple of seconds have been taken out there by Not So Talented, and the gap is slowly coming down. So where are Sofa Fast out on circuit? They're, of course, the 334. I think we're watching them here going into turn 1, potentially. I think that was them, because they are on an orange bike. But they are struggling now with pace, and Not So Talented have got a very quick rider on their bike at the moment. So who have they got in that team of Not So Talented? Did they provide any details for me? I don't think they did, so that's a shame. So, oh no, they did. So Not So Talented team. Three riders in there: Alfie Davidson, Lucas Brown, and Harrison Crosby. A team of very young riders, 13 years of age for Alfie Davidson, Lucas Brown, and 15 years of age for Harrison Crosby. So very young riders, the youngest riders on the grid. And, you know, they are putting in a great performance out there at the moment, showing some quick times out there. So, and on the 50cc class as well. But, of course, it being a 2-stroke, it's got a little bit of a benefit, I would say, here, as they have got the quicker acceleration, and of course them being younger riders, younger and very talented riders, I would say, because I've seen Alfie Davidson race in other championships, and I know that he's very quick on these sort of styles of bikes. So yeah, he's a very quick young rider, and I think definitely one to keep an eye on in the future. So keep an eye on that one. 1 hour 36 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Pit stop time for the 150 in the pit lane. Team Ramrod. That's, of course, the team that had the another 13-year-old rider on earlier. It looks like he's done his stint. He's off the bike, and the rest of the team having a go now, and refueling complete. Not the quickest of pit stops. Say they've got the gloves on. Gets those gloves on, and away he goes. There we go, he gets it done. So walking it to the end of the pit lane, gets on it, then you ride out. So nice pit stop there from Team Ramrod, getting it done. There's your race leader, Sofa Fast on the 334, leading the way. They did that last time around a 59.6, which was 4/10, no, actually that's a full second faster than the not-so-talented team on the last lap around. So, looks like they're struggling again with that sort of positioning, the pace that they've gone out on circuit, whether or not if they've got the traffic or not. But you can see there a little bit of clean air now for Sofa Fast Racing. He's got a bit of traffic up ahead, but until he reaches that, he can stretch the legs of that 125 machine and gets it underway. I believe he's running the Honda CBR or CBF that he's got out there. So, yeah, you can tell it's the Honda because it's got the wings on the side on the tank, and it's orange, of course, orange being the colour of Honda. So, yeah, it's one of those. Well, it's red, it's Honda, actually, but the bike livery is the Repsol Honda livery, is orange, of course. And he dives it down the inside, tries to get past, and there's 3 bikes in one corner there. Under a little bit of pressure from the 455 there as well, not letting him get away. The 455 being No Arse Racing, and of course they're keeping him sweet there as they go through into the braking zone of the boot. So, keeping a very close eye on that one. So 1 hour 34 minutes to go. If you are watching the stream at home, please do keep your comments coming in. I can see them in the comment box. If you do have any questions about anything, I will try my best to answer them. And if I can't answer them, I'm sure the lovely people in the chat will answer them for me and for you. So please do get your comments in if you do want to know anything. We'd love to hear from you, with the timer going 1.5 hours remaining. But make sure, of course, if you are watching the stream on the Alpha Life channel, please make sure you do like the stream as well. Also share it. If you've got friends who are bike friends who are not watching this, share the stream. You know, get it out there. Get it to your friends, and I'm sure they would love to see it as well. It's a lovely Sunday. If you're at home, not many people can do anything still at the moment as we're waiting for pubs to reopen again. I can't wait for that. I'd love to go to a beer garden right now, but yeah, we're here racing and enjoying this. But yeah, share the stream out, get your friends on it, and I'm sure they would love to see it on there. And of course, make sure you subscribe as well, because you don't want to miss out on anything that Alpha Life brings out, because we're always racing. Most weekends there's a stream on, and we're racing here again next week with another stream. So make sure you subscribe and don't miss out on that one. So 1 hour 33 minutes to go. Sofa Fast leading the way. Their gap now 46.6 seconds from Not So Talented, with their 50cc on the 192. In second place, Team DRC. They're slowly closing again. They're roughly in the same pace again, still in third place after a very slow pit stop, struggling with the chain tensioning as well. The very unrudimentary way of doing it, with a good kick on the rear wheel, trying to get that back into place. But it looks like the bike's back out on the track. Stanton Service Team, 741 in fourth place. Great running from them, the 50cc class. Again, running good pace at the moment. But again, it looks like they're stuck in a little bit of traffic. Fifth place, the Mike Hellwood Fan Club and the 174, fifth place at the moment. Great running from them. Team Normal in the 89, sixth place. Again, great running. Good pace from them as well. Last up around 101.911. So again, great pace from that team. Shigalulu as well, the 118, seventh place. Great running from them at the moment. Oliver Mounts Racing, the 75 team, they're in 8th place. Bushman Racing in 9th. And Winkelsteiner, the Manchester University team, in 10th place at the moment. And the number 16. There's the 22 of Fiona Racing. Difficulties earlier on, and they're refueling that bike now to get that back out onto track ASAP. There's the 145 that we can see again out there. That's Team Skidmark, again a very popular one on the thing, and it looks like they it does look like quite an aggressive riding stance that he's got there. He really likes to chuck that bike into some of these corners. So a great little run from them at the moment. So keeping a very close eye on this one again, 1.5 hours remaining. There's another nice little pink bike there, I think. Can't remember the number. I think that was the 581 of that one. I could be wrong. I think that is DN5 Racing. Again, another pink machine you can see there. Having a nice little chin wag while refueling the bike. So getting that job done. So conditions out there looking lovely. Sun is still shining. Clouds off in the distance, but the temperature still chilly out there. It's not that warm, and I suspect some of these riders are feeling a little bit cold out there. Diving down the inside is, I think that was the 145 there. We can see just in the screen, just diving down the inside. No, it wasn't 145, because that was Team Skidmark, so it's a completely different bike. Me getting my numbers mixed up again. 3 wide into the braking zone of Ashby. That was brave. They all slot back into position again, though. The 36, and it looked like the 813 there tried to go down the inside. Probably wouldn't have ended. Well. I think that was Team Whoopass in the background trying to get through. But there it is, your second place team. Not So Talented Racing on that white machine in the middle of this pack, trying to get through. You can see there. Just trying to dive through, so lots of traffic ahead, and that is causing mischief with the times. Last lap around was sub 1 minute. This time, though, when he crosses the line, the timing tower will update. It was a 101.8 that time around, so lost a second to Sofa Fast that time around, who were just in the 1 minute. So you can see they're struggling with the pace. And it looked like it was the 115 in that blue bike. So that's Bushman Racing earlier on. So that's that blue bike there. You can just see the number was very small on the front. It was very helpful. You can just see there, out of the traffic now, round the outside. That was an unorthodox way to do it. But, on the dirty stuff, on the runoff area, gets through. So strapping himself to the bike. I've not quite seen that one before. I think if you were going to lose the bike, you'd want it to disappear away from you and not keep it on. But there we go. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is for. But Sofa Fast, 140 laps completed. The gap, 44.2. A very close eye on that. Danny Mack there, only just understanding why I'm saying Sofa Fast and not the King section. He gets it now, so there we go. Good. I'm glad you've twigged on that one. I twigged on that one quite quickly. There we go. Another refueling stop in there, and back on the bike, heading back out onto the circuit. Nicely done by the team. What's the weather like at Whilton? It's snowing here. Well, Lizzie, it's cold. It was snowing yesterday. It's sunny with a hint of cloud. There we go. Should get a job as a weatherman, shouldn't I? Yeah, so it's nice, but it's cold. It's not cold in the commentary box, though. Like I say, I've got a nice little radiator next to me, so it's nice and toasty. I might turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I won't say that too loud. The cameramen will hear me. They do a sterling job, all the cameramen out there. The cameramen for Alpha Live, providing these pictures for you as well. All of these corners are wrapped up nice and warm, giving you these great shots that you can see here. So we do thank them, and as well with the marshals as well. The marshals out on circuit. We couldn't go racing without them, and again doing a sterling job out there, making sure everyone is nice and safe, which is absolutely fantastic. Now Rich has just come in. It's an airbag suit or a lanyard, or killing the engine. Yes, if you slide off. Now that would make sense. Yes, you are right. I think you are in saying that. So yeah, of course you do see that in MotoGP, where if the riders have a jolt. Now, I'm pretty sure in MotoGP it's not a tag that comes off. It's a sensor that detects whether or not they have a severe jolt. So I'm pretty sure that I remember it was Argentina a couple of years ago. I can't remember who the rider was. I think it was a Ducati, but they were coming around the final corner, a little bit slick, and the rear wheel jolted in. He almost had a high side.
and the violence was so the violence of the jolt was so harsh that it deployed the airbag in the suit while he was riding, so he looked really puffy and uncomfortable. So I do know that they do have airbag deployment systems on there, but yeah, you could be right, it could be a kill switch as well along that side to cut the bike off. So yes, great shout there from Richard on the chat there. Thank you very much for that one. Lizzie just says good. Cool. I don't know what the weather's like where you are, though, Lizzie. It could be even better than here. You never know. There you go. 1 hour, 25 minutes to go of the race. Sofa Fast leading the way, and a new fastest lap of the race. 57.777 by Not So Talented. The 192 team on the 50cc in second place are now closing that gap. It is now 38 seconds is the difference. They set that lap a couple of laps ago, actually. That was on lap 142 they set that lap. So there we go, 2 laps ago. And they're putting in those quick times now that they're through that section. And KMC comes in. You know you're a riding god when your airbag deploys mid-ride. Yes, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. He was technically crashing at the point, but he stayed on 2 wheels, so there we go. 1 hour, 24 minutes to go. As we say, Sofa Fast leading the way. Lap 144. Gap now 37.3 seconds. Team DRC now seems to be struggling on the pace a bit. Their last lap's 103s. They've not managed to keep up the consistent pace. They are still a lap down, so they've not managed to close that gap up. So now slightly struggling on the pace. Stanton Service team, they are still in 4th place. They are 4 laps down, so 3 laps behind Team DRC. So no position is going to be gained there, but they are lapping slightly faster, 2 seconds a lap faster the last lap around. Here is Team DRC that you can see there on that KTM. And of course, you saw earlier they were having difficulties. The team were not happy with something that that was happening with the chain. They were looking at the chain, the tensioning on that, and they were doing a little bit of work on that one. But they've gone out and, yeah, just struggling a little bit with the pace there with the traffic. So they struggled with the pit stop, but the bike is back out there. The chain's still looking good. It's not looking slack. It's not looking too tight or anything like that. It's a fine art getting a chain tension right. I could never do it, and I always had to take my bike to a garage because I was terrible. And that's a horrible thing to admit, especially if you're a person who really likes bikes and ride bikes. Is that yeah, if you can't do your chain tensioning, why are you riding a bike? So yeah, I could never really figure it out. So I always got someone else to do it for me. But yeah, and I've admitted that now, so it's happened. So there is the second, no, that's still 3rd place team, that's still Team DRC then, sorry, from that angle it looked like the Not So Talented team. Refueling going on in the pit lane there. Now, there was a 95 on that. Does that mean that they are number 95, or because that would be incredibly handy if they were, but there's no 95 on the thing, so I'm guessing that was just 95. It could be 95 as in Ron for the fuel. So there we go, figuring that one out. So the field go through. There's the 741 that you can see. That is Stanton Service team. So that is the 4th place team, who started 44th on the Le Mans style start. And if you did miss the Le Mans style start earlier on, stick around because it's going to be exactly the same for race number 2. Another 51 bike roll Le Mans style start. So do stick around for that one. That's coming up at around 1 o'clock today. So please do keep an eye on that one. So 1 hour, 22 minutes to go. We're on lap 147. Yellow flags out in the Wilkins and Oisier section, and there's the cause. And it's the 22 again that's gone down. Fiana Racing, they are really having a bad day today, and they've gone down there a couple of times. Looks like the handlebars have slightly bent as well, so it looks like they've slightly twisted. Bit of fairing damage as well on the front, and a lot of greenery is now attached to that rear sort of swing arm section. So struggling to twist those handlebars back, which is a big shame. I think the gear levers and that are still attached, so potentially if we can retwist these,
it could be getting going again. KMC saying, surprised nobody bought a Le Mans style fuel rig to smash the fuel in. Some of the teams do. We have already seen some of those. So yeah, some of the teams do have quick fuel dispensers. So keeping an eye on that one. So the 22 of Fiana Racing now pulling away with an extra lump of Whilton Mill attached to that bike. So hopefully, I suspect they'll be coming into the pit lane just to clear that off, to make sure no debris falls down onto the circuit. You can see there the rest of the field riding through. How many riders, how many teams have we still got going? So 49 teams still out on track, but I think a couple of teams have stopped, because we've got teams on 97 and 96 laps down. Next Racing, the street stock, and the 47. Their fastest time was a 1:12.2, 97 laps down, so it looks like they've retired from the race. 96 Racing, the team on the two-stroke Metra kit, who were looking for a race win earlier on today. They're in 48th. They've unfortunately had to retire due to an issue as one of the bikes going grass tracking there. It's circuit racing, not motocross. There we go, back on the track. I've also got Team Brit-Scott Racing as well. They're, I think, out of the race. They're 94 laps down. Lost Sheep 3. I think they had the issue earlier on. It doesn't look like they've managed to replicate, sort that issue out, so they look like they're out of the race as well. They're 95 laps down, not lapping. Then the next team that is lapping is Box Hill Bruisers, the 120 in 45th place. They are still lapping, but they're 85 laps down, and the rest of the field go through. That was the race leaders in the pits. As you can see there, not so talented, have now taken the lead. Actually, yeah, their last lap was a lot faster, of course, because they didn't come into the pit lane. So Fast have pitted. They were in the pits for 47 seconds in total that time around, and they've rejoined in a lot of traffic, which is not ideal, as not so talented. The two-stroke 50cc, you could just see their whiz past your screen. They're going into the boot section. So they have got, looks like they've got a nice clear piece of track. We'll see what their lap time is as they cross the line, as they are crossing the line just now. And they did a 58.602. Something tells me that Fast are not going to be doing a lap that fast, because they have got a lot of traffic in front of them at the moment. There you go, across the line. And a big group of there as they just go through Oblivion and Crook. Keeping an eye. What was the lap time from Fast? Oh no, Fast are off the track. That is not ideal. Looks like, has he got it going again? Yeah, he's in gear. The wheel's moving. I think trying to get it into first. So did he go down there? His leathers are scratched up. I'm not sure if they're just old leathers there. But riders now looking like they are on the slick tyres. So gets it going again. That's just into the entrance of the boot. So I'm trying to look for any greenery on that bike. Did the bike go down, or was it just an outbreak and maybe a stall or an issue with the bike? But he's got it going again. Clear that debris. Clearly not happy with something though. So drama with the Fast team as they get going again, and now a lap down from Not So Talented. So Not So Talented, the youngest team in the grid on this race, now in the lead with 1 hour 17 minutes to go. 151 laps completed, and with the fastest lap of the race as well. The only team to get into the 57s. We've got a lot of teams in the 59s, but no one else has managed to get it with even in the 58 second. Oh no, we have got someone in the 58 second range. Sorry, I do say it's usually Green Racing in 18th place. They've managed to get it into the 58 seconds, but Not So Talented, the only team who have managed to get it into the sub 58s with a 57.777. So still lots of people chatting on the stream just here. Lots of questions coming in, and it looks like they're all being answered. They're coming in with, come on, Momi Racing. Where are Momi Racing? They were looking strong earlier on. Where are they now? Hopefully that isn't them. If that was them, that is the ultimate commentator's curse, that is. Where is Momi Racing? Can't even see them on my timing screen. That looks like it's the 28. Who is the 28? Oh, it is Mimo Racing. Oh, that went badly. There we go. That talk about commentators curse on that one. Technically, I hadn't said anything yet, and they cut to the screen. There is how Mimo Racing is doing. Currently being pushed along the grass on the back straight. That is a huge shame for that team as they go through. That's a nightmare situation. And that bike doesn't look like it's the lightest of them, especially on the grass as well. So yellow flags will, of course, be out in that section. So Chris Brennan coming out with Where Are the 44 Teeth Boys? They're out in race 2, 1 o'clock today. Stick around, though, for that one. So big shame for Mimo Racing there, as we were just talking about them. So 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. Not So Talented leading the way. 152 laps completed. 11 seconds is the gap now to Sofa Fast. So have they recently just pitted? Yes, they did. Not So Talented have just pitted, and they were in the pits for a good 50-odd seconds or so. There is the bike back out on track, diving down there. Looks like that's going through Oisirs in the midsection of the circuit onto the back straight now. So where is Sofa Fast? So there's your race leaders on screen. Now, the 192, the 50cc Not So Talented bike, the youngest team here in the paddock. Round the final corner, bit of traffic in front of them, running onto that exit curve here at Whilton Mill. It's a very harsh curve, that one. I definitely wouldn't want to run over it. There is the 860. That is the third place team, Team DRC. Now, they're now 2 laps down at the moment. Again, a little check of the tensions there, just to make sure everything is okay. Gets the bike over to the team. No, he's not refueling. No, hopping back on it, and off he goes. So just a quick stop check there for Team DRC. They get going again. That loud KTM engine roaring out of the pit lane. Could just hear it out the side of the commentary box here at Whilton Mill. It gets that bike going again out there. So the gap for the lead, Sofa Fast, is only 7.9 seconds behind the race leaders. There's the 118 in the pit lane for a quick maintenance stop. That's Shingalulu. Gets that bike sorted out and goes. There's the race leader again, Not So Talented, getting past the pink machine. I think that was the 581 of DN5 Racing, who's managed to get past. Going through Crook now up the hill, past Fine Lady, in towards Christmas Corner. Heavy braking zone on that one, so it pops out of the bubble, as it were, behind the screen. I'm not sure it'd be much bubble-ish behaviour from that, because I don't think they're going slightly fast enough for that one. There's a bit of drama there on the infield. Who's that that's coming across? A number on the side. Oh, and it's the 150. That's Ramrod, who's had another issue. They had issues earlier on today with the bike going down on the first couple of laps at Christmas Corner. Again here, a little bit further around the track here at Ashby. And again, they have gone down. So yellow flags out in that sector. Number board cracked on the front, being pulled off to one side. Big shame for that team. They were running well, Team Ramrod. Where were they on the timing screen? They were in 32nd. They have now just been pushed down into 33rd. DN5 Racing has managed to go through, and a slippery surface flag has come out. Was that the cause of that issue, or is it what has come around from that issue? So has he dropped something, or did he slip on something? That is the question. So yellow flags out in that sector, and slippery surface flags also out as well. So keeping a very close eye on that. Oh yeah, look, you can see there's definitely a little bit of slick traction there, so maybe they're going to have to deal with that, and that's on the slowest, tightest corner on the circuit of Ashby. So if there's a bit of a slick there, that could be a potential issue for some of these riders. So hopefully the amazing track staff here at Whilton Mill will get something sorted out for that section. But the 150 of Ramrods gets going again, and they get round. Here is second place. This is the Sofa Fast team. The gap's now reopened up to 14.8 seconds. It was 7 seconds, but they are lapping 3 seconds a lap slower than the not-so-talented team. There's another bike heading out. Again, nice exhaust system on that one. I say it's probably not the system, it's probably just a slip-on can that they've put on the standard headers that you would get on the bike. 1 hour, 11 minutes to go. That's the 36. It was just leaving the pit lane. The Milling crew on the street stock started the race in 7th place. Milling crew now 21st place on the 36. Their previous lap was a 1:42, of course, with their 35-second pit stop that they just had, but their fastest lap, 1:01.1. So good pace from the team and running well in 21st place just after that pit stop. Another bike down, and that looks like... oh, there you go. That looks like an airbag's deployed on his suit. So, who was that who's gone down? The glare is just blocking that number for me. It looks like, is it the 140? Is it? That's gone down. This could be Little Chopper Racing. I think it is. Yeah, so he's come across there at Ashby. And as you can see there, the airbag suit has deployed on his suit, so I suspect that's making riding now a little bit more uncomfortable out there, because it really closes you in, it really compresses against you, but it's you know, it's designed so you bounce off the road and not hit the road. So it's done its purpose. It did deploy, which is good, so the rider is able to get back on the bike and keep it going. And is he staying out on track? He is staying out on track, so he's keeping it going. Of course, I'm sure that airbag will slowly start to deflate, but I think he's used it now, so it's not going to be out there. It's not going to be able to use it again. Oh dear, and a big accident there on the hill going up towards Christmas Corner. 2 riders involved. The 741 is one of them. That is Stanton Service Team. The 4th place 50cc bike has gone down, and another bike has gone down as well. It's an orange bike. It's the 455 that went down. So Noas Racing and Stanton Service Team have come together on the climb up towards Christmas Corner. And heavy damage there to the 455, and hopefully we've got a replay of that to just see what exactly happened. So here we go. Here's a replay of what happened. So it was just after the incident, so both riders are okay. They're back up on their feet, but it just looked like they just tripped over each other slightly up the hill. So the 155, big damage at the side of the track. Marshall's quickly over to assist. But it looks like the gear lever potentially bent into the chassis, so unable to get it back out. And of course his visor's popped off as well, so just on one side, but looks like it's a clip-on, so it could probably just go back on. But huge drama then with 1 hour to go. The 4th place team, who have managed to get back on the bike and kept on going, but the 455 of who is it? Noas Racing. Where are they? They are in 26th place. Big drama there. So, but both riders thankfully okay, and both riders back on the track, albeit probably coming back to the pit lane to just give those bikes a quick once-over to make sure all is okay. So, interesting stuff then from that one. So riders then struggling out there. 1 hour, 8 minutes to go. As a big pack comes across the line here. I'm sure yellow flags are still out in that sector. Of course, as that, that's just round up the hill from this section. The rest of the team go through. I am seeing hands go up, so I'm sure there's still yellow flags in that sector slowing people down. Nope, that definitely looks to me like racing's underway, because they're side by side, 3 wide into the braking zone here at Christmas Corner. As they go up, so Not So Talented still leading the way. 160 laps completed, 23.4 seconds further down the road is Sofa Fast, and then it's Team DRC, who are also a lap down, still in 3rd place. Stanton Service Team, the 4th place team, of course, who we've just witnessed having a coming together. So they're struggling there at the moment, and I suspect that bike's in the pit lane currently at the moment. I'll have a look. Yes, indeed, it's not crossed the line. Actually, they've lost a position. Mike Halewood Fan Club has just moved up into 4th place. So, yep, Stanton Service Team have pulled that bike into the pit lane. There was the 140 bike who pulled in a little bit earlier on. So there we go. Now, hopefully, the teams. Now, we promised this a little bit earlier on, and hopefully the team are still up for it. But we were hoping that the guys from 44 Teeth would join us in the commentary box just before their race, because they are racing in race number 2, and I'm pretty sure they wanted to come have a good chat with everyone in the chat box. So hopefully, if they can hear me out there in the paddock area, that the guys from 44 Teeth will come and join us in the commentary box in just a moment. So if you're a 44 Teeth fan, stick around. It could get a bit interesting in this commentary box in a moment. So 1 hour, 5 minutes to go. Not So Talented leading the way. 161 laps to go with So Fast 24 seconds behind. Now, 24 seconds. Have they managed to close that gap, or has it opened up slightly more? I think it's opened up more. They were 0.2 of a second faster than Not So Talented that last lap around. So again, I suspect a bit of lap traffic was the cause of that. But yeah, fantastic stuff from these riders at the moment. Everyone getting around well. Again, if you do have any comments or anything like that, please, again, do get them in. We'd love to hear from you. And yeah, we'd love to answer any questions. And of course, if we do get the 44 Teeth guys join, plenty of questions I'm sure you'd like to ask them. So hopefully on that. But my comment section has disappeared slightly, so hopefully, again, someone comes in to sort that out for me. 1 hour, 4 minutes to go. And the 109 you can just see there, JP Racing. They're getting overtaken as well as the rest of the field go through. Now, who was that? That was the 145, I'm pretty sure, that red bike that we can see. That was Team Skidmark, of course. They're running quite well. Team Skidmark in 12th place, the 145. Bit of traffic in front of them as well. The number 9 there as well. They started at the back of the grid. Who was the number 9 team? That was Riot Racing, of course. They're slowly again moving up the order. 28th place at the moment, getting through that grid. So they have made good progress as well. 6-speed cycles there and there. There's a pit stop from the 50. 5-0 machine of Batcave Racing. Now, they had an issue earlier on where they had to push the bike back to the pit lane. But they've got that going again. Team Lard, 64 20th place. They've just set a new personal best time as well. 1 minute, 0.01922. But 1 hour, 3 minutes left on the clock. There is the 120 just going through shot there at turn 1. That's Box Hill Bruisers. Been having a good race. They did have an incident earlier on. But they're recovering well now. Then there's a big group of riders there. The 16, part of that one, that's Wilkelsteiner. There is your race leaders. Not So Talented, lap 164. So that's a great result from them still at the moment. And Hudson again from Freetech joins me in the commentary box. Hudson, we're 3 hours into the first 4 hour. It's looking good so far.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been watching from afar. Obviously, you've been busy. We're in race 2, so I've had to turn my attention to trying to get ourselves sorted. You know, ultimately, there's still a bit of ego and pride at stake here. So, yeah, be a bit of it. I've had to come back and look. And if you look at the front, what's amazing is still only 26 seconds between first and second, which is absolutely crucial. I spoke to Team 96 in the paddock, and they obviously had a mechanical which put them out. So exactly as we feared, you know, had all the pace to win the race. But a mechanical sort of got them out. And if I'm right with the colour screening, is that super stock in front now?
No, so that's 50cc. So the yellows are the 50cc, the blue are the street stock, and then green super stock. Yeah, so you've got all 3 different classes in the top 3.
In the top 3,
which is great.
A nice blend, yeah. So street stock's still second, and so 50 is still P1, which is good. So yeah, the other 5096 has gone out. So yeah, it looks like they had backup, and as we know, all the 50 started at the back of the grid. So yeah, it's looking good. It's steadied down now with the temperature rising. You know, there's been less sort of incidents, I think, and which is nice for the guys. You know, you don't want. It's okay to watch a few crashes, but you don't want to have that happening all day.
No, definitely not. And like I say, yeah, at the start, it was very cold, not a lot of track activity, of course, and it was frosty this morning, so the grass was very frosty, the track was stone cold, and of course, the guys really struggled with that one. But of course, track's warmed up now, riders have warmed up, ambient temperatures warmed up, so and it's all looking jolly good there. The 14 in the pit lane at the moment. DNA Racing, they started the race in 2nd place. DNA Racing, though, at the moment they are in 22nd place. Their last lap was a 105. Their best is a 102.240. But they're 2 laps down from the team just above them, JP Racing. So they've got a bit of work to do to get up into 21st place. But with 1 hour to go, anything can still happen, can't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the 50cc guys have got the pace. You know, they've had the fastest lap of the bikes that are still running, and yeah, they're circulating quicker than everyone else at the moment. But again, that always hangs in the balance. Plus the fuel rate. You know, they're going to stop a few more times for fuel, so they've definitely got a pit stop that they're going to have to complete, which is going to take them nearly a lap. So they need at least a minute gap to sort of win that. So everything to play for. DRC, they've got a talented field, all sort of junior Moto 3 riders with Jay Dexter, I'm sure, on that bike as well. So yeah, they'll be waiting in the wings for any mistakes. And the steady old boy, Michael Williams' team, Mark Elwood fan club, I saw him sort of giving the young lads some inspirational coaching at one of the pit stops. And he's keeping it together. P4, any slip-ups, and he's on the podium overall. Yep, a great team from that one. Of course, we did see a little earlier on that the Stanton service team on the 50cc, they were up in 4th place, and of course they had a little bit of a coming together with another one of the teams. Thankfully, both the riders are okay. They're just, I think, back in the pit lane now. But again, it just shows after a lot of racing, you can just make that little mistake and can cause big issues. Absolutely. I mean, it's all attrition. You know, you've got to keep going. I mean, 3-3-4, they look like they're going pretty good at the moment. Another interesting thing is obviously they're competing within their classes, you know, so we've got a spread of the 50, the street stock and the super stock in 1, 2, 3, but then a load of street stocks after that. So at the moment, obviously, Mark Elwood fan club is 2nd in their class, and then 3rd's Team Normal, and then the next super stock is quite far down from what I can see. Yeah, Team Skidmark, the 145, 10th place is the next super stock for that one. And again, the 50cc's, of course, there was a close battle, like we were saying, with Stanton service team. So, you know, they're very spread out now. So, yeah, it's looking close with the street stock, like I say, Mike Elwood, but he's quite a few laps down from that team. So, again, a lot of work will have to be done in that hour to try and solve that issue. But the 155 in the pit lane, nice fuel stop there, pushing it back out. Is that the leader? 741. So that's 741. So that was the other team. That was also 50cc, it appears. Yeah, that was the Stanton service team. So that, they're running a Derby. Yeah, they're running a Derby engine. Sorry, that's what threw me. So yeah, they seem to be going all right, giving the bike a bit of a wobble. Maybe he's low on fuel. You never know. Well, obviously that was the team that was involved in that incident earlier on, so I suspect it's just maybe checking everything's still attached. Are the wheels still there? There sure it's still good. And I don't know all the team manufacturers, but I know I can see down in 20th Team Lard. That's an Aprilia, so they're still trundling on. 16 laps behind. Obviously had a few issues in the race, but the Aprilia reliability is hanging in there for them. And you know, long may continue. They've got an hour left to finish. I think it's their first race ever. KTM
very wide.
Yeah, very wide. I think he's taking the Brad Binder line.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, no, you've got to watch out for that the wall here at Whilton Mill, because if you go a bit too close and catch something on it, it's a game over for that one. But yeah, very close to the outside there. There's 860. That is Team DRC in 3rd place. 2 laps down at the moment, diving down the inside there at Christmas Corner. So their last lap was actually a 59.2, so they've got another quick rider on there now. It might be Jay, I think. I'm not too sure. It's one of their bigger riders, so it's not the youngsters who's out on that. So yeah, they're definitely turning up some laps now. And then just behind them, he's using his side. He's a battering ram at the moment, and he's straight through cutting through it like a hot knife through butter. Oh yeah, lovely stuff. But yeah, dives it through there through Wilkins, through Oy's ears as well. Down the back straight, in towards the boot, down the inside of the 741. Oh, no, tried to go down the inside of the 741. Yeah. I mean, the KTMs are brilliant bikes for the sort of, I would say, normal sized people. You know, they're the same chassis as the KTM 390. Sorry, super close there, almost touching each other out of the final corner. That was excellent stuff. I think they've changed paint schemes there across the line. Yeah. The little Derbies with the 741's got some KTM yellow, orange down the side of it, that's for sure. And look, he's determined to cash back up. He's ringing in a 50cc. Yeah, I think he's out there now. 56 seconds. If we can see a replay of that would be amazing, because they were so close there out of the final corner. Let's have a look. Down the inside, slow motion there. Oh, it's just a millimetre closer And they'd both been in the wall.
Absolutely.
Fantastic riding.
Brilliant.
Fantastic riding from the two of them there.
Brilliant, and they still passed a slower rider into the next corner, so and gave him a bit of room, which is great to see. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Actually, three mega things, and it was brilliant that they gave each other just enough room. A corner where there's a bit of runoff, which is good. They used all the racetrack, and yeah, you don't get much better passes than that.
No, you definitely don't. So no, fantastic stuff from those riders. Not so talented though. The youngest team on the track, they're still leading the way. 171 laps completed so far. There is still the third place team, Team DRC, closing that gap. Their last lap again, 59.0, so consistently a second faster than the team in second place, Sofa Fast, who are struggling a little on the pace. They were a 1 minute, so they were still faster than not so talented.
Sure.
But it's all going to be who can just put in these quickest laps. They're 2 laps down at the moment, but as you see, I reckon they're going to close that in that next hour.
60 laps left roughly, give or take, so yeah, that's going to be, they can pull their lap back at least, and then if there's any dramas, so they're going to end up on the same lap as each other. There's a lot of teams that are fighting for their own podium positions in their race, and obviously you can see how what happens when you get a little bit of a backlog, 3 or 4 other riders, mid-pack riders, sort of battling over. It can hold you back, and if you lose 5-6 seconds there, suddenly you do that a few times, then you've given up a lap.
Yeah, exactly that, and it can really close up on you, because if you say, you see it in most motorsports, if it's busy and you're trying to get through back markers, it's the most crucial thing to do. So it's really about where you position yourself versus people who are behind you as well. Because, if like you said, the 135 there trying to go down the inside, couldn't make that move done, but now that's allowing everyone behind to then catch up, and of course then he could have a bike going down the inside of himself when they're going into the corner. So it's
Team DRC, I saw him there get caught up and he was gesticulating, but he was behind the ride. I think he might think the guys in front have rear view mirrors on.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't have rear view mirrors on.
It's going to be tight around here.
Yeah, it definitely is a very tight section here. The 2 left-handers, almost 3 wide there, but you can see down the inside is the KTM of the 860.
4 and 1 go.
Yeah.
4 and 1.
Yeah, lovely little
and a 5th on the way out. So I don't
know
if that's in one corner. 1.5 corners, 5 riders past. Amazing.
Masterclass of overtaking there from the Team DRC. Not sure who's on the bike at the moment on that one, but great performance from them at the moment. 54 minutes left on the clock then. And lap times around, of course, from DRC there, a little bit slower. It was the 1:03.1 that we saw that time versus what we're seeing from the other teams, but they're probably in clear air at the moment. This seems to be the biggest pack on the circuit at the moment, and unfortunately for some riders who are coming out to the circuit, joining this big pack up in towards Christmas Corner. There's the 16 as well, the Wilkensteiner team. Great performance from them so far. They're in 9th place, street stock.
Really good.
So
The Kawasaki Ninja, only one of those in the running at the moment, and just showing again it's a great bike. It's a trellis frame, really robust, similar to the KTM. And Kawasaki would have you to believe it's the bike to be on. So nice to see it out there, and it's Dayview. Still a lot of working out to do. They've been up at Power Commander, Dynajet in Preston. And they've been spending the whole week up there, because I know I took my bike up for a little tweak and I saw their bike in pieces all over the workshop. So they've been putting in the effort, and they're using all the guys back at the university to help develop the bike and some of the riders. Yeah,
excellent stuff. And I remember you saying like that being the only Kawasaki that's on the circuit. The one that doesn't look like a Kawasaki. Now there is the bike just behind, the green bike, that looks like a Kawasaki but isn't a Kawasaki. I don't know what it is.
I know, it's crazy when the guys go with, like you say, it's a proper Kawasaki green. He's almost gone to his local paint shop and spec'd that paint. So yeah, really interesting to see. It'd be nice if we get some shots of the 192 bike just to see how they're carving through.
Yeah, so where are they out in circuit? They're about to cross the line, the 192, so they're probably just here in shot right now. There they are.
Clear air, so that's why they're doing the business at the moment. That's great to see, and yeah, there we go. We've got some shots on them now. It's nice to see them, give them a bit of air time. Yeah, the bike looks fantastic. If you look at it, it's absolutely flying. Oh, bit of the dangle, the Rossi dangle.
The Rossi dangle going on there. That's what we like to see. Yeah. That boot looks like it's gone through a lot of it as well, because it looks quite knackered, that boot.
So that's a metric. I'm sure that's a metric kit or a Conti. It's one of the two. They're both very similar chassis. The Conti is the frame, I'm sure, and then also notice, and that's the full-size wheel version. So that bike's available over the counter, and as long as you don't play with it too much, it will do the business. And for all your two-stroke enthusiasts, it's one to own, and one to race.
Yeah, so you are correct. It is the Metrikit bike that you can see there. Currently be the team of Alfie Davidson, Lucas Brown, and Harrison Crosby, the youngest team out on circuit. No one above the age of 16 in that team. 2 13-year-olds and 1 15-year-old, the youngest team on the grid, but certainly showing how it's done.
Maturity, you know, and beyond the years. And for these lads, you know, they're getting laps that they would just never, ever get if they weren't racing in this series, you know. Most of the races they'd be doing nowadays will be 10, maybe 12 laps. You know, they've done 176 laps today.
Yeah,
so far.
176 laps, and for a two-stroke as well at fast race pace. This is a lot, because you would usually see two-strokes in sprint races, short tracks. You know, doing things like that. Endurance racing for a two-stroke. You know, you're looking at the reliability of what it can do, and I know that my 50cc scooter, Piaggio Zip, back in the day, beautiful little thing. You know, you couldn't ride it more than 20 minutes and then it would want to blow up or something like that.
Absolutely.
But so it just shows what the team have done to it in terms of maintenance and looking after it. And you know, it's great from you can see there. It looks like he's coming into the pits.
And they've been looking after the bike, you know, from a riding perspective. You over-rev them, you know, they don't have valves, but they can still brake pistons. So yeah, he's on the way in.
Yep.
It's great pit stuff. You can follow this all the way in. It'll be really nice to see.
So we'll try and follow this one. It'll be great to see as well where Sofa Fast is as well, because they're only 45 seconds down the road. Quick stop off there. You see people do that on push bikes, not motorbikes. There's the swap, and someone is very kindly standing in the way. There we go.
So the marshal's entertaining that chap. He needs to move out the way, but yeah, he comes.
Dedicated pit stop, running all the way down.
I wonder if he's going to have fuel. This is the question.
I suspect it would be fuel for this one. Or maybe not. So he's getting on it.
He's getting pushed.
Going to get a push.
No, he's missing the fuel section, so he's out. He's going straight out.
So where is Sofa Fast? Their gap now. They're approaching the start-finish line now. They're going to come out neck and neck. So when they appear here, there they are just in the background now. You can see them. In fact, where are they? I think that's them there. Yeah, so they're just in the background. They crossed the line. And so Not So Talented are still in the lead with a gap now of only 10 seconds. There they are on your screen. So they're just going through Crook now, and Not So Talented are going up into Christmas Corner. So they are literally only 10 seconds up the road. So what will that mean for pace? We'll have to see what the lap time is when they come back in.
Absolutely. Great pit stop. I mean, you know, not losing a whole lot of time. What, sort of 30, 35 seconds they lost in the pit. So really, really smart pit stop. That just shows what the youngsters are able to do when they're running through the pit lane, you know, getting the bike done. It's all about the whole endurance aspect of being able to deliver the whole package. And, you know, you are allowed to have a runner. Obviously, we have some riders that have previous injuries and fused ankles and all sorts of nasty stuff that's happened over careers. So it's however the teams want to implement their pit stops, and obviously them using their youth straight through. I mean, they might be entering the 100 meters.
Exactly that. Well, let's see what the times are like when they next cross the line. Last time out, it was Not So Talented with a 101.2. What can Sofa Fast do? It's only a 103.1, so you can see there they're struggling with the traffic out on circuit. They had an opportunity there to potentially take the lead and hold on to it, but I'm guessing that their pit stop's due soon anyway. So they're kind of on a different sort of pit stop strategy. As you can see there, the 89 diving down the inside. That is Team Normal.
It's Mark Bainbridge on bike there. I mean, like I said, he was on in the first stint. I had a word with him in between and said, "Why did you take it so steady?" He said he just absolutely had no feel, so cold. But he did, you know, credit to him, it didn't fall off. His teammates done a really rock solid job. He's now behind the Kawasaki, so it'll be interesting to see the Honda. That Honda I know is prepared by a company called Charlesworth Motors, and my link to Charlesworth Motors is I managed to race a few of their bikes at the Isle of Man TT. So I know they know a good job, they do a good job, and very, very reliable. And Mark's been singing their praises ever since he took the bike in, and Steve from Charlesworth has had his hands into it.
Yeah, Mark Bainbridge, the transport manager for the team.
Yes.
So that's a dedicated position he's taken up there. There's the 12 in the pit lane as well. This is, miniskirt there. They're running well at the moment. Where are they in terms of overall positions?
14th, I think, if I can say
14th,
right.
yeah, you are correct in that. They are 14th place. With this pit stop, back to the race leaders on track. They're just getting past the 135. You can see there, that's usually green racing. They did have an issue earlier on where they definitely became green because they had a lot of grass stuck to the bike. So they came in, cleared it off, back out on track and running well again. They're currently in 15th place as well. So within the top 20 and on your screen there on the left-hand side. 47 minutes remaining then of the race. Your race leader still Not So Talented racing with Sofa Fast just behind, only 16 seconds behind in second place. Team DRC holding on to that last spot on the overall podium. 2 laps down though from the Sofa Fast team. And the next team to get close to the street stock team of SofaFast is Team Normal, and that 89 that we were just watching, they've moved up into 4th place, but they are still 7 laps down from that team, so still plenty of time to gain.
DRC look like they've done a pit stop. They've been in.
They have indeed, yeah. Their last lap time around 1:41.4. They were in the pit lane for a grand total of 40, roughly around 40 seconds. So 40-second stop. That's roughly what you want to see. What would you say? Would you say that was a straight through?
Yeah,
stop?
straight through, absolutely. If they're pitting for fuel, it'll be over a minute. So yeah, 35 to 40 seconds. I mean, if it looked like about a 40-second stop for them. So within 5 seconds of the leaders, which they implemented a near perfect stop. So you wouldn't. I don't think you'd achieve anything much under 35 seconds. Unless somehow you managed to run a lot faster. I did notice the pink bike, I didn't catch the number, but the rider's obviously cramping, and he's now riding around with the left leg stuck out, which is not ideal because in the left-hand corners it won't bode well.
No, and cramp on a bike is the worst thing. I've had that many a time on a long ride, and yeah, you stretch the leg out, you think, oh, that'll be better, and then it gets worse. So it's it's the worst thing ever to get cramp, and especially on one of these around this track. Oh, yeah, I suspect that's a proper challenge that some of these riders are having to deal with. One of the riders going very wide again.
Yeah.
It looked like the 22 of Fiana Racing who went wide here. 3 wide into that one. That's Momi Racing as well. He had an issue earlier on. We had support on the stream from Momi Racing, and as that happened, went off the track. So it was a bit of commentator's curse on that one. Absolutely. But they're back out onto the track now, looking strong. A fantastic looking bike as well. You know, that thing looks well, it looks amazing. It looks like it's got mainly carbon body shell, or if it's real carbon or if it's a carbon effect.
There's a lot of carbon out there. I mean, there's a few of the guys I know. Certs had a full carbon system. These boys are back in. Is that? Oh, is that?
Yeah. That's them. So they're running a completely different number, which we figured out. So
SofaFast are in, are they?
Yeah, so SofaFast here, you can see in the pit lane the 334 bike, but running the 149 number on the side of your screen, just for the folks at home. So they have now come back into the pit lane, so they're 2 laps down.
They've definitely got a technical issue. That looks to me like a loose foot brake, just from the sort of way they're using the pliers on that. So that's not a normal stop, and definitely they've been down today, as you can see the grass and the wall wounds on the right-hand side, but they've definitely got a foot peg issue, and I think there's something going on with the
they're just definitely tightening them up back
they need to
up.
buy their mechanic a pots of Loctite. As a treat after. Oh, and I think he might have gone down. If you look, there's no lever
brake.
on that.
Yeah, there's no brake lever, is there? Yeah.
To be fair, around this track, what happens? My teammate's quite bad at it. He'll clip the curbs with the levers, and he'll break them off. And luckily, he normally does it with the brake, not the gear. So it is something that just with the curbs and the lean angles, if you start cutting back, that the guys do suffer from. But yeah, they're back out. So SofaFast getting back up. But as you see now, there'll probably be a change for P2, I would imagine now.
Potentially. So they're now both on the same lap, both 2 laps down. Just want to see where Team DRC cross when they next cross the timing beam, where they come across. So there we go. New gap, 13.6 seconds now between Team DRC and SofaFast. Now, last lap around, Team DRC, 59, and we know that they're quick because they've got their quick rider on. You know, we saw them earlier on. There was a piling through the field. So it looks like they have done another rider swap, though.
Yes, that looks like Sam. I think that's Sam on the bike. I think it is Sam.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you have their rider list?
Should do, yeah. So let's see who is...
I'll take my best guess because I know some of the guys' suits and that.
So Team DRC, you've got Jay Dexter, Cameron, Joe Moore, and Lewis Jones as well.
So on that bike. So because he runs two bikes, it might be in the other class that he's got that. Yes, I don't know which one it is. Which helmet?
So...
It's a black helmet, that's for sure.
Yeah. So who's got the black helmet? It's a yellow, black. So it could be Cameron Hall.
Yeah, Cameron or Jay. I think it was Jay on before. If they've changed, they've definitely gone from Jay to Cameron. That was what it appears to me. If they've both got the black helmets on.
Yeah.
But you see here, obviously, the guys are a little bit tired. They've got a runner going through now, which is quite a common thread because the riders, when they come off, they don't feel that fresh to push the bike through the lane.
No, that's JP Racing, the 109 in 23rd place. They're in the pit lane now, doing a sterling job. They've got a 2-gap clear advantage from the speed or 6-speed cycles, so they're comfortably in that position at the moment. So when they exit the pit lane, they should be in the same spot. 40 minutes to go then of this 4 hour, the first 4 hour of round 1 of the Freetech Enduro Championship, and there is
more fuel. KTM's obviously thirsty
yes.
on fuel because it's an unusual fuel stop to do at this stage of the race.
It is.
So maybe this is their first one to have a bigger tank, so it's either or really on that team. But it wouldn't make sense to be refueling fully with 41 minutes to go.
No, definitely not. And you would have thought 125s were, because obviously it's smaller capacity engines. I'm trying to think how many cylinders these have got. Well, it's just the one. It's a single cylinder, isn't it? So yeah,
you do get a twin Honda, but most of these are single cylinder.
Yeah. So because I suddenly learnt that when I got my inline 4, how much fuel they use, because there's a lot more fuel. So this has only got the one cylinder, pumping up and down. So you would think there would be a bit more fuel efficient, but of course they are ragging it around a racetrack for 4 hours. So yeah,
I think it's just maybe a missed fuel stop earlier on. Like I said, they
maybe
generally have a big thing. I know that's a 2020 bike because I was following those guys build over the winter, and they look good to go now, and that should be them to the end of the race. They've got one more pit stop they'll have to do, sadly, because they'll be outside the 35-minute window maximum ride time.
Yes, I got that. So they'll have to pit with 5 minutes to go.
Absolutely, or maybe do 2 short stints, whatever works for them.
Yeah.
That's so everyone's going to have to do at least one more pit stop that's out there now.
Yeah.
And then obviously that'll be the run to the line, but not so talented. I've definitely got the bit between their teeth. Obviously 2 laps into the lead now, so they could literally stroke it home, just look after that 50. But so the clock is ticking, but it's in favour of them currently, shall we say.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on that one. The 50cc bike looking strong at the moment with 40 minutes to go, and there they appear on screen. But we can indeed. So 39 minutes to go. Yesterday, again, we spoke to one rider at 44Teeth. We also spoke to another, and that other was Mike Booth.
Boothie again, second rider, the number 2 rider. I think we were joking around earlier for the 44Teeth team. The number 1 on the bike, champions from last year, looking to replicate that this year. It's going to be tough though, especially as it's now snowing outside.
Yeah, you're right. It's the competition's gone up a lot this year, and yeah, the snow. We thought we were just going to have to deal with a little bit of rain, but it started snowing now. I don't think it's going to snow tomorrow, but yeah, it's going to be cold. I think one of the tricks is just stay on the bike. There's going to be a lot of people crashing, so and there's quite a few rounds, so you know we don't have to win every single one. As long as if we get on the podium, I'll be happy. And I think if we just keep plugging away, doing the decent lap times, and finish the race, we should be somewhere near the front. Like I said before, we're all about the same sort of pace. I know a lot of the teams, they've got a really quick rider and then maybe a slightly slower one, so I think the fact that we might not be the very fastest person on the track, but because we're all at a reasonable pace, I think we've got half a chance of doing all right.
I say compared to last year, a lot more work has happened on the bike this year around, so it's looking a lot more it's looking much faster. Race fairings on it, not the street fairings this time, and it's just looking like a mean piece of kit. Weather tomorrow, it is looking a bit difficult. 70% chance of rain it's looking like tomorrow. I've already checked the weather forecast, but yeah, it's looking a bit tricky. But are you planning on getting out again today beforehand for a bit of wet practice?
Yeah, that's the plan. We've, like you said, we've made a few changes to the bike. We rode the bike last week, and it was great. But we've made a few changes. Could do to check stuff, and I could do with a bit of practice in the wet. I've not ridden this year in wet conditions, so if it is going to be wet tomorrow, then yeah, I definitely need the practice. I think like I said, one of the issues is going to be if it's wet, people crashing, and we need to just stay on the bike. And the more laps we can do today, the better, really.
Yeah, definitely. So practice is obviously key, and with this being a very tight, twisty circuit compared to the other tracks you go to, like Mallory Park or Teesside, another karting circuit, but of course a lot larger than this one. In terms of conditions and it just being tricky, it's definitely one of the trickier ones, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's really tight, and because there's going to be a lot of bikes on the track at the same time, you are going to have to kind of barge past people a little bit, and yeah. Sometimes on the like you say, on the bigger tracks at Mallory and such like, you've got, you know, you can catch them in the corners and just draft past them. There's nowhere fast enough here to draft past people, so we're going to have to be hard on the brakes and just barge our way past. But that's just how it is. We'll just have to get stuck in.
So yeah, I mean, we obviously won't talk about what you've done to the bike for obvious reasons. We don't want everyone in the paddock knowing what you've done, but with this circuit, I suspect a larger rear sprocket on the bike, obviously for that better acceleration, I suspect has been kind of key for this one, and different gearing.
Yeah, like you say, we need it nice and short. But then again, if it's because it's such a small bike, if the gearing's so short, we'll just be every corner will be changing gear. So we've found a happy medium. It works fairly well. It worked fairly well the other week. So yeah, hopefully the gearing's going to work, the engine's going to work, the brakes are going to work. We've done a bit on the brakes and the suspension. So yeah, I think we've got a reasonable package. There's still a few bits and pieces that we want to do, but yeah, we're getting there with it. I think it'd be good.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck this weekend. It's going to be a tricky race.
Great chat there with Mike Booth from the factory Suzuki team. They're in race 2 for 44 Teeth. Now, sun is shining, but the clouds are looming in the distance. You can see there some dark grey clouds. Now, the weather said that we should be fine until about 5 o'clock. Now, whether or not that's still the case, there is a look at the current weather. A rain risk of 10%. That's a lot lower than the 76% it was saying yesterday. But from that shot that you can see right now, it does look a bit dark and dingy in the background. So keep an eye on that one. Race 2 could get a little bit interesting. 35 minutes to go then of race 1 of today's Freetech Enduro. 51 riders started the race. We have lost a few to mechanical issues earlier on in the race, but leading the way is this bike in the middle of your screen. The 192, Not So Talented Racing, the youngest team in the paddock this weekend, and definitely showing their skill. 192 laps completed so far and have an advantage from Team DRC of 2 laps. Now, DRC have managed to get up into second place overall. They're still the leading super stock. Sofa Fast are the leading street stock, but they're in third place and under pressure somewhat from Mike Halewood Fan Club. They are in fourth place, but some 6 extra laps down from the Sofa Fast team. So your race leader here on track, crossing the line, the 192, with good pace, with 34 minutes to go. Riders, like we were saying, we had Hudson from Freetech Enduro was in here a second ago before we watched that video. He was chatting about, with these riders having to do the extra fuel stop. So that RCSX will probably answer your question of what happened to Sofa Fast. It's probably they had a pit stop and rider swap. That's probably what they've had to do. So because they look strong, they don't look like they've changed them. The leathers on that bike definitely look like they have changed. So I suspect a pit stop a couple of laps ago has probably caused them to lose that second place spot. But they are still on the same lap. They're 14.7 seconds behind. So plenty of time to gain. But Team DRC, last lap around was a 58.4 compared to Sofa Fast's 102.288. There you can see the 581, the pink machine of DN5 Racing, having a quick refuel rider swap with 32 minutes to go. That will be it for them. They'll be out on track and they won't need to repit pit again until the checkered flag goes out. And of course, that'll be the end of the race. They won't need to repit. So they are currently in 33rd place. They have just lost a position to Back Cave Racing. They've moved up into 32nd. As we watch now on the screen, the 334. This is the Sofa Fast team. So running well there through Oisiers onto the back straight in towards the boot section. A little bit of clear track now. They've managed to get some clear air in front, albeit not for long, because they've got now another bike in front of them, which is the 36 and looks to be the 102. So Team Mara just in front on that red bike, and the milling crew as well that they've got in front of them. There is the 818, the very pink bike of Team Whoopas, who had an issue earlier on today in the race, but managed to get it fixed and back out on track. And there you can see 334 round the outside of Christmas Corner, getting past that Honda-powered machine of the 103 machine. So great overtake there. 31 minutes to go then of the race. Again, if you do have any comments going into the final half hour of this race, please do get them in. We'd love to hear from you. And if we can answer any questions, we can indeed. If you, of course, you are enjoying the racing, what you're seeing today, please make sure you do share the stream so you've got any friends or family who are not watching the stream, so they can watch the stream. And of course, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on any future videos from Alpha Live. And of course, we are here next week with more bike racing, so if you do enjoy bike racing, please join us again for that one. So plenty of action to go on that one. And make sure you give the stream a like as well, because I'm sure the cameramen will appreciate that. The cameramen here at Whilton Mill for Alpha Live working very hard, and as well the track staff, the marshals working incredibly hard to make sure all the riders stay nice and safe out there. So we do thank them so we can go racing. 30 minutes then left on the timer. Half an hour of this 4-hour endurance race remaining. And all eyes still on, I'd say, second place. That gap has opened up a little bit more now. I think the gap 28 seconds for second place between Sofafast and Team DRC. But both 2 laps down from the leading team of Not So Talented. There is the 860 of Team DRC. It is the black helmet and the black leathers, so I believe it is Cameron Hall who is on the bike at the moment. And a funny story from his is he plays chess in his undercrackers. Okay, interesting. Okay, so Cameron Hall's got an interesting, funny talent with chess. Excellent stuff. I'm sure that was ambushed. There's the 64. It's on the bike as 64, but I don't think we've got a 64 on my sheet, so I don't know who that is, which is very, very unfortunate. It's Team Lard on the side of the bike, so they are running currently in 22nd place. So what is their number on here for Team Lard, just so I know on my screen? It says 64 on the screen, but it's not a 64 on my sheet, which is very strange. So, yeah, they've just had another quick pit stop. Doesn't look like they've taken fuel. Just looks like a rider swap for the last half an hour. Of course, within the restrictions, they cannot exceed a stint of longer than 35 seconds. 35 seconds? 35 minutes. There we go. There's 35 seconds. It would be a very quick stint, wouldn't it? It would be pit stops every lap. 28 minutes to go. And still all to play for, especially in the mid-pack area. So you've got the team Winkelsteiner in 9th place, the team from Manchester University and Big Toe Racing. They're on the same lap. So where are they on my screen? And I will try and see what the gap is between them. Now that gap's only 14.4 seconds. That's quite a close gap. Also, you've got Team Skidmark and Stanton Service Team. There's 6 seconds between those at the moment. So Stanton Service Team have just crossed the line, the 741 bike. They're having a close little scrap with the team just behind them. But eyes on at the moment here. The 334, which is the Sofafast team, which is the 149 on your screen. They've just gone round the outside of the number 9, which is Riot Racing, who are having a great run at the moment in 25th place. They started at the back of the grid in 51st, so yes, they've gone halfway through the field. There we go. Great running from them. Nicola has asked me to read some of the info off the riders' sheets, the funny stories, etc. Right, I'll pray caution to this. It has been ambushed slightly. About the Blue Haze team, right? Okay, let's go to the Blue Haze. Say if it's bad, if you're ambushing me here, I won't be too best pleased. So, so the Blue Haze team, right? Let's see from the Blue Haze team, what have you got? Okay, the Blue Haze Racing team. So four riders in the team. You've got Barry Dawson, Mike Pennell, Mark Dawson, and Archie Inman. Right, okay, so funny stories. Oh, they're quite detailed and long, these stories. But we've got 27 minutes left of the race. I'm sure we could go through all of them. I'm going to pre-read them first before I read them out, just in case, because we don't want anything to do it. That one looks sensible. Okay, so so for Barry Dawson, 55 years of age, in 1999, on winning the Auto 66 125 title at the last meet. Last race of the season, I took the title at the same time as I laid on the track with a broken heel. Classy finish. Well, there you go, Barry. You've done well to recover from that one. You won with a broken heel. So excellent stuff. That's a good one. Mick Pennell's one's quite long. I will read it first again, just in case, to make sure it hasn't been ambushed. Yeah, it looks all right, that one. Well, we'll try and read it out. There we go. So first season at Donington Festival, crashed on warm-up lap, caked in mud, but no water in paddock. Bucket not the bucket not fit under toilet tap basin. Okay, so the bucket didn't fit under the tap. Flagged down a fire engine, but it was empty. So went into the showers, fully leathered, boots and all, washed down the meeting. Phil Atkinson, for the first time, he thought I was some crazy dude. Okay, yeah, so taking a shower in a full leathers, and then being bumped into by Phil Atkinson. Yeah, that's definitely not the way you want to go. Excellent stuff by these guys. That's definitely not what you want. Archie, I suppose, he's 16, so what could he done by the age of 16 to cause such a long statement? Let me have a quick read of it again. Right, so again, it looks all right. Okay, so I've started practicing stunt riding. This could end badly. Oh yeah, only after 2 p.m. as I'm a student. I need my lie-in. Also, don't be surprised if BHR start off as a two-man team. I'll try to surface as early as I can. Right, okay, so he likes a lie-in. Right, basically. So what's the time? It's only 12:30. So 2 p.m. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, excellent stuff then from those. Thank you very much for pointing me in that direction, Nicola. Thank you very much for that. Right, so 24 minutes remaining then on the timer. We're past the 200 lap mark. Not so talented, still leading the way, but this time only by 1 lap as they've just pitted. There's an issue. That looks like someone's gone down. The 137 machine. That is Riviera Racing. We've not spoken about them much today in this race because they've not needed talking about. You know, they've been going around, they've been absolutely fine. But now, oh dear, and another one's gone down. That's the 33. We're falling like flies now. This is 3B Racing. That looked like the apex at Christmas corner there, where he went down. And there we go. We can just see here at the entrance of the boot that the 137 of Riviera Racing has got going again, albeit 2 bikes going either side of him now. Gets going. Looked like something had broken, but I think it's just a case of yank it off and crack on, sir. So yes, he's got that going again with 23 minutes to go. Okay, Aaron Slade's asking me now to read out the stories of the Riviera Racing's one. I was seeing as they were just on the subject, we will. But we probably won't do this on all of them in these last 3 minutes, 23 minutes. But I'll see what I could do. So let's go. Let's see Riviera Racing. Did they put anything down for it? I'm not overly sure. So we'll try and get that up for it. I'll try and find it as well as commentating. It's a bit difficult looking at a completely different screen. There they are. Right, okay, Riviera Racing. So they are obviously the 137. Their bike make is something that I've never heard of before. Reju RS3. So I've not heard of that before. But 4 riders in the team. Ben Cook, Guy Snowden, Jamie Cornfield, and Albert Walker. The 4 riders in the team for the 137. Great running from them so far. Bar what's just happened, not sure who's on the bike at the moment, and all of them a bit unsure about what their age is. Only Albert knows that he's 26, but Ben thinks he's 32-ish, and Guy and Jamie have just no idea. So there we go, that's interesting stuff from them. But yes, they're having a great race at the moment. They have got some funny stories, but again, they look rather long, and yes, they are. Right, okay, so Okay, I'm not reading out Ben Cook's one. So that's not being read out. Yeah, we won't read that one out. Guy Snowden's one, not going to read his out either. So I feel a pattern going along here. Yeah, I'm not going to read any of those out, but I can tell you right now, they're funny, but rude. So we're not going to read those out. Yellow flags out at the Ashby hairpin. It was a static yellow, so I think that's a warning to an impending danger of this, the 174, who has gone off the track. That's Mike Hellwood Fan Club. He was currently running in 4th place. He's 8 laps down, but he's now going to be under pressure from Oliver's Mount Racing, who are only a lap behind him at the moment. So they're now on the same lap. They're only 1:07 behind on the 75. So keep an eye on the 75 and the 174, as that gap for 4th place could be starting to heat up. So back here with the race leaders, though, in the final 20 minutes. And big pack of bikes going up into the Christmas corner hairpin. Now, as a race leader, you know, he's got a comfortable gap. He's got 2 laps gap from the riders behind, Team DRC and Sofa Fast. So he's got a comfortable gap here. But it's still not nice to see a big load of traffic, and especially when the 741 doesn't see you coming down the inside and almost wipes you out. But there we go, gets it going there, gets past Stanton Service Team. Now he's got the 818 as well to deal with. That is Team Whoopass, gets past that one. That's 2 done and dusted. Now the rest of the field, now he's got the 108 to deal with now. That is JSP or JPS Racing, I believe it is, who has gone through there. I will double check that. Team PBR, couldn't have got that more wrong if I'd tried. There we go. The 89 as well, now just in front. That's Team Normal. They're running well. They're in 6th place at the moment, but that's next on the list to try and get past. And then it looks like a pink bike just ahead, which could be the 581, if I'm not mistaken, of DN5 Racing. I am indeed correct. It is DN5 Racing. Gets past that one. The 581 tries to get past Team Normal, but can't do it. Honda Power versus Metrokit 50cc Power. The Honda Power seems to be still gaining ahead. So there is the 860. That is Team DRC. 2nd place, but albeit they're 2 laps down at the moment. So they're close in terms of position on track. In terms of position in the race, not close enough. And with 19 minutes left to go, pending disaster, 2nd place it is at the moment. 19 minutes then left on the clock. As you can see, the order of the rest of the field sliding past on your screen at the bottom. 206 laps to go. Support on there for Howarth Lad. Gowan Howarth, I think it is. Or go on Howarth Lad. There we go. I struggled to read that. I said, was that a first name then last name? Was it a first and last name? Or was it go on Howard Lad? There we go. I got it in the end. Thank you, Ryan. So support out there for that one. 18 minutes to go then of this race. We're currently watching on circuit the group that our race leader just managed to get through. Here is Team DRC just coming into shot now. They've just got past the 145 machine of Team Skidmark, who again, they're also running well. They are up into, where are Team Skidmark? Cue inappropriate comment. No, so I can't see where they are actually at the moment. Where are they? Oh, there they are, the 13th place. Number 13. So there we go. So the gap information has now changed on the timing hour. So you can see the gap in between the individual riders that you can see there. So you can see that Not So Talented, they're on lap 207. 2 laps behind them is Team DRC. 20 seconds behind Team DRC is the Sofa Fast team. Then it's 7 laps, then 18 seconds behind Mike Hellwood is Team Normal. That was the one that we needed to keep an eye on because, of course, Mike Hellwood had an issue, but it was Oliver Mounts Racing that we were looking at that potentially were going to get past, but it looks like they have pitted. There is the Sofa Fast team on the 334, and they are looking to get past a bit of traffic here. They've got the, what is that, the 787 it looked like. I could see there. Who is that? That is Team 2 Smoke Racing. There we go. So they're trying to get past there. It's a very nice looking bike that they've got. Looks very fast, but there you go. Looking fast and going fast are 2 very different things. Under pressure, though, is coming down the inside, the 213. who is the 213 machine as they try to dive down the inside and try to switch back around the outside. It's BJ Racing. So we've not seen much from them either in this race because, again, they've been going fine. I think they had a little bit of an excursion earlier on in the race. A little bit of traffic, had a little wobble there. One of the bikes getting nerfed out of the way. Again, under braking, trying to go down the inside of that 787 machine of Team 2 Smoke Racing, but can't quite do it. So this is hindering the Sofa Fast team. You know, they're 22 seconds behind second place, yet they just can't get the legs on it. Their last lap was a 102.8. Team DRC's was a 101.4. So again, last time slightly faster and actually get nerfed out the way slightly as well. So struggling with the position. You can see with 145, they've got one of the more novice riders on the bike at the moment for Team Skidmark with the orange bib, but still putting in a stellar performance out there at the moment. And you can see now they've actually managed to get past the 787 bike now. Oh dear, and there's an issue. The 102 is being pushed. That's definitely not how you want to see your bike looking with 15 minutes to go. Team Mara started 17th, now currently in 22nd place. But yeah, that is not what you want to see with 15 minutes to go. Sorry, Danielle, you actually just commented go Team Mara 53 seconds ago. That is unfortunate. But yeah, a big shame for the team there. They're running very well, but yeah, looks like potential engine failure and has come to a stop. Or he could have run out of fuel, you never know. It is endurance racing. Bit squirrely under braking then into Christmas Corner. The 75 you could just see there, that's Oliver Mounts Racing. They are the team in 6th place at the moment. They are 10 seconds behind Team Normal. So we actually do have a three-way battle for 4th place. Mike Hailwood Fan Club, 7 laps down, but they have got Team Normal who are 18 seconds behind, and then 10 seconds behind Team Normal is Oliver Mounts Racing. So bit of a development there, but maybe Team Normal have just pitted. I am not too sure because they've just changed to a lap remaining. So I will keep an eye on that on my pit board. No, they're about to cross the line, so that should update again in just a hot second. As they cross the line, there it is. 19 seconds is the gap, so it's just the timing towers keeping up. That's what it is. And those dark clouds again in the background. The sun's still out here because I can see it through the cracks in the commentary windows here in the commentary box. But those dark clouds are indeed looming here. Nice shot there of the run up towards Christmas Corner. This is where we saw the incident earlier on with 2 of the riders, 2 bikes involved. Both bikes are still, I believe, actually running in the race. So they came a cropper, but they're back out onto the circuit. Both riders, no injuries and all good. Oh dear, this is a busy pit lane now. So we've got the 818, which has got a cracked front fairing. We've got the 3rd place team of Sofa Fast as well, and we've got the 118 as well in the pit lane. So the 118, who are they? That is Shingalulu. So again, that's the team named after, I think, an animal in South Africa, I think is what I heard say earlier. So yeah, no, maybe. So not too sure. Hudson say earlier, sorry, I should say. But yes, so we've got 3 bikes in the pit lane, 1 going for fuel with 13 minutes to go. Is he going for fuel or is he just hopping on the bike there? Well, they're checking something, so they're not fueling. So looking like something to do with the cooling system, potentially. So it's on the front rad area, so I think maybe just changing or taping it up by the looks of it. So keep the engine temp warmer. So back out onto the circuit, a little bit slower. The 818 back out just in front. So Team Whoopass there. Still doing an incredible job out onto the circuit. It's this long train come through. There's the 137 who did have the incident earlier on, and then we went over their team names of Riviera Racing. They're still going after that incident that they had. 13 minutes left on the timer. 213 laps completed by not so talented. 2 laps behind that Team DRC, the leader of the Superstock class. And Sofa Fast in 3rd place overall, but the leader of the Street Stock. But they have got a clear advantage of 7 laps compared to the next Street Stock team. So looking like the top 3 in terms of classes are kind of settled in this one. There is Team Lard, the 64, great liveried bike they've got there. I am curious about what bike that is. I will try and find out what Team Lard are using. If they've put any information down, which would be very helpful. They have indeed. What bike are they on? They are on a Aprilia RS4. There we go. So 3 riders in that one: Matthew Marrett, Warren Butt, and Daniel Kyle. 47, 21, and 65 years of age in that team. So a very multi-aged team. About 20 years between all of them, really, isn't it? So 20 years difference. Matthew Merritt's funny story is not suitable for public consumption. Well, at least I'm glad he put that and not what the actual story. Warren's is the same. He said what he said, and the time he walked in. No, okay, we're not going to continue that one. Okay, yeah, I started reading that one and I thought, no, definitely not. There's the 28 of Momi Racing, recovering after an incident earlier on today and looking nice and strong on that beautiful one there. There is a bit of picture there for you from the pit lane. A nice shoey helmet there. The X-Sprint 2, available at all good motorcycle stores, I'm sure. 10 minutes to go then, as we watch the number 28 of Momi Racing. As we say, there was support out for Momi Racing earlier on today, and it was kind of, a section where the bike had gone off, and I said, oh, I hope that's not Momi Racing, and it was. So, again, that seems to be a common occurrence with this chat. So I feel like if you're going to support a team, probably do it in your head, mentally at home, but don't put it in the chat, because every time someone does, something goes wrong with that team. So yeah, bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. 10 minutes to go then. Not So Talented leading the way with the 50cc class. 215 laps now completed. Their last lap was a 101.634. Slightly slower than Team DRC. They managed to take a 10th out of them, but of course they need to do a 10th and 2 laps to get back on that one. The Mighty Dash comments in saying that looks very fun, and I can tell you right now it is very fun indeed out there. I suspect they are having fun. Me, personally, I'd be terrified. But yeah, I'll ride a bike on the road, which for some people seems more terrifying than racing a bike on a track. But yeah, I'm weird like that. So there we go. The cranky shafters are going on. That was Subliminal Land there, comment on that one. The Mighty Dash again says, I'd love to have a crack at this, but yeah, I guess the team could be Norfolk and Chance. There you go, yeah. Another one of those. We haven't got that team name. That usually completes the trio of the Sofa King, Fast, Norfolk and Chance, that one. And there was another one out there. I can't remember where it is, but there's another one that's also a bit like that, where you have to say slowly. So yeah, that would complete the trio on that one. 8 seconds. 8 minutes and 59, and a bike goes down there hard at Christmas Corner. The 787 is involved. And another bike's gone down. I'm trying to see the number of it. It looks like it's the 108, potentially, that has gone down. Is that team? No, it's not Team PBR. It's the 105, sorry. It's the 105 of BH Racing, who has gone down hard at Christmas Corner, but the rider is on his feet, clearing up debris from the track there. And, yeah, that is not what you want to see. It looked like a little bit of a mistake there, just clipping the back end of the 787. We can see a replay of that now. So just what exactly happened into the braking zone, into Christmas Corner. So, right, you can see there that the 787 moved over to the right-hand side to try and get past another bike, unaware that the 105 was alongside and still there trying to fix the gear shifter on that one. I don't know if he's got the bike in neutral. No, he's still got it in gear. He can't get it going at the moment, so he's trying to find neutral at the moment, and that might be difficult if there is no neutral light, so you have to wait. And I think, has he got it now? He has, yeah, so he's got it out. He's got it in neutral now. So that bike going into a safe spot, and that is a shame with 7.5 minutes to go over the of the race. Ryder is okay, he's on his feet, and he has got the bike going, but that is a huge shame for the 105 team of BH Racing. So 7 minutes to go. Yellow flags out then at Christmas Corner as we head back here to your race leader. The 192, not so talented, 218 laps completed. 7 minutes to go. They just did re-overtake the Sofa Fast team. And they managed to get past that one again. I believe, actually, the Sofa Fast team have just come into the pits, potentially. I didn't say that they've crossed the line, but I didn't see them cross the line. So there we go. Not so talented. Fastest lap that they did last time, 59.883. So again, still on the pace. Team DRC respond with a 59.569. So again, another 3/10 taken out of them, but again, still 2 laps down. So no, some time gained, but not enough. They did go past that. They didn't pit. They're still out there. This could be good for the Sofa Fast team, because you know, now that they've got the race leader's pace in front of them, if they can kind of match them, stick with it, and see what they can do, they can pull them along basically, and that could help them with their chance of closing up the gap to Team DRC. But again, it's a 2-lap difference between the two of them. So everyone all in kind of open sections of track now. They're all close together on circuit, but in terms of actual positions, it's not the best for that one. So Nicola Panel going, sending love to my dad. So there we go. Nicola supporting the team out there on the stream, and I'm guessing that's for the 137 team of Riviera Racing. So lots of great comments coming in. Please do keep them coming in. 5.5 minutes on the race to go. Not so talented leading the way with Team DRC and Sofa Fast alongside second and third place, but both 2 laps adrift from each other. Mike Helwood fan club in 4th place with Oliver Mounts Racing in 5th. Team Normal in 6th. Bushman Racing in 7th place. They've had a good start on the 115. Shingalulu in 8th place. Winkelsteiner in 9th place. And then it's Big Toe Racing who's now pushed up into the top 10. Stanton Service Team, after their collision earlier on at the same corner that we just saw one happen again, going up into the braking zone of Christmas Corner in the 741, now in 11th place. So good recovery from them. The Usually Green Racing in 12th place with the 135. Little Chopper Racing as well, now 13th place. Then it's Miniskirt in 14th. Milling Crew in 15th place. Team Skidmark in 16th. GRT Racing, Riviera Racing, and Vec 3 Racing in 19th place. Team Lard rounding out the top 20 on your screen. The rest of the field, of course, the timing is available. You can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP to view the live timing. You can go on there to see a good bit of knowledge if you do want to have a good insight. 4.5 minutes then left of the first race of the day. There's your race leader, Not So Talented Racing. 4 riders, or 3 riders in that team. All the youngest riders in this paddock. None of them above the age of 16, 2 13-year-olds and 1 15-year-old. And again, definitely showing the paddock how it's done. And again, a busy amount of traffic just ahead. They've got the 28 of Momi Racing just in front. They go around the outside. There's the 16 as well of Winkelsteiner. Round the outside, the number 12 of Miniskirt as well, trying to go around the outside, and switches through the inside of all of them. Gets past 3 of them. Can't get past all of them. So the Winkelsteiner team managed to pull away in that 16. They've not managed to get past them there. And looks like the 102 as well. Yeah, just in shot. That's Team Mara. Again, they had an issue earlier on. That bike did stop. So I think they got that back into the pit lane. If it did run out of fuel, they just refilled it and got it going again. Obviously, if it's a 4-stroke, very easy to do. It's just it may take a while to start up again. So 3 minutes to go then of this race. A couple of laps to go. As careful there, boys. So the Not So Talented team trying to dive down the inside of the entrance of the boot through the Winkelsteiner team. Again, trying to do it in the exit of Pit Bend. And that was dramatic stuff. You know, you're clear by 2 laps. Don't throw it away by trying to rush it past teams that you're not racing. So I know you want to go fast, but again, just think about it now. 2 minutes to go at the end of a 4-hour endurance, and look at the size of the traffic. that the not-so-talented team have got. They dived down the inside. You know, they're on one of the smaller 50cc Metric Kit bikes, but with the full-size wheels on it. There was another Metric Kit bike out there, another one of the 50cc classes, the 96 team, but unfortunately they had engine failures early in the race and unfortunately had to retire, and they were looking very good for the lead of this race. 2 minutes then remaining on the timer as we exit Oisiers onto the back straight. There's Ramrod team, the 150, and there is, I think, it's who is that? It's Bat something. I can't remember what the name is. It Bat Crazy Racing? I'd be amazed if it was. It was the 50 team that it was. Yeah, no, it's Bat Cave Racing. There you go, not Bat Crazy. There you go. I don't want to get that too. No, Bat Cave Racing there in the 50, but they've managed to get past it. 1:40 remaining on the timer. They've not managed to get past Ramrod just yet. Dive down the inside before. Looks like even the braking zone gets that position gain now. 224 laps completed. And Martin on the streamer side, I put this on this morning to see when the 44 teeth were running and ended up watching all of it. Well, excellent stuff. You've got another 4 hours to go after this one, because there's a bit of a break in between, not long, so do stick around for it, but then the next race is straight away underway, and that is the one where the 44 teeth team are in. I was hoping they were going to join me in the commentary box in this one, but unfortunately they're very busy making sure that their bike is ready, prepped for their race. Less than a minute on the timer then. Final lap time, or final lap, will be this time, because the next time the 192 crosses the line, he will see the checkered flag. There is the last lap board out now. 4 hours of racing have come down to this. It's not as close as we'd like. He's got a 2-lap advantage from Team DRC and another 2-lap advantage from the Sofa Fast team, who were looking good, who were leading the majority of the race. Then Team DRC took the lead, and then Not So Talented later on in the race. And look at that. Fastest lap of the race as well on the last lap. A purple sector on the last lap there, the previous lap. Only a few more corners to go. Through Oisiers, the left-hander watching that curb on the inside, flicking it back over to the right-hander, onto the back straight now. It's just the boot to go for Not So Talented, who have shown that they have the talent today. Through the final couple of corners, it's Pit Ben to go. Has a look over the shoulder. Don't worry, there is no one there at all. Out of the final corner, watch the exit curb. Checker flag is out for Not So Talented after 226 laps of this 4-hour endurance. Not So Talented take the checkered flag. Team Normal crosses the line. Winkelsteiner crosses the line. Sofa King Fast crosses the line in 3rd place. Team DRC crosses in 2nd place. Then it's Oliver Mounts Racing, who's not crossed the line just yet, but they are in 4th place. Rest of the field start coming through. Checker flags out. Milling Crew take checker flag. Usually Green Racing take checker flag. Little Chopper Racing take checkered. Mini Skirt take checkered, and so on. Now the top 4 have now taken checkered, so it's Not So Talented who takes the win from Team DRC, and then Sofa King Fast. I have to say that one slowly. There is Team DRC. They were looking strong in the midsection of the race. We had the lead for a moment as well, but unfortunately, and there's the wheelies. So I was going to say, how long is it going to take until we start seeing some wheelies? There it is from Not So Talented. A great running from the young team and the 50cc Metric Kit bike that amazingly has made it to the end of the 4 hours as a well-maintained machine as they come back into the pit lane. So scooted off into, I suspect, where they're going to be checked over and make sure everything is all proper above board and to make sure it's all good. But 226 laps completed over 4 hours. A fantastic result then from the race. And yeah, a great result then from race number 1. Of course, race 2 is coming up in just a moment. We've got a bit of a break until we get to that race, but that's where we get to see the all-in-waiting 44 Teeth try to regain their championship lead. Of course, it's the first round of the championship. They were the previous winners from last season, and are they going to try and replicate that on their factory Suzuki bike in just a moment? Until then, I've been Anthony Jordan. We'll be back in just a moment.
So then, race number 2 about to get underway. You saw there the menacing cloud looming over the circuit. That could cause potential issues for the start of this race. We'll yet to see, but I can tell you right now, it's not rain. It was snow falling a moment ago here at Whilton Mill in the heart of Northamptonshire, just south of the town of Daventry. It's the closest town, but you can see here now, again, another 51 bikes ready for a Le Mans style start. This class has got a great running of riders in it, and again, all the qualifying positions were taken from the hat, so there was no real qualifying. So, starting at the front of the field is the 441 of Farside Endurance. On the second spot on that grid, Factory Suzuki Racing, the number 1, the 44 Teeth team, the one that you've been on the stream looking at. They are on the second spot. Then it is CBS Racing with the 142, and then it is STC Speed Up on 5th. Now, all eyes are going to be looking at the front of the field because we're waiting for that 30-second board and waiting for the green flag as well to go down. Riders primed and ready on that side of the circuit. You can see there the snow just trickling down slightly. Have you ever seen the start of a race where it's snowing and bikes are involved? There you go. That's a fresh one. There it is. There's the green flag's gone down. Running to the bikes now. 51 bikes. What a sight that is as they cross the line. The number 1, the Factory Suzuki team, gets to the front straight away from the start of that one. A great running from them across the line as the rest of the field go through a much more dramatic start than we saw from the first races. Everyone was a little bit slow off the line, but here 3-4 wide out of Crook up in towards Christmas Corner. Green flags are out as again the snow is just starting to trickle down. This is going to make for a very interesting 4 hours of racing, I suspect. So in towards Ashby Hairpin, you can see everyone getting away, a couple of riders running wide. Looks like a potential issue there for the number 1 bike, the Factory Suzuki team. They've dropped down into second place by the looks of it, and it was looking down at the bike. This could be disaster for the team. So there we go, we're back to 4 hours remaining, and here we go there. One of the riders stopped, it's the number 4 machine. This looks like the Pistons slappers that we've got there. They've had a dreadful start and already stopping on the side of the track. Here we go, 4 wide into the boot section for the first time. And everyone getting through it nice and clean. No one pushing too hard. There you can see there the Factory Suzuki team, the number 1 bike moving down into, I think it is 3rd place, because they're not actually appearing on my screen. They're just a TXP number. So hopefully someone in timing can get that sorted out. Synergy Racing, though, who we spoke to on the 71 bike, they are up into 2nd place and full 180 as well in 1st place. So you can see there the weather now as it's coming in is playing havoc with the systems. It looks like a nightmare. So snow is falling on the track. What is going on at the start of this second race here for the Freetech Enduro? Snow falling, people on slick tyres. It's getting a bit wet now. This is absolute pandemonium that we're seeing from these bikes. It's going to be horrible conditions for these riders. Cold, wet and slippery out there for them, and there is a lot of them out there. 51 bikes now, all trying to race through these sections of track. And you are right in saying, Simon Cole on the stream saying this will be chaos. I think you could be right. At the moment, they're behaving. They're behaving well, they're being sensible and not pushing too hard. There's your race leaders currently, the 180, the full 180 team, or full 180. And they are in the lead, and with a good sizable gap by the teams just behind. Now the number 1 has dropped back quite a lot as well. The 44 Teeth team, issues potentially with the bike, so they're falling back now. They're in 4th place. Synergy Racing are in 2nd. Team Allsop are into 3rd place now. There's an overview, real look at the track. Slippery surface flag is out. That's very well put, I think. Slippery surface flag is an excellent way to put it, because I suspect it's very slippery surface flag out there. And there you can see the rest of the field now with the snow falling. This is unbelievable stuff. This is going to be fantastic. Now, Bearded Fist of Zeus, that's a great name, by the way. I love that. Going to be a great first few laps on slicks.
Now, judging by that bike, that isn't on slick, so they're already on wet. Look at the snow coming down. Is that snow or is it hail? It looks more like hail. There goes down a bike. That looks like it's a Honda. Honda CBR has gone down. It's the 156, I think. Is it the 156 that's gone down? Do we have that Team PPE? It could be. I could be wrong. It could not be that one. It is the 156. Yes, it is Team PPE and the Honda CBR that's gone down. Slippery surface flags all over the track. And what a development. There was only a 10-minute break between the first race and this race. What happened in that 10 minutes? We've gone from summer to winter in just 10 minutes of time. I suppose it was still cold. The 14 there, he's come a cropper now. That's a disaster for the 14. Who is the 14? It's a whole new field of riders that I've got now. I can't see a 14 on my screen, so it could be the 441. That could be Farside Endurance. I'm not too sure, but I can't see a 14. It's the 74, sorry, it's the 74 that's on there. So that's Chap Bobbins as well. That's what it's going through. Dive down the inside there for, I think that's also a Honda. That's it's a new Honda 125, the new shape, the new sort of Fireblade shape fairing he's got on that bike as the snow and track conditions dramatically changing. 3 hours, 55 minutes. 5 minutes into the race, and the riders have only completed 3 laps compared to what we saw last time. Here is back at the front. You can see there. So you've got Team Allsop as well. There's the 188. That is Astro MGB Racing, the 27 of Devil Racing. That is RTB Racing, Fast and Loud, Red Rocket Racing. And the number 1, Factory Suzuki Racing, 9th place for the number 1 bike for the 44 Teeth team. So definitely not a good start, but still there's still 4 hours of this race to go. So they've still got plenty of time to claw that back. It's whether or not that bike likes these cold, wet, snowy, possibly slippy conditions. So quick rundown then as we see the 6 diving down the inside. That is DW Racing that we can see going down the inside there. Great running from them at the moment, where they started in DW Racing. Where did they start? So they started in 8th at the moment. They're currently now down in 27th. So they've had a bit of a bad start, but of course that's what you get from a one-style start. Just because you're starting near the front doesn't mean that you're going to be near the front when you get going. It's all about how quick you can run, how quick you can get your leg over the start of that bike. But it is street stocks all the way up to 11th place. The leaders of the super stock are in 12th place with the Frazawaki, I think it's called. So that's an interesting name. I had to try and get that right. That's a cool name, that is. I like that. So we'll keep that one going. There's another one of the Suzukis. That's 122. I can see there. That's just heading up the straight. Who is 122? Team Mechlem there. I can see that. So yeah, street stock there, looking like they're running a super stock there. There's the 222. Now that doesn't look like it's going very fast down the pit lane. And the snow that's coming in is just unbelievable, the amount of snow. That's Revolution Racing that's in the pit lane as well that you can see there. There's the number 1 of the Factory Suzuki team, and down goes one of the bikes at Christmas Corner. Who is that? That is one of the Suzuki bikes that has gone down. Was that... it's not the number 1, but struggling to get on it now. Got to stabilise it as it goes on, so I can't quite see the number on that bike. But that is very unfortunate for that team. So, again, it just looks like maybe a little bit too much of the old front brakes. It definitely wasn't a high side. It's definitely not going fast enough for a high side here. But it definitely looks like the front's just slipped out from underneath. Very slippery, treacherous conditions here. You're seeing the 444 and the number 11 battling away with another bike as well, who couldn't quite see the number. The 11 being Team Rafiki. 444 as well. The treble 4 of... Mississippi's Mud Flaps, I think it is, yeah. I was going to read it as Mississippi, but it's definitely not Mississippi. So 44 Teeth there in the pit lane. They've got the wet tyres. They're out there. Are they running wet or are they running semi-slicks at the moment? I'm not too sure about what is the case with that one. Please do keep getting your comments in. It has frozen and disappeared for me, so if someone could come in and fix that for me, that would be amazing. But do keep getting your comments in, and we'll try to read them out as soon as possible. 3 hours, 52 minutes remaining, and a dramatic start to race 2 for the Freetech Endurance. And oh, there's more bikes down there. And who is that? It's a very bright number, and I can't actually read it at all on the back of that bike. So that's a bit of a shame as he's moving out. It could be the 126, or I could be completely wrong. It could be the Baldy Angels, but we're not too sure. There is the 444, though. Still battling away. Thin tyres on that one. I'm not sure what bike that is, the 444, but the Mississippi, I don't know what that team name is. It's Mississippi's. There we go. Mississippi's Mud Flaps. That's quite a tongue twister, that one. So I appreciate that one for you. 3 hours, 51 minutes then of the race. Hands going up there in the midfield. I think it was just a thumbs up to the team, potentially, in the paddock. But the rest of the field going through a little side-by-side jostling there that we're seeing from 2 of the teams. As I try and get the names of these teams in my head now. You can see there the 66 going through, the 66 of RD Racing. Started in 20th at the moment. RD Racing now running in. Where are RD Racing? Oh, they're very much down the field. They're 43rd at the moment, the number 66. So running strong still. They've got, they've just pitted actually. Yeah, so they've just come out the pit lane. That is why. So they're 4 laps down. They're in the pits for about 6-7 minutes. But they've got relatively good pace for what we're seeing there. They're quicker than pretty much everyone above them up to 13th place. So they've got good pace at the moment. So we'll have to see what that team can do. Looking like the snow has stopped slightly, which is excellent news. And I'm sure the track will start to slowly dry out. Leg going down there for the 103. Lincolnshire Poachers there is. And unhappy with the conditions. And yeah, you can just see there, just a bit cautious with how much you can lean the bike. So it is still raining slightly, or snow is coming down. So it hasn't completely stopped. In fact, it still looks like it's coming down quite heavily, so it's just very, very thin. So very challenging conditions that we're seeing here for race number 2. Now, I've got my chat back, which is excellent. Our full 180 on wets. They're crushing it. So let's try and have a look at that. So the full 180, they are, well, yeah, they're 3-4 seconds a lap faster than anyone else on the field. I suspect that they probably are. They made that call. They saw the rain coming in. Tony Fagan saying, "Come on, 44 teeth." They're doing well, but it looks like they're having a slight issue with the bike. They are in 40th place at the moment, the Factory Suzuki Racing team. They are 3 laps down, not clocking up any time, so I think they are in the pit lane. I think they are changing to the wet tyres. I think that's why we're not seeing them go, and that confirms it right there and there. They are changing to the wet tyres, which is why we are not seeing them on track. So they're getting that change done, but obviously as quick as possible. And you can just see there trying to refit the brake caliper there on the back of the bike as well. So the whole system having to come off. And of course on a race bike this is easy to do, you know, a quick wheel change. Well, I suspect it's easy to do on a race bike. They have a new bike ready alongside that's got the wets. Look at the snow that's coming down now. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. We were in sunshine. It was cold, but it was just beautiful blue sky and sunshine 20-30 minutes ago, and now we're just in, yeah, a blizzard. A blizzard has hit Whilton Mill here in Northamptonshire. But back to the racing here. You can see the 222. That's now back out on circuit. I think they were doing a wheel change earlier on. Revolution Racing. They're back out on circuit. Where are Far Side, please? So Far Side, where are Far Side? So let's have a look for you. So Far Side, we'll have a look down the Far Side Endurance. They are 29th place on the 441. The streak stock, their last lap 1:16.272. They are 1 lap down from the lead lap. Their last best time is a 1:15, but they were 2 seconds a lap faster than the team in front of them as well. So they're clawing that pace. How fast are these motorcycles? Well, I can tell you right now, in these conditions, not very, as again, that's 2 bikes come off, and is that liquid pouring out of one of those bikes? The 7.5 something, I can't see the other number. So who is that? I don't think it's 7.5, it could be 1.5 something then, so that's a disaster. They're still getting that wheel on, pumping that rear brake to make sure that it's definitely working, and away the number 1 almost goes. There we go. Yep, gets it going. So the Factory Suzuki team back out on circuit. The reigning champions on that number 1 bike are now back out on circuit, trying to close up that gap. They've left the pit lane 42nd place, 4 laps down. They were in the pit stop for 4 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's a fairly good pit stop if you think about it, changing the entire wheels. So you can see there the lines, how wet it is. They're starting to leave the lines out on circuit. Where are HH Racing from Aid and Brett? HH Racing are, I will tell you in just a moment when I find them on there. They are 27th place, the number 18. Last lap, 122.083. Their fastest lap is a 114.5, but they were 5 seconds a lap slower than the team in front. The team in front of them were also 6.9 seconds slower, so if anything, actually gained something. If there was ever a good example of why people fit quick wheel change kits, it's around about now from finding neutral. Yes, I think you're about right there. There is the full 180 team. And are they putting... So were they running on slicks in those conditions? Or are they now changing those to wets? Or have they... No, they're taking them off, aren't they? So they were on slicks, and they were still running 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field. That's quite extraordinary. Oh, and a bike goes down there at Christmas. He tries to hold on to it, but no, it lets go. And you can see there, absolutely devastated. I can't see the number. He had a 74 on the side of his helmet. I'm not sure if that accumulates to what's on the bike. If it is, it's Chap Bobbins. Oh, no, and he's just dropped the bike again. He's just dropped the bike again at Christmas Corner, trying to pick it up. It's the number 2 on the side of the bike, so this could be Team Brenda. And I think it is the white RST machine, Team Brenda, one of the top runners in this championship. And you know, the team that Hudson himself is in, and I think he's racing it. It could be Hudson that's on the machine right now. I'm not too sure. I don't know what his leathers look like, but yeah, that's a disaster for them. So the bike is stalled, and they're trying to get that going again, and it looks like he's managed to do so, as he's in the middle of the track. He's in a precarious spot there, but gets it to the edge now, and he's got it rolling. There we go. So Team Brenda now back underway on that number 2. Started right at the back of the field. And Team Brenda now, where are they in terms of track position? Where are they? Team Brenda on this long list of 51 bikes. They are in 14th place. Now I say that, they're dropping down now, of course. They're 19th now, 20th as the bikes are all crossing the line to update. 21st now, so they're dropping way down the order for Team Brenda. 22nd now as well. So Adam Kent going, we've all been there, picking it up and dropping it over on the other side. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, I dropped my bike at 1 mile an hour on the Isle of Wight. So there we go. Not the Isle of Man, the Isle of Wight. I was only there for a day trip. And I dropped it at 1 mile an hour. So there we go. But 3 hours, 43 minutes to go. With still plenty of time left of this race. We have seen drama, snow, rain, tyre changes. We'll see rider changes soon because the longest stints are 35 seconds. There's the number 4 that we saw. He had a issue earlier on in the race. Who is the number 4? That is Piston Slappers, I believe it is. I will look for it on this timing screen, and I can confirm it is Piston Slappers, the number 4, 45th place, but looking strong. So they look like they're quick out there. It's just they had just a very bad start to this race. Where are Slow and Steady, the 186 bikes? So the 186 Slow and Steady, it's because I was right next to where this team is, are in 40th place currently. Their best time was a 120.774, and they just did that, so that was their last lap. So they've just set their fastest lap. are on now the pace. We can, yeah. Let's go for an honest noise in my ear just said, would you like a replay of the start? And I think a replay of the start would be amazing because it looked amazing. Let's see what happened at the start of this 51 bike Le Mans style start here at Whilton Mill for race number 2. So here we go. So you can just see there the run, the 10-second dash across the track. So many bikes. And look at that, a sea of helmet and leathers. You can see there the 11 in the middle of the field at a stall as well. So, you know, that's like pushing a bike out in the middle of the M1. And yeah, it's definitely not what you want to see. But look at the picture now. It doesn't look as busy as it now is it? They're all over the track now. And what a race we've got ahead of us. Just about 3 hours and 40 minutes remain. And we'll get that timing tower back on the screen for you in just a moment. Here's a good little scrap then. The 460, the 188. So who is the 460? They are a team that are out on circuit. And they are KCW Racing. 18th place at the moment. 1:11.963. Their fastest lap is a 1:10.9, so they are roughly about on the pace. Yeah, with the stints at 35 minutes long, the first couple of pit stops will be out, I suspect, in just a moment. So there is the number 1, the Factory Suzuki team, reigning champions. Now, where are they out on the grid? They are now 34th place, still 4 laps down, but of course they're on fresh rubber now, wet tyres on, much more comfortable looking out there now because of course they're on the either semi-slicks or slicks. There's the 201 that's now in the pit lane. That could be for a mandatory rider swap, is it? It looks like it to me there. That is Road Racing Fans. You can see also running the Suzuki GSX 125, obviously a very popular bike in this paddock after last year's winners who are running a Suzuki GSX 125. So monkey see, monkey do, really, in terms of that case. Now the 180 team still in the pit lane. Now they're still changing those tyres. It's taken a while for them to do that. Obviously it's an endurance race, so they've got plenty of time to claw it back. They've now been pushed back down into 35th place. So in terms of Factory Suzuki, yeah, they're in 33rd, so they've managed to get past it. Team Brenda are in 34th place now after their accident earlier on today in the race at Christmas Corner, the corner that we've just gone through on this one. Where did 180 come back out? They've not come back out yet, Sam Jackson. They are still in the pit lane, still having difficulty with getting that front wheel on by the looks of it. So they are falling down the order, currently now 36th place for full 180. So they've not come back out yet. So as we watch the Factory Suzuki team, the number 1 reigning champs, in towards boot corner. They've got a little Honda Cub just in front of them there. Cameraman, there we go. Keep going. There we go. Out the way. Don't get run over. There we go. Here's that. That's the 142. So 142 over the line. That is CBS Racing. They started in 3rd place. The 142. And where are they now? The 142, they are in 25th place. So they've lost a couple of positions, but they're still going strong. Now, lot of last laps are coming in now as new fastest laps. So that's what we're seeing now. So everyone's getting used to the conditions, or maybe the conditions are starting to dry. And if they're starting to dry again, because, I mean, from what I can see from these camera positions, it doesn't look like it's raining or snowing anymore or sleeting. It may be a tiny, tiny bit. But from what I can see here, it looks like it's stopped. So if you think about it, those teams that have just put all those wet tyres on, it could have been all for nothing at this rate. So we'll have to see. There's the number 6 diving down the inside of the treble 4, who is the number 6. I'll try and get that team name to you, and I can't see it on my piece of paper. I can. It's DW Racing, of course. So DW Racing diving down the inside, and then losing that position again. They've gone backwards as they try to go around the 460, and 3 wide as the 100 tries to go down the inside there of Wilkins as well. That's Dirt is the team name. It's DERT is the team. If it's DERT, then fair enough, but I'll call it dirt from now on. 3:37 remaining on the timer. We're nearing that first pit stop window, and you can see their teams coming into the pit lane to adhere to that. Yes, Ross, they're asking, are spectators allowed? And unfortunately, no, they are not. It is only paddock staff, but obviously, it's Ross on the stream there answering that question already. So thank you very much for that. Here's a good-looking bike, the 57. Who is the 57 out on track? And is it the 57, or did I read the number wrong? Because that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it, if I read the number wrong? And I think I did read the number wrong, so we'll try and figure out. It's the 157. There we go. So I missed the 1. And that is team... yes, I'm not going to read that team name out. So that's Team Show, we're going to call it. You can take a guess what the first word is. But yeah, it's Team Show that's out there on the 157. Bike looking nice out there. They started 40th place. Where are they now out on circuit? In terms of that, where did they start? They started 40th. I'm guessing they've gained positions. They move up the order. It's hard to see them. Ah, there they are. 12th place. So a great running from them, actually, at the start of this. So they've moved up quite a few positions. They are in battle with, I think, the team that are just in front, or I think they're actually a lap down from them, and they're slightly slower as well. So top of the timing then. Devil Racing leading the way, the 27 with the fastest lap as well of the race, 1:02.153, which they just set as well. Astro MGB Racing in the 1:88 are second place. Then it's Fast and Loud in third place on the 32 bike. They are all within 8 seconds of each other. So the top 3 are covered by just 10 seconds out on circuit. So that's definitely something that we need to keep an eye on. And as they head through into Ashby's now, you can just see there, that's the 1:03 that you can see there on your screen. 1:03 on my timing towers. Lincolnshire Poachers, they're in 26th place at the moment. There's the number 1 as well of the Factory Suzuki Racing team. 30th place, slowly clawing their way up the order. Their best lap at the moment is a 1:02.8. Last lap was a 1:03.4 as they tried to get through. And here we go. Here's a little battle. Suzuki versus Suzuki. I'm guessing 2 identical bikes, but are a little bit more engineered than one of each other. There's the 1:04 that you're seeing there on your screen as well. And that is Team Delirium. So they are doing a sterling job at the moment. But here we go then. The 2:01 versus the number 1 as they battle for track position. Road Racing Fans versus the Factory Suzuki team. Now, this team, they are unlapping themselves here. So Factory Suzuki Racing do need to get past Road Racing Fans to unlap themselves, put them on the same lap as them, which they managed to do so. 3 more of those, and you're back on the lead lap, the number 1 bike. So plenty of work left to do. But like you say, track conditions looking like they're starting to get a little bit dry again. So that could be a development a little bit later on to see what happens. But obviously still dark clouds looming in the area. But I'm starting to actually see blue sky above the commentary box again. So that could be an issue for some of these teams. 3 hours, 33 minutes to go. There's the 1:22 machine. That is Team McLean there. They're in 11th place. And they're running well at the moment, one of the street stocks. The fastest super stock out there is Premature Racing 2. And the 86, they're currently in 5th place. And then it's Frazowaki in 6th place in the 113. It's still a great team name. And then Frank Snaps in 7th place. That is the top 3 super stock bikes out on circuit at the moment. The top 4 bikes out on circuit are all street stocks with no 50cc class bikes in this race. So we've just got the street stock and super stock in this second 2-hour race. And joining me once again if he is joining me for it, was he just popping in to say hello, or is he joining me? Hudson is back. We saw your bike, the number 2.
Yeah, I was
bit of a spill at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, was it at the top? Yeah.
Yes,
Corner,
Christmas. Yeah, just here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going on right now. We've lost a few laps on our side, so they've had a little bit of a debrief. We've got one of our quick riders out. And then, yeah, I'm going to be in here for 5 minutes to have a go. Anything else been happening? I mean, it looks, it's starting to snow at the start. I don't know if you saw the cameras.
We went from summertime to blizzard, didn't we, in the space of 10 minutes in between those 2 races. Yes, it was very dramatic. Stream was loving it. They were saying this is going to be carnage, and then it actually turned out to be okay. So
only our team crashed.
Yes, yeah. So, but of course, we've had the issue now of a lot of the teams have actually changed to full wets.
Okay.
Now, with looking out this window, I'm seeing blue sky again.
Yes, it's just cold. So, basically, I've just been out there now. We've had the same discussion. We never changed tyres on ours, but definitely I was shouting them, get him in, and then we obviously had the accident and it didn't rain. So, yeah, the problem is I think the weather forecast, looking at the radar graph, is coming over, in patches. So, yeah, and also the temperature change is insane.
Yeah, it did feel very cold when I went back out there a second ago. So you've come in now with a beanie hat on, but you've got sunglasses on though.
That was because the sun was shining just before it snowed. So that just shows you. Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, bike's gone down. It doesn't look like he's made it to the barrier, so it looks like he's all right on that front. So not sure who it is who's gone down. There's not much framework to that bike. But he's back on it. But yes, no, the discussion that we've got now is a lot of people are asking, can a set of full wets last a race on a dry track if it doesn't rain again?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can they do it?
We've had attempts before when the track's been drying and the guys have pushed on. And basically what will happen in the end is you'll see on the sort of sweeping bends, they'll end up having the bike at not very much lean angle. And obviously it sounds crazy, but they'll be drifting it. And it's exactly what will happen with wets on a dry track. So it makes for interesting racing. In the beginning, they'll probably have a lot of feel, and it's just when the lap time drops. So, I mean, if it rains again, the problem they've got, if they've destroyed the wet, it'll be no good in the wet anyway. So they've got to hope it sort of rains in the next sort of hour. They've probably got, with it being so cold, they've got a bit more time than you would normally have. Big shouts, I think that the guys leading, I think one of them's Michael Niblett on the Astro team, if we've got a team sheet somewhere here.
Yeah.
Just confirm, I'm not too sure on that one. Devil Racing, they also fab guys in that team, also very, very strong, so I expect them to be strong the whole race.
Yeah, so Astro MGB Racing, 4 riders in the team.
Yeah, Michael's in there.
Michael's in there.
Yeah. I
so
don't know if he took the start. I'm not too sure which one. It says helmets black and orange. He's a catcher. Have a look.
Yeah, we'd need to have to see who's in there. Yes, but yeah, no, a fantastic start. I think from the entire paddock, because if you think that race started with snow falling.
Absolutely.
And we saw a couple go down, but not many.
Yeah,
and
sure.
that's amazing to see. Like some of these were on slick tyres. Like the race leaders, the 180 team that came in, they were leading the way 3 seconds a lap faster than anyone, and they were on slicks in the wet condition. They came in and changed to the wet tyres. There was the bike that came a cropper at the exit of Crook. And has got back going again, has managed to make it to Wilkins. There, as you can see there, to the team side by side. Here's the number 6.
That's Ian Denny. I know him well. He helps you run the club, experienced racer. So I think he's just in for his standard change, and he's ambling through the pit lane, and it's looking good.
Yep, DW Racing there having a great start to that one. There is the treble 5 that we saw there go past the screen. That was A&M course. They started 49th out on the race, but where are they now? That is the question, and we'll try and find them on the leaderboard, as it's a big old leaderboard, lots of people on it, as I'm slowly looking up, and I'm still struggling to find it on the leaderboard. A&M Racing, where are they on that leaderboard?
I'll tell you just while you're looking, it's absolutely packed at the top. You've got Astro in there with the newcomers to the championship, Devil Racing.
Yep.
And then Devil Racing in second, and then you've got the Marvel Commerce Fast and Loud, second in the championship last year, Synergy, and then Team Mecklem, with the engineering chaps from up north. So, yeah, really, really strong. I'm not seeing the number 1 bike.
Right, so, yes, the number 1 bike, they came into the pit lane. They're one of the teams that switched to the wets at the start. So now they are on a full set of wet tyres with a dry track now.
And they are the chaps that have done it before and gone the distance, and we're leading with 10 minutes to go, and fortunately for us, my team caught them with a couple of minutes to go, and and caught up. But their lap times aren't bad at the moment, are they? Quite strong.
Yep, so they're running around. Last lap was a 1:03.301 for the factory Suzuki team. They're currently now
They've
20.
They've just come out the pits. I can see now they're exiting pit lane.
Okay, yep, cool. So they actually gained a position while exiting the pit lane. I don't know how that happened. But yeah, so they've...
That's how the factory boys roll.
Yeah, exactly that. But
they're on screen. There we go.
There we go. So definitely a rider change there. That's Mike Booth now at the helm of that machine.
Absolutely.
And of course, all of them running the GoPros on the helmets, of course, because they'll have the video that they'll be doing in just a moment.
I'm heading back out, so I'm going to get changed. I'm next out on stint. Johnny
right.
Towers at the moment, who's on there. Glenn sadly got caught up in the incident earlier with the sort of slower. He claimed slower riders, but I never saw it clearly. And yeah, let's see what we can do, and I'll see you guys after I've been on track.
Yeah, enjoy, have fun. Excellent stuff. So Hudson there running at quite a pace out of the commentary box back to his team, obviously to get his leathers on, his bike gear on, and that's what we like to see. 3 hours 26 minutes then remaining on the timer, and it's going to be a play on what teams can do then during this 3.5 hours, whether or not the tyres will make it for 3 hours, whether or not they're going to come in and change them again, whether or not it rains again. There are lots and lots of factors ahead of it. Comments still coming in on the stream. Lauren asks, Dale HH Racing, get the wets off. Go, Carl, I wish you the best, or wish you was mine. So there we go. So support out there for that team. Good luck, HK, as well. I'd love to see a Yamaha RD50. There you go. That'd be a good front. So there's stuff from them. There's the 56. Now, the 56 is Marvel HCL Motorsport. Now, they started in 18th place. And where are they now? The 56 on my timing screen. They're actually running in 5th place. So, one of the top teams at the moment, doing a great job. So, slowly going into there. Now, gaps slightly opening up a bit at the front. Still only 3 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. So, that is the 188 of Astro MGB Racing, and the 32 are Fast and Loud. They are, neck and neck, and they're about midway round the track, I would say. Hopefully we can pick those guys up if we haven't already, but they're making their way to the finish line roughly about now, I would say. So they are about to cross the line. Hopefully we'll pick them up. There's the 17. Who is the 17 out on circuit? Can't quite see it. I think they're quite far down on that old leaderboard. Can't quite see them. So running strong at the moment. Synergy Racing, though, have come out of nowhere, moved up into 2nd place. They're on the 71 bike. We had a chat with them, of course, yesterday. We'll a little bit earlier on. Their best lap is a 58. So there we go. Look at that. We're in the sub 1 minutes already after a snow shower. So yes, they've just gone up into 1st place now. Oh, no, they haven't. So sorry, still Devil Racing in 1st place. Synergy Racing still in 2nd place, but they are lapping at quite a pace. They are 15 seconds behind Devil Racing, who are leading the way. So, but they are running a second, 3 seconds a lap faster. They took 3.4 seconds out of Devil Racing on that last lap alone out on circuit. Devil Racing have just crossed the start-finish line, and Synergy Racing have just crossed the line now as well. That gap is now 15.2 seconds between the leaders. So they'll be heading roughly up into Christmas Corner. It's the 71 who is in 2nd place, and it's the number 27 who is the leader. So we need to keep a very close eye out for them out on circuit, because that could be getting a little bit spicy out on circuit. There's the 151. There's the 6, and more bikes coming in. The 125 as well. You can see there who just went through shot. Who is 125? That is team... These team names are... he's a team. We all know who it is. If you know who that team is, you know who it is. But I won't say it. There we go. 3 hours, 22 minutes left on the timer. Devil Racing leading the way still by a small gap of 10 seconds now. Personal best lap went out to Devil Racing, the 27, who is currently leading, and Synergy Racing, the 71, just behind, slowly closing that gap up. It was 15 seconds a lap ago. They took another 5 seconds out of them. It's now just 10 seconds behind. So keep a very close eye out for the 27 and the 71, because that battle is going to be heating up in just a moment. So keep a close eye on that one. 3 hours, 22 minutes to go. Rest of the teams, Fast and Loud in third. Then it's Astro MGB Racing in fourth place. The 125 team, the Team E in fifth place. Mississippi's Mud Flaps in sixth place. Then it's Marvel HCL Motorsport. Frazawaki in eighth place. Team McLean there in ninth place. Baldy Angels rounding out the top 10. Team Show, again, I'll miss out a word on that one, in 11th place in 157. Then in 12th place, it's the 100 bike, DERT or Dirt, or however they are saying that team name. 13th place is the 773 of Team Allsop. Then in 14th place, the 86 Premature Racing 2. Then it's Frank Snaps RTB Racing. Then it's A&M Course Viking Suzuki in 18th place. KCW Racing in 19th. And rounding out the top 20, Team Derelium in the 104 bike. So clouds there. Blue skies coming back. Patchy clouds. And that little shower has been and gone. And the sun, you can see there, the shadows of the silhouettes of the bikes going through the start-finish line are back. And the track looking dry again. Now, that could play havoc again with the teams who are asking the questions. We asked the question to Hudson as well. Can a set of wet tyres last the race distance? Potentially. But if it does rain again, and they have ruined those wet tyres with them overheating and just tearing themselves apart, that they will then not work when the rain, if it comes, again. So that's going to be a very important one to keep an eye on. Again, if you do have any comments throughout the stream, please do keep them coming in. Please share the stream as well out. If you do have friends, family, or anything that are not watching it and you want them to watch, share the stream. Share it on social media. Get it out there. Make sure you like the stream. And if you don't want to miss out on any more action from the Alpha Live, please make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any future live streams by the team here based at Whilton Mill. 3 hours, 20 minutes elapsed, and you can see there is the team 150 Team Show. The rest of the word is actually written on the side of the bike, so if you do want to know what it is, it's right there. So yeah, we won't say it. Devil Racing 27 leading the way. The gap 7.7 seconds now to Synergy Racing. There is Synergy Racing in your screen. The 71 just behind the 180 team, who came in for the wet tyres as the rain stopped. So that's a disaster. They were running on the slick tyres. If they had the slick tyres on now, they'd be going. Oh, careful. You wave at the camera. Don't drop the bike. Be careful with that. So there we go. That was the 125 team, sorry, that's just leaving the team. That's Team E. Again, I'm not saying the word. But yeah, they're about to leave the pit lane. There's the 100 diving down the inside of boot. And getting that job easily done. Who is the 100 team? That's Team Dirt, of course, on the strict or DERT. Should be. So 3 hours, 18 minutes to go. Simon Pace there. He's supporting the Come On Team show. So he's out there supporting that one. There's the 555 looking down the inside of Christmas corner of the 112. That's Pull the Pin Racing, who are struggling with the pace there, but AM Course down the inside, getting that position done through Christmas corner, and a great opportunity for them. Nice shot there, wide angle of the Ashby hairpin. There's the number 1 trying to get through as well. Factory Suzuki Racing trying to get past, all round the outside. Steady, make sure they don't run out too wide. Cut across the nose, nicely done. But round the outside, who was that? It's the 71. It's your it's your race leaders now, I should say. Synergy Racing. So one of the teams that are, well, potentially was supposed to be battling with the Factory Suzuki team, but they are battling. But there's a difference of 25 grid spots. So great action from there at the moment. So Synergy Racing leading the way. Devil Racing very close behind though, 4.3 seconds. They have obviously managed to get past already but that is one of those. Johnny Boy joins the chat and says, I'd rather watch this than MotoGP. Well, there we go. Much appreciate that. MotoGP racing still is amazing to watch because they're going much faster. It's much more exciting in that front, just for the speeds. But yes, this is incredibly close racing purely because there's 51 bikes out on a track that's 1,200 meters long. So there we go. It's a lot of action out there. Craig Harris comes in. Where are slow and steady, please? So let's have a look up to where slow and steady are. If they are being slow and steady, they'll be somewhere in 32nd place. That's where they will be with their fastest time, or last lap was a 1:03.101. 6 laps down currently, but their best time is a 1 minute .662. So unable to get into the sub 1 minute just yet, as we have already had teams do that very thing. As in Synergy Racing, their best time 57.819. Now that is the team, of course, with the 5 riders in it. We spoke to Graham from the team boss at Synergy Racing team, and he was saying that, you know, they've got BSB riders out there. So I suspect there's a BSB rider out at the moment, but it's a bit difficult to tell who it is that's on the bike. So I will try and ascertain who that is. So Synergy Racing. So Graham Carty, yes, of course, he was the team box. He's not racing, but you've got Charlie Atkins out there. You've got Charlie Nesbitt, Chris Brock, and Steve Toms, who are out on circuit at the moment. So not sure the 71 who is on the bike at the moment, but as soon as we get another picture of that, I'll try and identify them via their helmet and leathers. Looks like a comfy seat on that gantry that's over there. It's got a nice little air cushion that Marshall's got. 104 going a little bit wide out of Crook. The 460 diving down the inside. There's the 103 as well, just coming into shot. Nice looking bike there for the 103. That's Lincolnshire Poachers, of course. They started quite far up the order, 7th place for them. But great running from them at the moment. 3 hours, 15 minutes to go on the clock. And the sun is shining here at Whilton Mill. So we exit the boot section. There is the 180 and the number 1, of course. 180, how are they doing now, the 180? Because, of course, they were leading the way at the start of this, and then they had the lengthy pit stop. They've come out in 36th place. So they are lapping currently at the moment 102s. Their best time is a 1 minute, so they haven't gone sub 1 minute just yet. 4 wide into Christmas corner. Everyone slots back into position and gets through that one. That was nice and close there, wasn't it? And braking zone there, but they all slot back into position and get through. As you can see there, the factory Suzuki bike, number 1, still in your shot, just trying to make their way round the track. But Mike Booth at the helm of that bike. We spoke to Mike Booth yesterday and his thoughts of how he's going to take this race today. Let's see what he had to say.
Boothie again, second rider, the number 2 rider. I think we were joking around earlier for the 44 Teeth team. The number 1 on the bike, champions from last year, looking to replicate that this year. It's going to be tough though, especially as it's now snowing outside.
Yeah, you're right. It's the competition's gone up a lot this year, and yeah, the snow. We thought we were just going to have to deal with a little bit of rain, but it started snowing now. I don't think it's going to snow tomorrow, but yeah, it's going to be cold. I think one of the tricks is just stay on the bike. There's going to be a lot of people crashing, so and there's quite a few rounds. So you know, we don't have to win every single one. As long as if we get on the podium, I'll be happy. And I think if we just keep plugging away, doing the decent lap times and finish the race, we should be somewhere near the front. Like I said before, we're all about the same sort of pace. I know a lot of the teams, they've got a really quick rider and then maybe a slightly slower one, so I think the fact that we might not be the very fastest person on the track, but because we're all at a reasonable pace, I think we've got half a chance of doing all right.
I say compared to last year, a lot more work has happened on the bike this year around, so it's looking a lot more it's looking much faster. Race fairings on it, not the street fairings this time, and it's just looking like a mean piece of kit. Weather tomorrow, it is looking a bit difficult. 70% chance of rain it's looking like tomorrow. I've already checked the weather forecast, but yeah, it's looking a bit tricky. But are you planning on getting out again today beforehand for a bit of wet practice?
Yeah, that's the plan. We've, like you said, we've made a few changes to the bike. We rode the bike last week, and it was great. But we've made a few changes. Could do to check stuff, and I could do with a bit of practice in the wet. I've not ridden this year in wet conditions, so if it is going to be wet tomorrow, then yeah, I definitely need the practice. I think like I said, one of the issues is going to be if it's wet, people crashing, and we need to just stay on the bike. And the more laps we can do today, the better, really.
Yeah, definitely. So practice is obviously key, and with this being a very tight, twisty circuit compared to the other tracks you go to, like Mallory Park or Teesside, another karting circuit, but of course a lot larger than this one. In terms of conditions and it just being tricky, it's definitely one of the trickier ones, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's really tight, and because there's going to be a lot of bikes on the track at the same time, you are going to have to kind of barge past people a little bit, and yeah, sometimes on the like you say, on the bigger tracks at Mallory and such like, you've got, you can catch them in the corners and just draft past them. There's nowhere fast enough here to draft past people, so we're going to have to be hard on the brakes and just barge our way past. But that's just how it is. We'll just have to get stuck in.
So yeah, I mean, we obviously won't talk about what you've done to the bike for obvious reasons. We don't want everyone in the paddock knowing what you've done, but with this circuit, I suspect a larger rear sprocket on the bike, obviously for that better acceleration, I suspect has been kind of key for this one, and different gearing.
Yeah, like you say, we need it nice and short. But then again, if it's because it's such a small bike, if the gearing's so short, we'll just be every corner will be changing gear. So we've found a happy medium. It works fairly well. It worked fairly well the other week. So yeah, hopefully the gearing's going to work, the engine's going to work, the brakes are going to work. We've done a bit on the brakes and the suspension, so yeah, I think we've got a reasonable package. There's still a few bits and pieces that we want to do, but yeah, we're getting there with it. I think it'd be good.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck this weekend. It's going to be a tricky race.
Great chatting to Mike Booth then the other day, or yesterday that was, in fact. And his prediction of, I don't think it's going to snow tomorrow, couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as the race started, the heavens opened, the snow came down. But the snow has gone, and and it's disappeared now off into the distance. We're back now with sunshine, a dry track, and the number 80 getting a tyre polish. Hopefully he hasn't got polish on that rag, because if he did, that's definitely not what you want to be doing. Because, yeah, as soon as you go out on track, that's a nice stubby exhaust he's got on that one. Not sure what our cameraman was aiming at there. But, yeah, fantastic shots there from the pit lane from David. We do thank him very much for his hard work there in the pit lane. And the rest of the cameramen out on circuit who have had to battle through that snow and rain, as well as the marshals as well, who have had to deal with that as well, standing out there in their huts. So, great work from the marshalling team and the camera work as well. We do very much appreciate their hard work. 3 hours and 8 minutes to go. We're nearing the first 1 hour of completion. Synergy Racing still leading the way from Fast and Loud, who have moved up into second place. Now, we had some requests of asking where kind of... oh, there's a bike off in the track. Who's that? Is that the number 4 again? It is. Oh, dear. The piston slappers, they had an issue at the start of the race on lap 1. They had to pull over in pretty much the same spot. He is in a bit of a precarious spot there. I think he needs to push that bike out of the way so he's got a bit of a safer section of where he can work on that. But that is a disaster for the number 4 team. They looked like they were running strong when they got the bike going the first time. They had good pace, but yeah, that bike now just not behaving the way it should, which is a big shame for the Piston Slappers team. So massive shame for them. Now let's have a look back at some of the previous comments of asking who and where are some teams, and I think there's been quite a few comments after that, so I can't see who was asking for. But if you do want a quick recap of where someone is, please do get your comment in, ask, and I will try my best to get that information across to you. Green flags out, of course, into the entrance of boot, as we have got yellow flags in the midfield section here between Wilkins and Oisiers, where we're looking right now, as we, of course, have the number 4 that is off the track, and I think he's actually managed to get that. Yeah, you could just see it there being pushed there in the background. So down the inside there, and that is the 188 machine of Astro MGB Racing. This is the 3rd place team, and I'm going to say, who are they? What bike are they running at the moment for them? JB, I will try and find out for you. They've not put any team information on, so let's see who's put a comment in and what teams we need to look for. Okay, here we go. So we've got Cranky Shafters. Where are the Cranky Shafters? Right, let's have a look then for the Cranky Shafters. Where are they? They are 47th place, the number 90. They are, I think, currently in the pit lane, but I don't think are actually moving at the moment because they have not clocked up a lap in a fair while. And their last lap was around 6 minutes long, and they've not clocked up since. So I think the number 90, the Cranky Shafters, are at this moment not on track. But they're not in the pit lane either, so something tells me that they're in the paddock. So it could be a very difficult thing for that one. Oh dear, and there goes down a bike. Who is that? It's a Yamaha bike who has now got a bit of rufflage on the side of it. And again, number on the front of it. Kickstand is... Oh no, that's not the kickstand. That's the gear. I think it looks like he's got some form of quick shifter on it, and well, semi on it now, and he's still on the slick tyres there. So who is that? You just can't see their number, which is a big shame. So, but yeah, disaster there for that bike down. It looks like Christmas corner. So let's see. So what times are Slow and Steady doing? Slow and Steady, their previous lap time was a 1:18.654. Their fastest is a 1 minute .662. So I suspect they were stuck in traffic on that last lap. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one as well. What position is Pull the Pin Racing in? So Pull the Pin Racing, they were quite fairly high up. I think, before, but they may have had an issue because they're now in 43rd place for Pull the Pin Racing. Their previous time was their fastest time that they've done, personal best of a 1:02.662. They are 21 laps down at the moment, 2 laps down from the next team above them. Position on HH Racing, let's have a look for that. They are 29th place. They've just gained 29th place. They were in 30th a second ago. Where have they gone to on here? Yeah, 29th place. Their previous lap, 1:08.821. They're 8 laps down, 13 seconds behind the team in front of them, which is Team PPE. Their best lap, though, a 1:05.410. So obviously with the timing tower, we can only show the top 20 on the timing tower, but we have a little graphic that can go along the bottom, which will cycle through the entirety of the teams, and speak of it, there it is, which will cycle through the rest of the teams, so everyone can have a quick brief look about where your teams are out on circuit, as we will try and get the information. We'll do a quick rundown of the entirety as well on the hour. So in 3 minutes, we'll do a rundown of the entirety of the field, just to kind of show where everyone is. But Synergy Racing leading the way still. They have got an advantage of 40 seconds, so they're nearing a lap. there was the bike that I think had the issue. So it's the 222. I had a sneaking suspicion it could have been. Now, they obviously changed their tyres earlier on in the race, Revolution Racing. They're on the slicks, and I think they may have got onto the grass at one point. Who's this? It looks like the 90-something. Could be the 90. It is number 90. There we go. It's the Cranky Shafters. There we go. They're running well at the moment. I'm guessing a Scottish team, because they've got the Scottish flag on the side of it. So a fantastic-looking fairing kit that they've got on there. Looks like a custom paint job, which I'd be petrified of putting out on a small track racing with 51 other bikes. It looks like a lot of work's gone into that bike. It looks absolutely fantastic. But the Cranky Shafters running in, currently, where are they still? Just to remind myself, 47th out on grid. But they're not clocking up anything. So, oh yeah, no, there you go. Their last lap, 108.8. So they are back out on circuit. Now, after fixing whatever they were fixing, because their their gap was quite large. So they had quite a big lap time on their previous lap time. And if you do want to view any lap times, you can do. Just head to live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP. You'll be able to see the timing on your laptop or computer or wherever it is you are watching from. 3 hours in and 1 minute to go. Let's take a quick rundown of the entirety of the grid. Synergy Racing leading the way from fast and loud. That is Astro MGB Racing, Marvel HCL Motorsport. Then it's Devil Racing, Frazawaki. Then it's the Baldy Angels in 7th place. Team McLean in 8th place. Then it's Team DERT or Dirt in 9th place. Team E in 10th place. Premature Racing 2 in 11th place. And it's Team Allsop, Team Show in 13th place. AM Course. Then it's Viking Suzuki, RTB Racing, DW Racing, and Team Brenda rounding out the top 18. Factory Suzuki Racing now up into 19th. So Team Brenda, despite their issue of having an issue at Christmas Corner, have managed to get past the number 1 machine. So they are up into 18th and 19th for those two. 20th place is Barmy Tomtit Racing. Then it's KCW Racing, Road Racing Fans. Then it's Farside Endurance. RD Racing, CBS Racing, Team PPE, HH Racing in 27th place, Team Derillium in 28th place, then it's Mississippi's Mud Flaps, I should say, in 29th place, Slow and Steady in 30th, Not Done Racing yet, I should hope not, there's still 3 hours to go, they are in 31st place, Full 180, the leaders earlier on today, and now in 32nd place. Lincolnshire Poachers. Oh, and a rider's gone down there. Who is at the 441? I can see on the screen. Who is the 441? Is it the 441? I think it is, but I can't see it on my screen. So, but they have gone down. There it is. It's Farside Endurance. So, apologies for that. They started at the front of this race. They started right at the front. For the Le Mans style start, but that is a fairly damaged section there. The side where the peg is and the gear shifter is completely bent, and that is a no-go. That looks like you're pushing that back maybe, because if you can get it into gear, that's what you want, but if you can't, it looks like a long walk back, as that looks like the cut through between Fine Lady and Wilkins. So I believe he's on like the midfield, so he couldn't be further away from the pit entrance if he tried. So yeah, it's a long way back from the pit lane. So it looks like he's got it in... No, he hasn't got it in neutral because he's pulling the clutch in. So he hasn't got it in neutral. So he's got the clutch in, get the kickstand down. But yeah, drama there for the Farside Endurance. And heavy damage to the side of that bike. So Farside Endurance at the moment in a bit of drama. There is the Yamaha of the 113 team, which I again can tell you are. It's 113 and they've got a Yamaha livery on the bike, but their team is Frazawaki. So interesting. So they're a Yamaha with a team name that's got a play on Kawasaki. So there we go. Hopefully that's right. There's the number 1. Factory Suzuki Racing 17th place, making their way down the start-finish line. Here is the rest of the field, the 27, the 100, and the 98 as well. You can just see there. They're all battling away side by side through Christmas corner again. Everyone looking a bit more racy now. Everyone was a bit tippy and toey at the start of this race, of course, when the snow was coming down, and yeah, everyone was just a bit unsure about what the conditions were doing. The grey clouds there, they're starting to loom again, so maybe this is what some of these teams want. Green flag out, of course, yeah, after the yellow flags there, you will see at Wilkins corner, that is still the Far Side Endurance team at the side of the track stranded, so they will be slowly going down the order, I suspect. Where are they currently? They're 25th place currently. But yes, they are just slowly moving down the order there, 26th place now, so not looking good for the Far Side Endurance team. Huge shame. There's a lot of support out there for Far Side. So under 3 hours to go then. And Synergy Racing, who just crosses the line there in your shot, or in the back of this shot right now. They're crossing the line. They're on lap 58 now. They're clear by 49 seconds from Fast and Loud, who I think they're about to actually lap. So 32 is the Fast and Loud team, and I think they're about to lap them, yes, because the gap is around what, about 10 seconds of what a lap would be. You can see them there diving to the inside. Very quick pace that the Synergy Racing team have got, but of course, as we spoke to Graham, the team principal, the other day, they've got 5 riders in their team, but 2 of them are a little bit, I think he was saying that they're not as quick as the other 3. So he was saying that, yeah, they're going to get those in. It's going to be like a fast, slow, just to kind of balance it out. Because at the moment, he's got 3 very experienced, very fast riders on that team, which just shows. There is Team Brenda. That is a disaster seeing them in the pit lane again. What work is going on there? It's at the back end. Can't quite see what they're doing from this angle. I know that the other week when they were working on it, I think they were having cooling issues. They were doing a lot of work with the cooling. There is the 441 of Far Side Endurance. They're now back in the pit lane. A very mangled sidestep with the gear linkage there hanging off. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them to get that potentially back out on circuit. So under 3 hours to go of this race, and the sun again is shining. We're going through all 4 seasons within these 4 hours of racing. 1 hour has depleted already, and all eyes still on the top 2. Now I think Synergy Racing has actually managed to get past Fast and Loud, so I think now the only team, there's no one else on the lead lap. You've got Synergy Racing a lap clear of 2nd place now, so only one team on that lead lap now. Conditions looking clear. Everyone just getting along, and I say getting along. I saw a bike go down there in the distance at Wilkins, and Wilkins is the who's that? That's the 222 team again, isn't it? That's the where are they on my list? I always forget their name. Revolution Racing, that's it, yeah. Revolution Racing not having a good day today. You can see there, absolutely distraught. Again, you can see there the gear linkage is hanging off once again. And it's Wilkins. Wilkins is a tough corner because you have to think about it. In terms of a bike, obviously, you've got 2 sides of the tyre. You've got the right side, you've got the left side where they're leaning in the middle. And you'll usually find that a bike should really never be on the middle unless they're on the straight. So here at Whilton, it's a clockwise circuit. So the first corner, yes, okay, it is a left-hand corner. But then you've got a right of Crook, right at Fine Lady, right at Christmas, a little left, right at Inkermans, right at Ashby. So you've heated the right side up, but then you get to Wilkins. It's the first major left-hander on the circuit, and the tyres are freezing on the left-hand side. So they dip it in, there's no grip, and they low side out. And it's just one of those. So riders really have to pay attention at Wilkins, because that is the first major left-hander, and that's where they don't have to. That's where they really struggle on the tyre temperatures, I would say. So, weatherman in my ear has said that there is a possible chance of rain in 19 minutes' time. Now that is that's going to be interesting, because a lot of these bikes are still on slicks, and some of these bikes are on the wet still. But have they overused those wets? That's the major thing. A lot of you on the stream are asking about live timing. If there is someone in the Alpha Live team who could comment a link potentially to the live timing in the chat, that would be amazing for the folks at home if they do. If we do have it, to get that out there. So hopefully for the people who are asking, we can get that to you. So 2 hours, 51 minutes and 55 seconds. What's the weatherman's name? His name is James the Producer. That's his name. Hopefully he's right. I think he just checked his app and just saw, so he is in my ear. So I think you can see it there off in the distance, dark clouds, but I'm not sure if that was the rain cloud that hit us at the start of this race that's still disappearing off into the distance. So we'll, yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens then in the next 20 minutes or so, whether or not we're going to get another rain shower, because you can see that blue sky's disappeared now. Clouds have come back over. It's definitely not looking great in those clouds up there. So riders going to have to keep a very, very close eye on it. So will teams. So will teams, because if the teams can start to see that the rain's coming, you know, they're going to have to prepare potentially wet tyres and everything like that, because obviously they can't change bike. There's no budget for a completely different bike with wets on, so they can just get in, hop off, hop back on and go. It's they've got to change them in the pit lane. So we could have a very, very busy race up ahead of us. So, so I'm asking for an update on HH Racing. Update on them. 26th place currently at the moment. 1:11.942. Their fastest, their previous lap. Their best lap 1:06.782. They just crossed the line. Currently 11 laps down from the race leader. 29 seconds behind the team in front, who are Team Derillium, who are still actually a full lap ahead of them. So they're a lap and 22 seconds. So a bit of work to them. Team Allsop with a new fastest lap for their team, and Team McLaren as well in third place, 58.904. That's their personal fastest time of the race. So the best lap of the race is actually from Synergy Racing, which is a 56.912. Fastest lap of the race at the moment. There's a look at the number 1 team, the Factory Suzuki Racing, 17th place for them. Great recovery from them. You can see the dark clouds looming in the background. Update for on slow and fast, please. So let's see what we have for them. I think they are 27th still. And yes, I thought, Craig, that's what you were meaning, slow and steady. So 27th for the 186, 1:12.042, their last lap, 11 laps down from the race leader, 1 minute .662, still their fastest lap of the race, and that definitely looks like rain looming. And there is 2 bikes off at the boot section. Who can we see there? So I think we've got the, there's a, oh, careful, don't drop your bike. That's the 23 I can see there. So the 23, that's Red Rocket Racing. I think it's Lords out in there at the moment on a CBR 125R. You can just see it there on the side, but with added grass. There was another rider off as well. I couldn't quite see the number from where I was, and I still can't see the number. So yeah, big shame for those two. It looks like that's very bent handlebars there. So something tells me if they've got a new set of handlebars, that is that's not going back out. Oh, it's completely snapped. Yeah, it's completely snapped. So that was a heavy hit then for that bike. You can see there the exhaust is bent as well. Lots of mud and dirt in there. There's the 222 that's had a couple of falls now. They've lost a headlight as well by the looks of it. And that's back in for repairs as they're trying to fix the the linkage, I believe, for the gear shifter. So hopefully they're going to get that bike back out. That's Revolution Racing, of course. Rest of the field going through. So who is riding the factory Suzuki? I believe you are right. Yes, I believe it is Chris who's out there at the moment on the number 1. There is the 180. How are they doing? Our previous race leaders at the start of this race. Where are they right now out on circuit? They are, I can tell you, full 180 are in 27th place. Their previous lap 102.281. 12 laps behind the race leader, but their fastest time 59.920. So they've got the pace, they've got quick riders out there, and it's one of those. Matt asked how many finishers get points and how many points do they get? That is an excellent question, and I think I can answer that. So on the points, if you head to the website, Freetech UK Endurance.com, you can see that. So position, I think you get points all the way up to 20th place. First place gets 30, and then it decreases there by 6 to 24, 21, 19, 17, and so on by 1 all the way to 20th place. So 30 points up for grabs then for the leaders in this one, and 1 point for 20th place. And you can see that on the website, Freetech UK Endurance.com/results. You can head there and have a look for yourself. So 2 hours 46 minutes to go. We see on the screen there the number 80 who was in the pits earlier. That is the Crank Snaps. Oh dear, and there's another bike that's gone down, and he's left a bit of his bike behind by the looks of it. That looks like the entrance to Ashby. Yeah, and he's pushing that out the way. Oh wait, is that the 71 of Synergy? Was that the race leaders that have gone off? So the debris been left there. What's the bike? It is the race leaders. Synergy Racing, leading the way, have had a disaster and have put some severe damage on that bike. He's now being pushed back into the pit lane, but the handlebars are completely bent, and that is a disaster for the team. I think they came in and swapped rider, but that bike there, that's going to lead a little bit of TLC before that heads back out into the circuit, and that is going to gift the lead to Fast and Loud, the number 32. Yeah, look at the handlebars on that one. That's completely wrecked. They have to technically stop there, so they've not stopped. They're supposed to stop and get off the bike, and they haven't. So again, that's a bit of a disaster for the team as well. So adding insult to injury of a broken bike, also potentially a penalty by the race stewards. So Synergy Racing at the moment, they are technically still leading, but Fast and Loud, the 32 machine, who is probably just around Christmas Corner heading into Ashby, probably in this big pack that we can see here, is going to be taking the lead this time around, which is completely opened up this race. So major drama then, with 2 hours and 44 minutes to go, 68 laps in, and the race leaders, Synergy Racing, who are looking incredibly strong, have had a disaster and have come down at the Ashby hairpin and have going to start stumbling down the order. So that is a disaster. There is another one of the bikes in the pit lane. We saw that one earlier. Oh, the fuel tank's come off. Well, there we go. That's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah, he got the fuel cut-off switch there, so you can stop the fuel coming out the bottom of it. Not sure why he's taken that off, so major issues there with that team. So then, your new race leaders on lap 69 is the number 32, Fast and Loud, street stock class, with their last lap of 102.557 and their best time 59.449, leading the way. That will leave Team McLean up into third place. They'll be in second place in just a moment as well. They're about to unlap themselves from the Synergy Racing team, moving up into second. Oh dear, and there's the 186 has gone down there. Looks to me like that's the entrance of Oisiers, I believe. So the 186 6 has gone down. If we can see a replay of that, that would be amazing. But it was the team, slow and steady team. What happened here? Oh, yeah, you can just see, did he catch the, I quite missed that again. It happened quite fast. If we can see it again, it looked like he just hit the front wheel on the bike just in front. I thought that's what happened. I was looking at the bikes behind. Yeah, if we look at it again. So it's the bike that's right up ahead in front of you. Oh, no, so it wasn't. So it was going around the outside and actually got a nerf round and pushed off. So I obviously think it was accidental. It was a bit of a sandwich section there. There was 3 bikes all fighting for the one section of track. So I'll call that down to racing incident. But yes, it wasn't that. So disaster for that. There's the 17 Yamaha about to head out onto the circuit. 2 strokes too many. We've not heard from that team as of yet. They started the race in 6th place. But they're currently in 30th at the moment, the 17. Their pit stop a little bit longer, so it looks like they've had fuel because they were exactly a minute in that pit lane just there. So another update in for HH Racing. Where are they? Lots of supporters for HH Racing. They are currently 33rd place at the moment. There is the slow and steady bike being slow and steadily pushed off the track. But they are, HH Racing are in 33rd place. Their previous lap time, 1:10.621. There's the 90, the cranky shafters in the pit lane. Beautiful, beautiful bike, that one. Looks absolutely fantastic. Very, very custom bike there as they head back out onto the circuit now. Hopefully, if they exit the pit lane now, they'll get a good bit of clean air, but not anymore, because they've got the number 1 factory Suzuki team that have just gone past them, and they are in 15th place at the moment. Have got Viking Suzuki just behind them. They are, essentially, they're neck and neck. They're battling for position. They are, the Viking Suzuki and the factory Suzuki Racing, so 2 Suzukis, nose to tail on the same lap with no time between them, fighting for 15th place on the grid. So I suspect that will be an incredibly interesting one to keep an eye on. 2 hours, 40 minutes to go then for this one. Devil Racing, new personal best time for them. They've closed that one up a bit with the 59.649. There is the 201 bike that's making their way round the final corner. Over the start-finish line. Road Racing fans, 22nd place for them at the moment. There is the 157, who's just crossed the line, Team Show. There is the number 1 Suzuki, who's he got just in front. Bit of traffic in front now as they make their way through. There's the recovering 441. That is, of course, the endurance team that we saw earlier on. Farside Endurance, 42nd place. They're back out on the circuit with a repaired bike and are still going strong. So for all you Farside fans out there, the team is still out there running strong on the circuit, albeit a few positions down from where they were a little bit earlier. So yes, Adam Stone, there you are. Yes, your question, are Farside back on yet? Yes, they are. 2 hours, 39 minutes and 38 seconds left to go of the race. We're currently on lap 73. Leading the way is Fast and Loud from Team McLean there in 2nd place. Then it's Devil Racing, Marvel HCL Motorsport in 4th place, Frazowaki in 5th place, Astro MGB Racing in 6th, Dirt in 7th place. Then it's Baldy Angels in 8th, Team Show in 9th place, and Team Allsop in 10th place out there. That's your top 10 currently at the moment. We will get, of course, the timing table there. We'll go through the entirety of the grid for you, so please do, if you want to see where your teams are now, have a look at the screen and it will cycle through who is where. Great little battle here. 3 bikes involved. You've got the 56 and the 2 who are nose to tail. Obviously the 2 being the close running team. Started at the back of the grid, Team Brenda. Running strong still at the moment after their mishaps earlier on. There is the pit stop for the slow and steady team. Having a look at the damage potentially, because it looked like it was a fairly hard hit when they hit the floor. So a lot of work going on there to fix that bike. Getting it back going. But yeah, disaster for that team. Dark clouds again looming. We've not had that, I think the weather forecast may have been a little off by a few minutes. We'll have to see. what happens as they as the rain, the dark clouds still looming in the background, but still fairly bright out. We'll just have to keep a very close eye on it. So, Frazowaki leading the Superstock class. Second place in Superstock is in 12th place, which is Premature Racing number 2. And then in third place, DW Racing in 20th place for Superstock. That is the order for the top 3. There's a look at the lovely sky. So, blue sky, but again, you just see those dark clouds looming around, and it's just, oh, it looks a bit touchy. There's a look at the weather forecast. Rain risk 10%. Whether or not that's correct at all, we'll have to ask our resident meteorologist, which is a big word for me, but I said it. Get that out. But those clouds looking ever risky out there. So, Adam Stone, James Weatherman, wrong. 18 minutes. Yeah, he was wrong. HH back on. Yes, I don't believe they actually went off at all. So HH are still on the track. 40th place at the moment. Oh, actually, no, I think they are off the track. Yeah, so they're not clocking up at all. So yeah, they just dropped down from 39th to 40th. So I think HH Racing are off. Now, our secondary weatherman, Luke, has said there's rain in 1 minute on his weather app, and I know he's got a good weather app because it was very accurate at a previous championship round that we had, actually at this circuit as well, where it was accurate to the minute. So yes, if there's rain due, it could be in a minute, but we'll see because there's currently blue sky over the circuit. What about snow risk? I don't think there's any snow risk. Well, I say that. There was no snow risk at the start of this race, and we were in a blizzard. So if you were around for that, yes, there was lots of snow at the start of this race, but those clouds are looking... It does look a bit rainy there in the background, doesn't it? This could be heating up, but I tell you what else is heating up. All those wet tyres on a dry track, that's what's heating up and being chewed and being torn apart at this time. Yellow flags out at Oisiers. Where is the incident along there that is causing that? There it is. Is that the 82, I think it was, maybe? 86? It could be Premature Racing 2, I'm not too sure. Yeah. Not too sure. But, of course, at the moment we are talking about these teams. One of the teams, of course, the number 1, the 44 Teeth, the factory Suzuki team. We spoke to them the other day. We've already seen what Mike Booth had to say, but as the 23 is getting pushed into the pit lane. But what did Alistair Fagan have to say?
Alistair Fagan, you join us here at Whilton Mill, a rainy Whilton Mill. You've just come out from one of the practice sessions here before race day. How are we feeling going ahead of it?
Yeah, we've got some new, well, basically got half a new bike on there. So we came to the test last weekend, and it's a brand new bike. It done 6 miles, so it was just a case of a bit of a shakedown, and there was nothing particularly wrong with it. But the level of the competition has come up this year, another level. So we want to win. We want to defend that number 1 plate. It's a bit of fun at the end of the day, but no one likes losing, and I'm the same. So although I've had a lot of practice at losing in the last couple of years. But anyway, so yeah, we've got all new suspension thanks to James at JSS Racing. The front end came off, the shock came out, the linkage came out, everything. So yeah, it's a completely different bike now. So it's a shame it's raining because it looks like it might be dry tomorrow. But yeah, it's just a bit of fun and yeah.
Excellent. I mean, I've been watching the 44 Teeth videos. The previous video that I saw, of course, was the one where it was going on the dyno and it was getting ragged quite heavily by a man who's standing right beside you with his head in between his legs. But yeah, the airbox, that was one of the main things I think that you were saying from Suzuki, was it was causing a huge power difference. So I think, it's just been completely ripped out in this one?
No, I mean, if I told you what went on, there's no cheating going on, but there's no cheating. But if I told you what James had done, then I get shot. So yeah, the airbox is pretty much empty. There's nothing in there. And yeah, we've just basically from last year we won on last year the bike just had an exhaust and gearing. That was it. But this year we've lost another sort of 5-6 kilos from the bike, and the riders have lost a couple of kilos as well. So in theory, we should be better. But yeah, in terms of upgrades, there's a lot more than meets the eye.
Yeah, I was saying last year the bike looked more like a road bike. It still had the lights, indicators, everything like that on it. This one looks like a completely different machine. You've even gone a little bit MotoGP-esque with a little bit of the winglets.
Yeah, I turned up to James. I picked James up earlier, and he said, "Oh, I've got a surprise." I went, "Oh no, what's he doing? Has the head come off? Is there new cams in it?" No, he's just pulled out these wings. So yeah, I think that's 0.2 of a second a lap. Yeah.
Definitely, it's not adding weight to it, no. Awesome stuff. Well, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck for tomorrow. Obviously, first round of the season. 51 bikes, doing a Le Mans style start here at Whilton Mill. That's going to be a challenge. Who's pushing you?
I think I'm going to go first. I put all the groundwork in, so I'm going to go out first. I think. Yeah.
Cool. Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Enjoy tomorrow.
Well, a great chat there with Alistair Fagan yesterday in a wet and cold Whilton Mill. Currently at the moment, we're in the break of summer time. We're in between the two winter seasons of those big clouds. It snowed at the start of this race, and we're not expecting snow again, but something tells me that it could be a potential occurrence, as that cloud looks very ominous there in the background here at Whilton Mill. That is just at the top end of the circuit, roughly around where Christmas Corner is, and that is just below near turn 1. That's Crook and Oblivion you're looking at over there, and that is looking very, very dangerous, that wet weather. So bit of last second adjustments there for that Repsol Honda 125, just leaving the pit lane now very quickly. Both of them leaving there. Good stuff from there. There's the 56, which is Marvel HCL Motorsport, currently your third place team. They've got Team McLean just in front of them with a 1-2-2 bike, but they are very close at the front there. So race leaders fast and loud. They've just crossed the line. They're heading through turn 1 now up in towards Christmas Corner. 12 seconds behind them is the 1-1-2 have just crossed the line now. Sorry, the 1-2-2 that just crossed the line. So they're in a very close battle. But here is third place. This is how much further behind they are as they're going into the last section, the boot section. That's how far behind they are. So they're around 34 seconds behind the race leaders at the moment, but struggling to get past the 74 bike at the moment. Now the 74 being the Chat Bobbins Street Stock, started the race 22nd. Where are they currently at the moment out on track? They are 37th place at the moment. So not racing with the 56, but definitely giving them a race nonetheless. So, so there you go. Yes, weather update, please. Yes, you've just had your weather update. There we go. There is the 188 machine in the pit lane, the nice bright orange Astro MGB racing bike. Now they are currently, where are they? Currently on the leaderboard. They are in 6th place, having a bit of a refueling job. Now, nice race livery they have on that machine. Nice exhaust system as well. Kind of looks like an Arrow exhaust, but it doesn't look like it had the Arrow branding on it. Another one of the Suzukis out there on track, going a nice little run around the outside of Christmas Corner. That looked like great control there from that rider. I think that was maybe the 201 machine that we've seen. So road racing fans, I think that was. No, it was the 122, I think that is. That's out there in that one. Let me try and find out. Yeah, so that could be actually that's our second place team, Team McLean, I should say. So yeah, there we go. It's hard to see the numbers. A lot of the bikes have got the same liveries on it. The 222's back out, battling alongside the number 90. Very nice looking bike, the number 90. I have said so many times already. But keeping that bike on the straight and narrow, which is good because I'd like that to come back nice and clean because it's a beautiful looking machine, that one. There's the 113, the 773 as well as the 104, all nose to tail across the start-finish line. So the 222 of Revolution Racing, of course, under pressure. Oh, that was close there from the 112 bike that was trying to get to get past. So the 122 bike, I should say, second place, trying to squeeze their way past Revolution Racing, unable to do so at Christmas Corner, and they've dropped back to, a fair bit here in towards Wilkins, now down the hill into Oisiers. Tricky braking zone on this one, and bring the bike back up. Synergy Racing look like they're back out on track and immediately setting new fastest times of the race. 56.912 for them. They are back out. Their last lap before that one was a 59.4, but they're back out on track in 20th place. So they lost a bit of time, but not too much time. So let's see then what these bikes can do. So 2 hours, 27 minutes to go. And the rain is approaching. That looks terrifying. If you're one of these riders and you know you're on slick tyres and you're going into turn one, you see that. It's when you start to see the drops of rain on your visor. That's the terrifying part, because you just think, oh no, what's the next corner going to be like, and so forth. So it's when it will appear. Our weatherman may have been slightly wrong with a few minutes out, but that definitely looks like impending doom for this race. We're nearly at the half race distance. It snowed at the start. Is it snow or rain? Get your bets in on the chat. Get your predictions in. Is it going to be snow? Is it going to be rain? Because we don't know. It doesn't feel cold enough for snow, but it snowed earlier, so there we go. So let's have a look. An update on HH again, another little update on them. Let's see how they are doing. Where were they last time? They were 42nd place. They are back out on circuit after 22 minutes in the pit lane. So they are back now out on circuit, albeit I think going very, very, very slowly. But I think they are now back out on circuit. If they did go back out on circuit, hopefully they put wet tyres on. Because they had a perfect opportunity to do it, because it looks like the rain is incoming. There's the field slotting through, as you can see. Everyone diving through. We cut to Christmas Corner. There's the 142 at the front of this pack, and the 188. That bike obviously just had a bit of refueling done. Oh, is that rain I could see in the camera? Was that rain? Has it started raining now already? I feel like I saw a couple of water drops. Maybe I'm just speculating at the moment, but if that rain is coming, it looked like it was very close. It could be here already. So keep a very close eye out on those teams. There is the 180 team, full 180. Started 41st. Oh, yes, it's snow. There we go. So it was snow again. Right, it doesn't feel cold enough for snow, but here we go. Yes. It's, did anyone order a blizzard? Because we're going to get one. 71, there it is, Synergy Racing behind the 188 bike as they're going into turn one. Now be careful, because that rain's coming down, or snow is coming down. Look at that cloud. That's about to open up a can of terribleness all over this circuit, I think. Yes, that is not what we do. As the chat now starts to sing the Let It Snow song. But he ended that with, I don't know the lyrics. But yeah, snow now coming down here at Whilton Mill. And I suspect, get ready for this order to shake up a little bit as teams decide whether or not to dive into the pit lane and change tyres, or they stay out and risk being on the slick tyres. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on that one of what happens. Two bikes there side by side into the boot. They've got to be careful now. They don't want to be too close to each other just in case a wheel goes out from underneath. There's the 56 of third place, Marvel HCL Motorsport. Oh, everyone running slightly wide there. Not happy, a hand going up there. And that rear light flashing on that bike there. It's a feature they've put on it. You can say diving to the inside, the 74 there of Christmas Corner. Getting that job done. Of course, Chap Bobbins there started 22nd on the grid. And you can just see wind picking up. Sky getting darker as the clouds are coming over. Paul Leggett there on the stream says, my money is on meteors. I don't think we're going to get meteors. I think someone's been watching too many films. Yellow flags out then in the Oisiers section. no slippery surface flags out yet, so I think there was a brush of snow, but I can't see it snowing fully yet, but it may not have fully hit us yet. So let's see. I couldn't see the reason for the yellow flags out in that section. But apparently in my ear there was a parked bike at the side. I just didn't quite see it. No, that's a quad bike there, I can see. That's one of the marshals on the quad bike. So 2 hours, 22 minutes to go then. A quick rundown then of the top 10, and we'll get the rest of the field up on the screen for you as well. Just after, Fast and Loud leading the way, the number 32 in first place. Currently on lap 89, their last lap a 1:04.73. Team McLean in second place with the 122. Again, another street stock bike, the 88 in the pits, and is the 26 with the 126, I'm not sure who. Marvel HCL Motorsports, they are in third place on the 56. Then it's Frazawaki, the top super stock running team, a lap down and on the same lap as the third place team. They're only 25 seconds down the road from that third place spot. Devil Racing in fifth place and the 27. Then it's Astro MGB Racing in sixth place. Team Allsop in seventh. Team Show in 8th place. Then it is Dirt, the 100 bike, in 9th place. And Team Brenda, who've done an excellent recovery, managed to get back up into 10th place on that number 2 machine. The rest of the field will get obviously on the side. There's a Lauren at the top 10, and look what's falling again. I thought it was Christmas a few months ago. It's now snowing now. So where was this a few months ago? Danny Mack says, could there be a red flag if conditions become really bad? Now, it is a potential. Of course, we could see a stoppage. Of course, a lot of these bikes are still on the slick tyres. So, of course, that's that could very well be a potential. We'll just have to keep a close eye on the conditions. Obviously, on your screen, you're watching at home. You can see everything that I can see on your screen. Here is the leader, Fast and Loud, the 32, the Suzuki bike in the snow. Is he on slick tyres? That's the question. It looks like it to me. He's also running wide as well. They're not allowed to do that too much because I'm sure track limits will come into effect. But your race leaders, and that was, of course, after Synergy Racing had that disaster at the Ashby Hairpin. But they are back out on circuit in 17th place, running well. Oh, there's the Rossi foot down. Oh, down the inside, tried to look the 188 there. That is Astro MGB Racing. They just refueled the bike again a few laps ago, but the snow definitely falling a lot harder now. So let's just think what could happen in this next section. Look at that, the wind's picked up now. So wind on a bike as well can cause huge havoc depending on which direction it's coming from. You know, as you dive the bike in and trying to get it switch over to the left-hand side. Slippery surface flags have come out. Yes, very observant of you out there. Down the inside, heavy braking again. Whoa, look at that. The 188 was a lot braver on the brakes there and just sliced through the middle of these two machines here and keeps it on. What a fantastic move there from that sixth place team, Astro MGB Racing. Fantastic bike control here. And there has gone a bike gone down at the first corner. He's got that front wheel stuck in the trap there. Is his front brake locked there, or has he got it stuck in first, or he's got it stuck in gear? He can't twist yet. It's definitely stuck in gear there. So snow very much falling now. Cranky Shafters, 29th place, the number 90, 1:10.646 was their last lap, 16 laps down at the moment. Best time 1:07.590 for them. So yellow flags out then at the pit bend section, the final corner. In fact, I think it's yellow flags out at turn 1 as well. So I think someone's gone down at turn 1 as weather conditions go. And one thing that you've got to remember on this one is visors fogging up. So that's something that riders have got to pay attention to. Now, you can have the visor open, obviously a crack and let some air in, and that can help. But of course, you've got the option of the I can't remember what they're called, but the thing that goes on the inside of the visor, I'm sure someone in the chat will tell me what it's called again. I can't remember. The thing that goes in the inside of your visor to stop it fogging up. I know what they are, I just can't remember what they're called. But yeah, I'm sure some of the riders have got some of those, or maybe even tear-offs, but you've got to watch out for fogging up, because when these cold conditions... Oh dear, and there goes down a bike. It is the 80 who has hit the deck, and that is Crank Snaps, I think it is. Where are they on the timing tower? The number 80 out there. Where are they? Try to find them because they were running very well just then, and it just looks like slippery conditions. Frank Snaps, yeah, 31st place. They're one of the super stock teams. Their next main rival is Speed Up. Oh, and another bike's gone down there. They're just behind them in 31st place. And they're trying to get that bike going. Again, I can't quite see who it is. It's the one, the full 180 team. The team that was leading. And again, here we go. Conditions are getting slippery out there. So this is where it starts to be the decision of whether or not do we halt proceedings. It's the 773 that went down, or we keep going. So that is going to be the decision, of course, of race control and the decision. That's Team Allsop. So that was the team who was running in 9th place. You can see their conditions getting ever worse, and a lot of these teams still on the slick tyres, you have to remember. Rossi, thank you. Yeah, pin lock. That stops fogging. Yeah, that's what they're called. I knew it was pin something, but I didn't think pin lock makes no sense. So yeah, that's what I thought. There's the number 1 team. I believe they're still on the wets. I don't think they changed back. So Fagan back on the bike for the number 1. So they're still, I believe, running on the full wet tyres. So this is exactly what they were hoping for. This is exactly what the number 1 was hoping for. You know, they're currently in 12th place. They've come back from right at the back of the field. They are still 8 laps down at the moment from the rest of the field. Where are they? Number 12. Yeah, it's 6 laps down. Sorry, so they're 6 laps down still from the rest of the field. But they've got the wet tyres. Are they destroyed? But he's looking pretty comfortable on that bike there. So I think he's going to be quite happy with the conditions there. And look at this now. I feel like it might start settling soon. It's quite ridiculous. Yeah, so Mazza there confirming what I'm talking about there. I wonder how much the wet tyre on the number 1 Sousa burned through. Oh dear, and a heavy drop there for the 188. The 5th place team, Astro MGB Racing, hits the deck hard at Christmas Corner. He's back up on the bike, and he's getting that going again. But exhaust a little loose on the back there. Looks like all the gear linkage is still there. Full 180 in the pits, and look at that. Wet tyres going on the full 180. I thought they were putting wet tyres on it earlier because they had them behind them ready. Maybe they're not putting wet tyres on there. They could just be doing a chain tension there. But with the conditions as they are and the clouds looking still dark off in the background, it doesn't look like it's going to give up soon. Maybe. So there is still the 188 of Astro MGB Racing still off at the end of Christmas Corner. And they get going again, albeit in front of another bike, but they get through. Oh dear, steady boys. We'll try and get round. There we go. But, yeah, disaster for that team. Jacob, it's always Christmas Corner, isn't it? Yes, it's either Christmas Corner or it's Wilkins. So, yeah. But Wilkins and being the first left-hander after a lot of right-handers, and Christmas Corner being the first major heavy braking zone of the track as well. We do see a lot of incidents there. But that snow really coming down now, which is peculiar, isn't it? You know, the fact that I was in shorts having a barbecue the other week, and now there's snow and it's blizzard. Everyone's all wrapped up and keep going. You can see everyone there at the side with their hoods up watching. Obviously, they're not spectators. They're members of the team and everything like that. So, support out there for 44 Teeth and Fast and Loud. Fast and Loud still doing an incredible job. First place at the moment in the number 32, 96 laps completed. The gap between them and second place, Team McLean, is 45 seconds. So keep an eye on that one. There is Synergy Racing, the number 71, who's gone down the inside of Team Brenda. Gets that job done. Team Brenda struggling in these conditions. Now Team Brenda didn't get themselves back up into 10th place at one point, but they are now in 18th place. Frantic work going on, and there we go. There's the wet tyres. So it looks like wet tyres are now going on for the full 180 team. They're pulling the pin, and they're getting that done. Now the 4-4 team that's just behind. Oh dear, the treble 5. The treble 5 has gone down at Oisiers. Thumbs up and gets going. That looks like he's running a KTM Duke there. 125. So that's obviously the more sit-up naked frame bike that you would get compared to other KTM 125s, the more sporty super sport style of bike. So the Duke there more the sit up and beg style of bike, but having a little difficulty out there. Rest of the field nearly half race distance then. So does this mean then we had snow at the start of the race, snow halfway through the race? Are we going to get snow at the end of the race now as well, just to spice it up? Are we going to get 3 lots of snow during this race? That could be a quick question. So Mazza is happy Monday, everyone. It's midnight here in Oz. So you're staying up for good old Oz. Excellent stuff. I'll try not to be too noisy then, because I'm sure you want to be in bed asleep in a moment. So if you can stay up until 2 in the morning to stay for the checker flag, just to see how the Suzuki team can do, that would be great. There we go. So that's dedication. That is dedication to bike racing. Staying up till 2 in the morning to watch it. Yellow flag's out, still at Oisiers. And oh look! And just as the snow comes, the blue sky reappears again. It really can't figure it out, can it? The weather today. So, everyone who was running on the wet tyres had a brief moment where the tyres will be fine, yep, cool conditions, and will work lovely. But now the sun's going to come back out, and everyone who stayed on the slick tyres will have the benefit. It's who do you put down on who could win this one? I mean, honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. With 2 hours to go and the weather conditions being so unpredictable and changing, who can put any money on anyone winning? So Craig Harris says, how are Slow and Steady getting on after their crash? I shall tell you how Slow and Steady are doing after their crash. Slow and Steady are in 40th place, the 186. Currently, I can't see their Delta moving, so I don't think they are actually on circuit yet. So if they are, the 186, we'll try and get a view of them, but we can't quite see where they are. So that's the full 180. So they're still on the slick. So are they getting that wheel off, or are they putting it back on? They're putting it back on, aren't they? Yes, they're putting it back on. So every time they come in to change the tyres to wets, the weather stops and says, no, it slicks again. And then they put the slicks back on again. God, I bet that team's fed up with the weather already. So there we go. There we go. So that's how Slow and Steady are getting on. They're struggling a bit. Jazzy comes in, 50 quid if it's snowing at the end of the race. There we go. Well, I'll take that action. I won't. I don't have £50 on me. But there we go. So I'll wait and see the clouds looming again in the background, and I'm sure it probably will start snowing again at the end of the race. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. It does still look like it's snowing or raining a little bit currently at the moment, as we're looking at the 17 machine currently out on circuit. 2 strokes too many, currently running in 25th place. They've got the 113 just in front of them, the 113. Where are the 113s? Who are they? As I try to remember so many bikes on the track. I can't actually see 113. It is peculiar. It's there. It's right there. It's Razawaki, isn't it? Of course it is. 113. The leaders of Superstock. That's who the 113 is. There is the 188 back out on track. I know who that is. It's Astro MGB Racing. So they have managed to repair that bike somewhat if it needed any repairing, and have got that bike going again, which is excellent to see. There's the number 6, who's currently out on circuit. DW Racing, that's 3rd place of the Superstock class, currently running in 15th place. It's the 86 of Premature Racing 2 in 10th place, who's the 2nd place of the Superstock bikes. Synergy Racing again, looking purple. I don't think they just set that time, because that'd be impressive if they've managed to do that on a wet track versus a dry track. I think it was just updating the fact that they had the fastest lap of the race there with that purple thing. But Synergy Racing are back up into 12th place, so they're going to be a one to keep an eye on. Their previous lap, a 1:2:26, so they're still feeling comfortable with these conditions. So Wildcat says it looks wet. Yeah, you are correct. It is, I think, a little bit greasy out there. I don't think it's wet. I think it's a little bit greasy. It was snowing a second ago, but a lot of the drivers, see, that just looks like, that doesn't look like full slicks. Yeah, it's definitely not wets as well. There's the 56 of Marvel HCL Motorsport, currently 4th place, going through Christmas Corner. They're 3rd in terms of the street stock class, but 4th overall. Fast and Loud leading the street stock class and the race overall, with Team McLaren in 2nd place on the 122 bike, who we're currently looking at right there, who's just behind the 124 bike on circuit. Another Suzuki by the looks of it, and it is Viking Suzuki who are battling with the factory Suzuki racing team a moment ago, but they have managed to break away. So the number 1 bike in 9th place is up into 9th place. Their last lap 103.673, so fairly good pace, but they've managed to claw back a couple more laps, so they're now 5 laps down with half race distance to go. They've managed to claw back a lot of time, but it gets harder the further up you get. So there they are now on your screen, still on those wet tyres. And you can see there a little bit of fraying on the edges as they're going through. So Fagan there still looking comfortable on that number 1. So let's just see how he can do. He's got the 17 just ahead of him now. Should make quick work of that. That's 2 strokes too many. One of the other street stock bikes gets round on the inside there. Nicely done. Synergy Racing, again, another new fast time that they've just put in. They've just put in a 57.6. So I said it was wet. Someone has got a brolly up there, but they're still doing sub 1 minute times is Synergy Racing. They have got some seriously quick riders in that team. 12th place currently for them, but eyes at the moment on the number 1, the series. Oh, who's that that's gone down? Is that the number 80 that's gone down again? It looks like that Honda Cup style of bike, but they're struggling to get it started. Another kickstart style on this one. Who is that? That's the 85, the 95. It's got back on circuit now, got it going. So looked like the 85 to me. So, or it could have been the 35. So it could be not done racing yet. Or I don't have an 85. So yeah, it could be the 35 of not done racing yet. That was. 2 hours, 5 minutes to go. Again, if you are watching at home on the stream and you are enjoying the content that you are watching now, again, please do consider sharing the stream to any friends that might not be watching and you think might enjoy this. Make sure you share it out on your social media pages. Get it out there to get more people involved, watching, commenting and enjoying the racing here at Whilton Mill today, where the local time is around 3:10 in the afternoon here at, in the UK. Get share out, and of course if you are enjoying it, please make sure you like, and if you are and you don't want to miss out on any more videos, make sure you subscribe as well to the Alpha Live YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss out on any future content, as we're here again next week for some more bike racing. So if you are a bike fan and you like endurance racing on bikes, again, we've got the same sort of thing next week here. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that one as well. But right now, it's Freetech Enduro, 2 hours remaining of the second race of the day. There was 102 teams here for today's racing, which is why there are 2 4-hour races. That is a lot of riders and everything like that, so over 200 riders. Now, we're talking a lot about the Synergy Racing team, the 71. They were leading the way, they had a spill, and then they got back going, and they're still setting blisteringly fast times. Let's have a chat with Graham, who we spoke to yesterday, and see what he thinks about his team.
So, Graham from Synergy Race Team, you join us here at a cold, wet, snowy Whilton Mill. Who expected snow? You're running the 71 here this weekend for the 4 hours. You're in the second race this weekend, but yeah, how are we feeling going ahead of it?
Yeah, we're confident. We're coming back to defend our title from last time. We got crowned King of Whilton in September last year, so coming back feeling confident, although the weather's probably not going to do us any favours. No, we were lucky last time, it was nice and dry, so we're just going to have to see what happens. I think snow and rain, it could be anyone's game tomorrow, I think.
I think, you know, that's what makes it true bike racing, what makes it really exciting, because you get to see who's king of the wet, slippery, icy conditions out there. Hopefully tomorrow it's going to be a little bit nicer. It's not expected to be as wet, but it's still looking a bit touch and go for the conditions. The bike's still looking amazing, and yeah, ready to go out there. You usually see you in a British Superbike paddock. This time around, smaller paddock, but still exciting racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the heart of racing, isn't it? This is where it's real. It's nitty-gritty racing, and the good part of this paddock is you get such a mixture of abilities as well. And it's a good opportunity for us to get out and get some bike time before the season starts. But it's also great to get out there and play with others, and they get an opportunity to ride with some decent guys as well.
So we were talking to, as a bike goes past, noisy bike. We were talking to just a moment ago, and you're saying you've got one of the teams with 4 to 5 riders in your teams compared to some of the other teams that have got 1, maybe 2 max in their teams. You know, so that's going to be a different ball game, different challenge for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, you know, we're running the British Superbikes. We've got some really fast lads anyway, and it wouldn't be fair coming here against people who are like 30 seconds off of our pace to just go out with fast lads and cream it, because it's shooting fish in a barrel. So we thought we'll get the fast lads out. It gives us an opportunity to catch up some time, and then there's two or three of us who are pretty slow, big lads. You know, like I'm not a racer, I'm not built to race. So it evens it out. You know, you've got the real fast kids go out for us, build up the places, and then we'll lose them again.
There you go, that's what it is, a bit of up and down, that's what we like to see. But it's going to be a tough race tomorrow, 51 bikes out on the circuit in each race, and a Le Mans style start. That's definitely a challenge for teams.
Yeah, it's going to be. We didn't get a chance to qualify for this race either. It's all drawn out of a hat, and it's put us halfway down the grid. So I think the start's going to be really rough, and I think rain is scheduled for the beginning. So there's going to be a lot of people going to get caught up, and there's a lot of amateurs as well. So the first couple of laps are going to be crucial. But I also think in the first 10 laps we're probably going to see a few retirements. So let's see how it goes.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Graham, and best of luck for the weekend.
Graham Carter there, the man in charge, the boss man at Synergy Race Team. You usually see them in a British Superbike paddock, but they've brought a few of the Superbike riders here today for the Freetech Enduro Championship. The race 2 of today. Half race distance then has been completed. 2 hours remain of the second 4-hour endurance race of today. Local time, of course, being 3:10 in the afternoon. And all eyes on the team. And there is the Synergy Racing team, who again earlier on had a spill, but have got that bike sorted and are back out onto the circuit now, working well with the conditions. The sun back out, the silhouettes of the bikes hitting the track again, and so Slick Tyres looking to be the one to be on once again. So whether or not in the next 2 hours we see another snow shower is yet to be seen. If you are enjoying the footage that you're seeing on your screen, please do make sure you get your comments in. I'd love to hear from you. I can see your comments in the commentary box, so make sure you get them in. I'd love to know what your opinions are on any subjects of the weekend that you can see on the stream. If you have any questions about anything, I will try my best to answer them, and if I can't answer them, I will find someone who can answer them. Whether or not they join me in the commentary box is another story. Now, we've got eyes on still the Synergy, the 71 currently in 11th place, so they're clawing back those positions. Their previous lap was a 57.812. They have an incredibly quick rider on that bike at the moment, but they did when the bike went down. So they're pushing hard, but maybe a little bit too hard. Melissa is asking, are HH back out on track? Let's have a quick look. HH Racing, 42nd place. Again, I'm not seeing any delta from them, so I think they are still in the pit lane. 52 laps down. Mr. Ninjafish, excellent name there, asked, whereabouts is Whilton Mill? Whilton Mill resides in the countryside of Northamptonshire, just south of Daventry, in the UK, so very kind of in the middle of the UK section. So 1 hour, 50 8 minutes remaining then of this 4-hour endurance. And of course, for anyone who is in the paddock, who would like to join on the commentary box and wants to maybe give a shout out to anyone who's in the race, please feel free to come on down, introduce yourself. We'd love to have you on comms, and we'll get you in joining here. As we can see, Synergy Racing, who have had a new bike trying to get through the grid as well. I think they just said sorry there as they're trying to go down the inside. Still getting ever close. The 32 as well, who's saying, right, okay, now you can go down the inside. Oh, that was getting very, very close. That's Fast and Loud. They started 14th on the grid. Where are Fast and Loud at the moment? Well, they're your race leaders. So Synergy unlapping themselves. So I think that's why it was a bit of a shock to them to think, oh, goodness, where did they just come from? Now, there's a bike stopped there at the entrance of Wilkins as well. So they're in a precarious spot. Neil Flanagan has asked, Farside Endurance back out on track with a thumbs up. Let me give you an update on Farside Endurance. So 40th place at the moment. Their last lap time was a 106.628. They're 36 laps down at the moment, and they are 1 lap down from the team ahead of them, or 2 laps down, I should say. So, yeah, they've got a bit of work to do, but they've had it tough in this one because, of course, they had their incident earlier on today. So eyes on Synergy Racing, one of the quick teams that were leading the way earlier on today. They had an accident at the Ashby hairpin. Not sure what caused it. There's the 56. That is 3rd place. That's Marvel HCL Motorsport. It looks like they've obviously also been unlapped by the Synergy team. So the Synergy team are putting on an incredible show here to try and get that bike back up towards the sharp end of the stick. There's the number 1 as well. The factory Suzuki Racing team just ahead of the 56. They're currently in 9th place, so they're in the top 10 now. Their previous lap was a 101.727. So Synergy definitely lapping a lot faster. Well, they are lapping a lot faster because they just did a 58.6 in 11th place. So get ready for that battle when it comes, because I suspect it will be here in the next maybe few laps, because they're still a lap down from factory Suzuki Racing. So they may just let them pass quite easily. But here's the 56. So here's Marvel HCL Motorsport, who's going to try and kind of lap the Suzuki team down the inside in towards Christmas Corner. Can't quite do it there. So we got Honda Power versus Suzuki Power here as they go through Inkermans down the small straight. It is quite a small straight here, there at the back, into the heavy braking zone and the tightest corner of the circuit of Ashby. And we get back on the power now. First of the 2 left-handers of Wilkins. Bring the bike back up, back down to the left-hand side for Oisiers. Sneaks down the inside there. I think that was who was that? It was the 124, I think it was. Looking down the inside, though, goes the 56. Can't quite do it there. So staying behind. This is, of course, not for position. This is just relapping the number 1. See if they can try and get past. Hand goes up, so I think Fagan's just been called in. So I don't expect this battle to last. He could actually just let him pass as they come back up the hill, is he? No, he's not there yet. So on the power again, in the slipstream. You will get a slipstream effect here under braking. And no move there as they head round Christmas Corner through the little kink there. And, well, again, it wasn't my quotation, but you have Christmas Corner and then that left-hand kink. Someone named it Boxing Day. There we go. So you've got Christmas Corner and Boxing Day just after, and then you go into Inkermans. So that's what they were naming it. That wasn't me who named it. That was another commentator. I can't remember who it was, but I'll try and remember it. It was Howard Mitchell. I've just been told in my ear. Oh, mistake there from Fagan, and he runs wide, and that allows the 56 of Marvel HCL Motorsport to get past, and I suspect we're going to see the number 1 in the pit lane this time. No, we're not. So he's going to stay out and go around again. But a little mistake there. There's the 188. Now, this is Astro MGB Racing in 5th place. I suspect they're also trying to re-lap the number 1 kart of the factory Suzuki team. Whether or not they can do it will be seen. There's the 177, I think, just up ahead. They both dive down the inside. Oh, steady there. They got very close for comfort as they exit round through Boxing Day and now into Inkermans. There you go. I'm going to start calling it that now. Less than 2 hours remaining on the clock in towards the heavy braking zone of Ashby. Oh, there's a bike there slow. The 142 looking down at where he needs to be. That's CBS Racing with a bit of an issue. Who's this coming into the pit lane? The 201 is in the pit lane. Another one of the Suzuki bikes that is out there. It's obviously the road racing fans who have pitted. They are in 14th place at the moment in the street stock class. There's a bike coming to a halt. It's the 1.8. It's the 18. Who is that? That's HH Racing. HH Racing, who has had a bit of an up and down race today. Very slow over the start-finish line. And they're having a bit of a nightmare. There's the 32, your race leaders, Fast and Loud, currently leading by 50.5 seconds out on track. But they've got traffic in front of them. Whether or not they can get past it quickly. Oh, no, very close there. They tried to go down the 104, and 104 lets them go, albeit a bit too close for comfort. That's obviously Team Derelium there in 25th place at the number 104. So again, please do keep your comments in. I will try to answer your questions as soon as I can if I do see them pop up on the screen. There again, still your race leader diving through the field there, getting past the 74 there as well. That is Chap Bobbins, 31st place at the moment, doing a stellar job. Looks like to me another Honda just leaving the pit lane. But here, eyes on the race leader. The gap has opened up to 51.3 seconds now, so despite the fact that he had traffic there, Fast and Loud still pulling away. 117 laps so far completed. And you can see there a nice shot of the blue sky, but again, you see that cloud in the background. I guarantee that that's snow for the next, for the end of the race. That's what it will be. So whoever made that bet for 50 quid at the end of the race, you'll see snow. It's looking good, I suspect it. So let's keep an eye on that one. So Melissa said, did you say HH were back on? I did see HH back on the track, the 18, but they were running very, very slow over the start-finish line, and I don't know if they came to another stop again. But the Delta at the moment is moving, so they are on circuit in 42nd place. Their last lap time was a 1:21.4, which would suggest that it was a very slow time, 17 seconds slower than it should be. But currently, yes, HH are back on circuit. There is a look at the 222. Again, Revolution Racing back out on track. They've had a couple of spills later on today. They're under pressure slightly, not anymore. Aha, now here is the factory Suzuki team. They're in the pit lane. Fagan pushing that bike with all his ability, all his might around the tight Whilton Mill pit entrance into the pit lane. Now, are they going for fuel, or is it just a quick stop and going down? Obviously, he's been out there for a fair while. Obviously, rider stints are only 35 minutes. I don't know if they are allowed to do a double stint, but they have to pit and then they can go out again, or it's they have to swap rider. I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm sure if Hudson's around, if he's done his stint and he comes back out, I'm sure he could tell me, but they've not come out the pit lane just yet. So something tells me that they potentially are doing a quick refuel. So the number 1 team in 9th place, Factory Suzuki Racing, I think they just crossed the line now, so I think they could actually be out on track already. So it was a 38-second pit stop, so that will be just a stop and go, I think it was. So depending on who's on the bike now, will determine whether or not they did actually change rider, or it was just a pit, stop and go. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one to see who is on the bike now a little bit later on. But Fast and Loud leading the way, 119 laps completed. And it was a rider change. That's now, I believe, Mike Booth on the bike. I am correct in saying so. It is, yes, it is Mike Booth who is now on the bike. So there we go. It was a quick rider change and out it went. No fuel then for the Factory Suzuki team. They hold on to 9th place, 7 seconds behind the 8th place team, I believe, of the 100 dirt bike. So let's have a quick look at that one. Yeah, they are on the same lap. And yeah, there is only 7 seconds between them, so we'll have to keep an eye on the 100 bike as well. So we'll keep a look on that one. So again, a quick rundown then of the order. Fast and Loud leading the way from Team McLean there, second place. Marvel HCL Motorsport in third. Frazawaki, the leaders of the Superstock, they are in fourth place in the 113. Then it's Devil Racing, Astro MGB Racing in sixth place. Team Show in seventh place. I won't say the first word again in the 157. Then it's Team Dirt DERT in eighth place. Factory Suzuki Racing, the number one, in ninth place. Rounding out the top 10, Synergy Racing, the 71, coming back for a rematch. 38 seconds behind the Factory Suzuki Racing team on that number one, but lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than the Factory Suzuki Racing team. There is the 100 of Team Dirt there. They're the team just ahead of the Factory Suzuki Racing team. They have got a gap of now 5.9 seconds, so they are closing. They will be under pressure, I suspect, in the next couple of laps or two. So, let's see what we can do. 1 hour, 47 minutes to go. And you can see there the dedication. Look at that clear visor. It's great when they have a clear visor with the sun out because you can see the look in their eye. You can see the dedication that they've got. Even though the fact that this is, it's an endurance race, we're at a karting circuit. It's not Silverstone. It's not a major race. But to these guys, it is. And you can see the determination on his face there as he slips out of the slipstream there past the 46. Oh, but the 46 says no and dives down the inside of the 103. And they both get past the 103 there, and they're going to be all switchback. Don't try go around the outside of Inkermans. Oh, that's a brave move. Down the inside here, in towards Ashby. Nicely done. Race leader, though, the 32, Fast and Loud, is just in the background of this shot as well. They're going to want a piece of this action to try and lap the fifth place team, or the eighth place team as well. There's the 80 who had a spill earlier on. They're back in the pit lane. That's the Frank Snappers, again, one of the Superstock teams. They're currently running in 5th place in the Superstock class, but in 31st overall. Then it's Fubar just behind them, another one of the Superstock riders, the 97. They're in 32nd place, but are 2 laps down. And here back again, you've got the leaders trying to lap 8th place. So Fast and Loud trying to get past. They're not under pressure as much from the second place team, the 122 of Team McLean. They are 46 seconds a little further down the road. What is going to be interesting is what the gap is between Factory Suzuki Racing and Dirt, which is now, as it stands, 8.9 seconds. So they're not gaining, it's just fluctuating. So you have to keep a very close eye on that one. Beautiful shot there. Blue skies back out, sun is out, shining down on these riders here at Whilton Mill for the last 1 hour 45 minutes, with the clouds just over in the background there. So Jacob Birch is coming up. I heard they get a Sorcon trophy, or am I thinking of a different event? Again, I'm not quite sure on that one. If we do get Hudson or anyone else here who does know, I will ask that question. So do remind me of that if anyone does else join me, but I'm not too sure. There's the 90 in the pit lane. The cranky shaft is there. They are, again, I say it all the time when I see it, but it is a very, very pretty looking bike, that one. Incredibly well made, incredibly well maintained. Please don't spill any unleaded fuel all over that tank. It looks lovely. So there we go. The 32, Fast and Loud, in shot, just going through Christmas Corner, Boxing Day, and now Inkermans. Down the small straight in towards Ashby's, cleared the traffic, and his last lap was a 58.959 at the moment. So good pace out there. There's the 56 of third place, Marvel HCL Motorsport, just behind. Now again, this is good for them because hopefully they can latch onto the back of the 32 and see what they're doing and see what they can gain on everything like that. You can just see just behind there is the 100 as well. He's doing the same. Dirt in the 8th place, who are trying to pull away from the Factory Suzuki team, the number 1 team, to see what they can do. Now, Dirt did a 59.750 last time around. Mike Boothie, as he's known, has only managed 1 minute 0.2 out there that time around. So he has lost a bit of time to the Dirt, about half a second he has. So he's trying his best to get that bike in towards his thing. But yes, Bruno Ferrer there said it best. That 100 is hauling it. So, yes, he definitely is. He's latched onto the back of these now and knows that the number 1 team is behind, and he needs to get that pace up and pull the pin, as it were. Speaking of pull the pin, how was Pull the Pin doing? So where are they? They are still racing. Pull the Pin racing. They are in 41st place, just crossing the line now. Previous lap 107.972. They're 45 laps down from the race leaders. Their quickest lap though is a 102.662. So keep an eye on them. They're running well at the moment. Who is their closest rival? Ooh, well, they've got a big gap to the team behind them because they're 13 laps clear from HH Racing, who are behind them. But they have got only 1-2 laps between themselves and the Baldy Angels. So looking at the screen, how's the 100 doing on pace? Crossing the line a lot slower than what he was the last time. His time that time was a 102.493, much slower than what he did a couple of laps ago. He was doing 58s, 57s a lap ago. He's 4 seconds slower that lap around. So what happened? Was it traffic, or is he potentially getting an issue? Because the factory Suzuki Racing team, the number 1, was 2 seconds a lap faster that time and took 2.367 seconds out of that gap in between them. The gap now 9.9 seconds. So keep a very close eye because there'll only be a couple of corners in between them as they go through. But he's not looking the quickest out there. Could be an issue with the bike potentially that he's got. So 1 hour, 42 minutes remaining. Maybe he's going slow, or is he coming into the pits? Yeah, it looks like he is coming into the pit lane. So maybe it was low fuel or an issue with the bike. But there you go. You can see the number 1 getting past. Moving now up into 8th position goes the number 1. They'll cross the line. It'll update on the timing tower. Right there it is. So factory Suzuki Racing up another position. And now they've got another gap to try and close up. Next on their list is Team Show, the 157 in 7th place, but they're on the same lap, and apparently the gap is only 5.9 seconds, so they're still close to the next teams. All action still. Justin Rigby says, where are Farside? Let's get an update on Farside. So they, of course, had a bit of an up and down race so far today. The 441 in 35th place, the street stock. They've just crossed the line, so they're still out on circuit at the moment. Their previous lap was a 106.743, 37 laps down from the race at the end. And they are their fastest time at the moment is a 104.473. There we go. I'll get my numbers out there. But yeah, they've gotten their closest rival is probably the team that behind them, but they are a lap behind. So the team behind Fast and Low would be Slow and Steady, but they're a lap clear of them. I say that, they're actually only 26 seconds clear of them. So Farside under pressure from the 186 of Slow and Steady in 36th place. So keep a close eye on that one on the timing screens. But the gap in front of them, Red Rocket Racing, the number 23 and 34th, they have got a substantial gap. It's a 3-lap difference to them. So that is how Farside are doing. Lee there with a very interesting question, which has got nothing to do with racing, but would you rather own a horse the size of a cat or a cat the size of a mouse? Well, let me know if you have got an opinion on that. Anyone in the comments, please do get your opinion in. But yeah, that's a very interesting question. What's going on with Team Rafiki? That's a great question. Oh dear, who's gone that off the track? It's the 441. That I can see that's gone off the track. Farside Endurance, we were just talking about them. They were under pressure from the team behind them. I suspect they're not going to be under pressure anymore. I suspect that Slow and Steady will manage to have got past them in that time. I don't know how far off the track he went, but we'll wait until the next cross the line. That could be another position lost for Farside Endurance, which would be a huge shame. So we'll keep an eye on that one if they drop down another position. But Team Rafiki, we were talking about them earlier on today. They're currently 45th place at the moment. They are 108 laps down. Something tells me they are not out on circuit anymore because the next team above them is 85 laps down. So there's a 23-lap difference between themselves. So I don't think we have Rafiki. So teams that I believe that we have lost out there at the moment: Team Rafiki, Tippy B Racing, DJ Race, and Nobby's Tramps, I think, are 3 teams. There is a TX87, but I'm not sure who that is because there's no number or team name for that one. So I think we have lost a few teams on that one, which is a huge shame. Right, so 1 hour, 38 minutes to go. Fast and Loud leading the way, 32. They're 44 seconds clear from Team McLaren in second place in the 122 bike. Marvel HCL Motorsport still in third place in that 56 bike as well. They're 2 laps down though, so they've got quite a bit of time to gain. Frazawaki, the 113 bike, Super Stock in 4th place, leader of the Super Stock. Then it's Devil Racing in 5th place, Astro MGB Racing, the 188, that orange machine. Then it's Factory Suzuki Racing in 7th place. They managed to get past Team Show actually quite quickly. Here's a shot in the pit lane of the full 180. Oh, excuse me, the full 180 team. Bit of trouble there with the bike as it's going up on the stands. But there's definitely not a reason to change the tyres. So definitely something mechanical happening there with that team, which is a shame because they were running very well earlier. They were leading the race at the start. Now in 23rd place for the full 180. They are some 20 laps down from the overall race leaders at the moment. So a huge shame for that. Right, so again, if you do have any questions, please do get them in. We would love to hear from you. Get your questions in. If you do have anything you'd like to know, again, I will try and ask them. And again, if you are enjoying the stream and you do want to share it out, please do hit that share button. Share it out to your friends, family, or anyone that you think is a bike fan or bike enthusiast who you think they would enjoy this last 1 hour, 36 minutes of what I think is developing into a very close race, because you've got to remember there are teams slowly catching up. You've got to remember Synergy Racing, they're lapping very, very fast out there. They're slowly catching up at the top. Again, you've got the Factory Suzuki Racing team, they're slowly catching up at the top there. So an Astro MGB Racing as well, they're slowly catching up to the top. So if you feel like you've got anyone who would think they would enjoy the last 1 hour, 36 minutes of this, share that stream out. Make sure you like, and if you enjoy what you're watching and you don't want to miss out on anything else, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any future videos. Again, we're back here next weekend at Whilton Mill for more bike endurance racing. So if you enjoy this one, you'll enjoy that as well. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any future videos. 1 hour 36 remaining, fast and loud on lap 133. 45 seconds clear from Team McLaren there in second place from the 122 bike. Here is the 112 machine, the yellow and black bike as it's going over the start-finish line now. The Pull the Pin team in 40th place. They've got Baldy Angels just in front of them. They're about 1 minute away. Now, they have taken the front wheel off on that bike. Now, are they putting wets on it? Are they anticipating rain? Are the full 180 anticipating rain and putting that on? That was the 18 that you just saw go past. That's HH Racing, so for anyone who saw HH Racing, they are going, and they are still going round. Jazzy is saying Synergy slowed down their pace by quite a margin. Now, remember, with the interview that we got from Graham the other day, they have got 5 riders in their team. 3 of them are British Superbike riders. 2 of them are not British Superbike riders, so I think we're on one of the riders that is not a British Superbike rider. So there we go. I think that answers the question of the Synergy situation. Should enable Super Chats without messages would be Red Support Grassroots Motorsport, yeah. Update on HH Racing, please. You just had one, Clone Deer EU. It's just leaving the pit lane. They're in 42nd place, back out on circuit now after a 42-second pit stop, 61 laps down, and yeah, they're just making their way. They're on their outlap and going for that one. Who's riding for Synergy Racing? Let's have a quick look. Let's find out. So Synergy Racing, obviously you've got Graham Carter, the team manager there at the moment. You've got Charlie Atkins, who's out on there, Charlie Nesbitt, Chris Brock, and Steve Toms, who's out there. I think they have another rider, I'm not too sure. No, it's only the 4 riders, so yeah, it might only be there 2 there. So yeah, Charlie Atkins, Charlie Nesbitt, Chris Brock, and Steve Toms, who are out there. So you've got Charlie Atkins, of course, BSB Stock 600 racer, an ex-BTC. Then you've got BSE Superstock winner, and of course Moto3 Charlie Nesbitt, who's out there. MX rider Chris Brock, and MX legend of Steve Thomas. So all with motorcycle racing experience, i.e. 2 of them, who are better off suited on the green stuff than the grey stuff out on track. But so a very experienced team, but a couple of them not used to the road racing, the track stuff over dirt racing. So yeah, you can see that's where the time going. All the 44 there, or 444, getting a little bit squirrely as they just missed the grass section there. There's the number 5 with a very nice number board and the number on the helmet as well. That's incredibly kind of you to put such clear numbers on your equipment. That is, of course, the Speed Up team. I will just double check because the number has a bit disappeared on the piece of paper I've got. Yes, it is Speed Up, 24th place. Super Stock, they are 4th place of the Super Stock, but they've got quite a margin to the 3rd place DW Racing Super Stock, as they are how many laps behind? They're on 22 laps behind the overall leaders, DW Racing on 12 laps. So there you go, 10 lap difference between that team and their 3rd place spot. So quite a challenge to try and close that gap, but 1 hour 32 minutes remaining on the timer. Anything again could happen, and we'll have to see what happens out there in that time. So, clouds in the background once again are starting, I think, to play a small role here at Whilton Mill. They're looking a bit dark again. I'm sure I'll get another weather report in my ear, maybe, if the radar is saying what the radar is saying. The treble 4 is in 33rd. It is indeed, yeah. The Mississippi's Mudflaps, they're in 33rd. Their last lap was a 101.016, 28 laps down, and they're only a minute below. Oh no, their fastest time, sorry, is a 59.868. They're 1 lap down from the team just in front of them, which is the Superstock team, Team Fubar in the 97, in 32nd place. There's a look then at the sky of what the weather is doing. We've got a big patch of blue sky here, but apparently no rain expected. Yep, wheel looks good to me. So, yeah. So I think that's, is that going on the bike, or he was having a chat with the cameraman there, but I'm not sure what the decision was with that one. Is it going on, or is it being swapped out? Something tells me it should be going on. No, it's a wet tyre going. Are they mixing the tyres? Are they going one wet on the front and slick on the back? Oh, please tell me they're not doing that, are they? They are. Well, let's see how well that goes. So something tells me then it could have been an issue with the rim, which is why he was showing that to us. So, yes. So a wet tyre on the front on a dry track and a slick tyre on the back on a dry track. Well, if it rains, he's got a 50-50 chance of falling off. There we go. So, Fast and Loud leading the way. 32. Oh, slippery surface flag is out. That is at the E corner, so that is down at Ashby, so the tight hairpin. So, has someone dropped some unwanted liquid onto the circuit, potentially? It's definitely not rain, because I was just told in my ear that we're not expecting any rain until well after the race is finished. So, we've got blue sky in the thing. Jacob Birch saying, never have an issue with it. Oh dear, I'm not going to finish that. I almost read out that comment. I'm not going to read out that comment. You almost got me there, Jacob. You almost got me. Can we get a video of Farside in pits? Well, if Farside come in, what's the number of Farsides again? I always try to remember. They are, Farside is the 441. So we'll make sure we'll get a message to our cameraman in the pit lane. If he sees the 441 enter the pit lane, we'll make sure that camera is on it. So we'll do that for you. 1 hour, 20 minutes remain. The final 90 minutes of this 4-hour race 2 of the Freetech Enduro Championship, round 1 of the 2021 season. And a marshal running on circuit. Was that to put something down at the corner? Yes, I think so, because, yeah, slippery surface flag is still out. It's now gone away, so a little bit of dust has probably gone down on the circuit to cover that up. So Matt saying the wheel looks good to me is what I said. It was apparently it was literally cracked in half. I didn't see that, so if they can get that up again and I can have another look at it, I didn't quite see it. So yeah, I'm blaming the lighting. I'll blame the lighting. That's what I'll blame. This is why I didn't see it was cracked in half. So if we can see that wheel again, I'm sure we'll get Dave, our cameraman, on that, and I'm sure he'll find that wheel again. That would be great to see that. There's the number one, the Factory Suzuki team, who started, I think, where did they start? They started second for the Le Mans style start. They held on to it for the majority of it, but then the snow started coming down, the rain came down, and they were having major issues, and they fell right back down. They changed the tyres onto the wet tyres, then came back out, and then the sunshine came out. And then they've been on the wet tyres since, so they're still on wet tyres now, chewing them up all the way to the end of the race. HH in the pits as well. We will try and get those out as soon as possible. So again, HH in the pits, we will try and get their pit stop in. That's the 18, so if we see the 18 in the pits, we'll get sorted out. Jacob Birch, get Dave the cameraman on far side team, please. There we go. So we'll try, if they come into the pits, we'll get Dave the cameraman. We'll try and get him on those ASAP. So we'll try and get those out for you. There is HH in the background, the 18. You can just see it dipping out of shot behind this bike. So they are still going around the track at the moment, having a good little run there. They are there in shot. Now, they had a difficulty earlier. HH Racing, of course, they had a coming together at the entrance of Boots. Now, that was the bike that I couldn't quite see the number on the front. They didn't have a number on the back, but I've just seen the license plate on the bike there, the little thin one there. So that has just helped me identify. So he had the coming together with... now I can't remember the other bike at thing, so he's getting through. Oh, is that an issue for Mike Booth? Mike Booth, he's coming into the pit lane. Has something come off that bike because he suddenly went very slow, and he's not happy with that. I don't think it's a pit stop phase. It could just be a pit stop phase. I'm not sure. I don't know how long he's been out there for. I suppose 35 minutes can disappear quite quickly. Oh, no, look at that front wheel. That front wheel's almost fallen off. It's wobbling around. Something's definitely broken on that. And look at that. That's completely shattered, that has. So that's going to need to be a very, very lengthy pit stop, but it's a good opportunity to change the tyres. So that is a disaster for the reigning championship team, the Factory Suzuki Racing, 44 Teeth, number one, in 7th place with a very broken front wheel, now in the pit lane. So I'm sure Dave, the cameraman, will be on that. But that is a disaster for the number one team. So... yeah, that is a nightmare for them. 1 hour, 25 minutes to go, and you get an issue like that. That is a nightmare. And you can see there the team working on it. Fagan there on the front wheel. You can see Chris there, obviously also known as the Baron von Grumble, previous. He's looking down at it. Of course, he's very tall, well over 6 foot tall. That rider on this bike, and. The team there frantically working on it. I'm not sure if James from JSS Racing is here. But if he is, I'm sure he'll be working frantically on that one. Metal Mechanic says that it looks good to me. Cool, send him back out, it'll be fine. He's complaining about nothing. So, yeah, it's definitely not good. Here's the number 2 bike, Team Brenda, the RST team, running strong again. They are, of course, started on 52nd on the grid. How are they doing out on track? They are in 11th place at the moment. Their previous lap, 58.164. 7 laps down from the race leaders in the end, and they're going to be getting past, I suspect, the Factory Suzuki Racing team of the number 1, who is, as you can see there with the picture-in-picture, in dire straits in the pit lane. So you see they've already got a new wheel on there already, slick tyres. They've just got to reconnect the brake caliper onto the brake section on it, and it is James who is working on it. Okay, so James from JSS Racing, he is here. He's working on the bike there. You can see there across the start-finish line. Is that the position change? It is. Team Brenda take 10th place. Factory Suzuki Racing now down into 11th place. Not what they want with the first round of the 2021 season, defending their championship from last year. So lots of work happening on that bike. 1 hour, 23 minutes remaining. It was Mike Booth who came into the pit lane for that one, who had the issue. We spoke to Mike Booth the other day to see his opinions of what was going to happen. Let's see what he had to say.
Boothie again, second rider, the number 2 rider. I think we were joking around earlier for the 44 Teeth team. The number 1 on the bike, champions from last year, looking to replicate that this year. It's going to be tough though, especially as it's now snowing outside.
Yeah, you're right. It's the competition's gone up a lot this year, and yeah, the snow. We thought we were just going to have to deal with a little bit of rain, but it started snowing now. I don't think it's going to snow tomorrow, but yeah, it's going to be cold. I think one of the tricks is just stay on the bike. There's going to be a lot of people crashing, so and there's quite a few rounds, so you know we don't have to win every single one. As long as if we get on the podium, I'll be happy. And I think if we just keep plugging away, doing the decent lap times and finish the race, we should be somewhere near the front. Like I said before, we're all about the same sort of pace. I know a lot of the teams, they've got a really quick rider and then maybe a slightly slower one, so I think the fact that we might not be the very fastest person on the track, but because we're all at a reasonable pace, I think we've got half a chance of doing all right.
I say compared to last year, a lot more work has happened on the bike this year around, so it's looking a lot more it's looking much faster. Race fairings on it, not the street fairings this time, and it's just looking like a mean piece of kit. Weather tomorrow, it is looking a bit difficult. 70% chance of rain it's looking like tomorrow. I've already checked the weather forecast, but yeah, it's looking a bit tricky. But are you planning on getting out again today beforehand for a bit of wet practice?
Yeah, that's the plan. We've, like you said, we've made a few changes to the bike. We rode the bike last week, and it was great. But we've made a few changes. We could do to check stuff, and I could do with a bit of practice in the wet. I've not ridden this year in wet conditions, so if it is going to be wet tomorrow, then yeah, I definitely need the practice. I think like I said, one of the issues is going to be if it's wet, people crashing, and we need to just stay on the bike. And the more laps we can do today, the better, really.
Yeah, definitely. So practice is obviously key, and with this being a very tight, twisty circuit compared to the other tracks you go to, like Mallory Park or Teesside, another karting circuit, but of course a lot larger than this one. In terms of conditions and it just being tricky, it's definitely one of the trickier ones, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's really tight, and because there's going to be a lot of bikes on the track at the same time, you are going to have to kind of barge past people a little bit, and yeah, sometimes on the like you say, on the bigger tracks at Mallory and such like, you've got, you know, you can catch them in the corners and just draft past them. There's nowhere fast enough here to draft past people, so we're going to have to be hard on the brakes and just barge our way past. But that's just how it is. We'll just have to get stuck in.
So yeah, I mean, we obviously won't talk about what you've done to the bike for obvious reasons. We don't want everyone in the paddock knowing what you've done, but with this circuit, I suspect a larger rear sprocket on the bike, obviously for that better acceleration, I suspect has been kind of key for this one, and different gearing.
Yeah, like you say, we need it nice and short. But then again, if it's because it's such a small bike, if the gearing's so short, we'll just be you know, every corner will be changing gear. So we've found a happy medium. It works fairly well. It worked fairly well the other week. So yeah, hopefully the gearing's going to work, the engine's going to work, the brakes are going to work. We've done a bit on the brakes and the suspension, so yeah, I think we've got a reasonable package. There's still a few bits and pieces that we want to do, but yeah, we're getting there with it. I think it'll be good.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck this weekend. It's going to be a tricky race.
Well, excellent stuff there, talking to Mike Booth, and we can see as we rejoin the race there, we've had another bike who's become a bit of a cropper out there. It is one of the Suzuki bikes. The Suzuki is now struggling in this latter part of the race. Just trying to see what number it was. Obviously, we'll see it when it comes back into the pit lane. I assume it will be coming back into the pit lane, because it's very damaged, so we'll get a number from that one. But 1 hour 19 minutes to go then of this 4-hour race. And there is the bike who's now in the pit lane. Who was that? It's is it the 126 maybe potentially that we can see there. Baldy Angels, is it that one? I'm not too sure, but he's not happy with himself there. It is 126, yeah, it is the Baldy Angels there. So, yeah, disaster for that one. There's the 188, Astro MGB Racing. They have done their pit stop, and he's now heading back out onto the circuit. 6th place at the moment for them as they head through. And, yeah, dramatic stuff then in the shape-up of this race. No rain is due. Slick tyres are the ones you want to be on. Teams, though, running a mix of tyres. I suspect that the Factory Suzuki Racing team, the number 1, they're in 11th place. They've done the same as what the full 180 team have done. Now look, here you go. There's the 18 HH Racing. They've had their pit stop and they're waiting to go back out on circuit. Visor down, get on the bike, and it's on wets as well. Yes, it's a good spot there on the wet tyres. Not particularly sure why. Is someone thinking there's rain due? But yeah, it's blue sky over the circuit. Only 1 hour to go, but maybe everyone's just thinking the same thing we are here in the chat and the commentary box, and that is, will it rain every 2 hours during this race? It rained at the start, it rained 2 hours in. Is it going to rain 2 hours right at the end? Who knows? We don't know. We'll have to find out. There's the treble 4 with a bit of extra damage and wear on that bike. But they are in the pit lane, refueling at the moment, ready to get back out onto the track. To answer your questions, yeah, Chris is out on the bike now, yes. It looked like he was going out there. It was the white helmet with the black leathers. That was the Chris that we wanted to see on the number 1 bike. So, there he is there. You can see him there. Tallest man in the world, that is, on that bike, on the smallest bike. So, very cramped, I'm sure, on that one. He's used to a big BMW GS or something like that, something that's way too big for me. That's a nice 125 like that would fit me beautifully, I think. So there we go. But they're out again and running in 11th place at the moment. So also a development at the front of the field as well while we were away watching that interview with Mike Booth. The 122 machine of Team McLean are now leading the way for street stock on lap 151. They are clear at the moment by 1 lap, but I suspect when Fast and Loud next cross the line, which I think they're actually in the pit lane. So I think if that has just happened, it is because Fast and Loud, yeah, and they've just left the pit lane now, 39-second stop. So it was a quick a dash, probably a rider swap and straight back out. So the gap between first and second, 45 seconds. But Team McLean on that time just did a 1:01, so they've just crossed the line now. So developments at the front of the field, whether or not when Team McLean will have to do another stop, we'll yet to see. Marvel HCL Motorsport in 3rd place, the 56 bike, it's another street stock. Same lap as Fast and Loud. They are 15 seconds behind in 3rd place. And there they are, right there on your screen, the 56. They've just been overtaken by the race leaders, so they've just been re-lapped again, but they're on the same lap as Fast and Loud. So there we go. Team McLean, they're working very, very well out there with 1 hour 14 minutes to go, looking very strong. Now, those clouds may look dark in the background, but I suspect that's just the reflection of the sun that's bouncing off and making them look a lot darker than they are. Hand going up for the 56, so it looks like the Marvel HCL Motorsport bike will be coming into the pit lane in just a moment, probably at the end of this lap. As he did a 1:08.08 last time around. Yeah, he's a 1 lap down there from that one. But there's your race leader, the 122 Team McLean Suzuki street stock on lap 153. Their last lap 58.957. So we're doing a very strong race out there. Quick rundown then of the order, and we'll get the timing screen as well at the bottom, so you can keep an eye on everyone who is out there. Leading the way, of course, is Team McLean with the 122 machine. 2nd place, Fast and Loud, with Marvel HCL Motorsport in 3rd place, but for how much longer, as they're about to come into the pit lane. Prazawacki in 4th place on the 113, the leaders of the Superstock, and 4th overall. Then it's Devils Racing, who's just crosses the line in 5th place. They're on the 27 machine at lap 150. They're 3 laps down from the race leader. Their best time is sub 1 minute, so they have got the pace out there. Astro MGB Racing in 6th place, the 188 orange machine. We've seen it go down, we've seen it be refueled, but it's still out there and still running strong. Team Brenda, 7th place, the number 2, with a quick time there. They've just set the 59.390. It's a very fast pace. There is the 56 on cue in the pit lane. They're in 7th place. Team Show has just moved up into 8th place as the 100 bike of Dirts is in the pit lane, I believe, or just dropped down. They are in 9th place. Factory Suzuki Racing are back up into 10th place. But there we go. There you go. There's some proper fueling there. There's some quick fuel dispenser action. So there we go. A nice pit stop there from the 56. So refueling as well. How quick was that stop? They exit the pit lane. And the 56 crosses the line. And updates. There we go. Their pit stop. Well, it was still 1 minute. So there's the 100, as we were thinking as well. They're in the pit lane because different fueling method there, so it just shows you the difference in teams, like their preparation that they've got in there. This one's got a funnel and a jug. The other one had a full quick refuel, pop it in, pop it out sort of system. But on this one, it's very easy to overflow, I suspect, on this one. With the other one, it's again, it's just drop it in and go. There is the 56 on track. With the 46 just in front for company. I think that's RTB Racing, running well at the moment. 13th place for them. So having a good little run out there. Again, if you are getting your comments in, please do get them in. I would love to hear what you have to say and love to know what you are saying. 1 hour, 11 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer. And there you can see that's the treble 5. You can see the in the middle of this shot, the 3rd bike in. That's the KTM Duke. Oh, and one of the riders going a little bit wide. Bit of grass tracking there. Looked like one of the Yamahas who's gone wide. Who was it? It was the 74. Yes, indeed. 74 of Chap Bobbins, who are running a bit of an up and down race here today. But they've been sorting that out. And then was that the treble 2 that we just saw dive around the outside? It was, yes. Revolution Racing, the treble 2, getting around the outside of that 113 machine. So still very fierce racing all the way around this Whilton Mill circuit. Sun is shining again. It does look like it is raining there in the background, but I don't think that's coming anywhere near the circuit, so I think that one missed us. There you can see the 180 back in the pit lane. That, of course, that is the full 180 that have got the front tyre that is wet and the rear tyre that is slick. I'd love to have a look at the condition of that front tyre to see how much it's blistered and everything like that. You can see there Fager just walking out of shot. You see someone who's under the same thing for me. He's just having a look at the old rim there. Keeping an eye on it. But yeah, obviously that team swapping out their original slick tyre because the rim apparently was broken, but it didn't look broken to me. But someone saying in the chat that it was completely snapped in half. I just didn't see it. So there we go. King Louis says, what are you allowed to change on the bikes and what is not allowed to be touched? Now, that is a very good question. And Jazzy, who's already commented, a very good answer. Go to the Freetech website and you can find out. You can do that by going to Freetech UK Endurance .com/class regs, and it will tell you all the things you need to know and what can be changed and what can't be changed on these motorcycles in the different classes. So please head to there. I tried to explain it earlier, but I sounded like I was hurting myself trying to read all that complicated jargon out. So if you know it better than me, jump on that website and have a look. 1 hour, 9 minutes remaining then. We're nearing the final hour of the second 4-hour endurance race today here at Whilton Mill for the Freetech Enduro Series. Race 1 was earlier on today. That race started at 9 o'clock this morning. And that finished at around 1 o'clock. And then this race was straight away after. There's the 90 in the pit lane. Cranky shafters there. I know someone was asking about those earlier. They're doing well. Their bike's still looking lovely. Pushing it out the way, the number 90. Where are they in terms of position-wise? They're 40th place at the moment. 54 laps down from the race leader. And it was a 1 minute pit stop just then, so I suspect that they've just put a dash of fuel in that bike as well. So, there we go. Right, so 1 hour, 8 minutes to go. The sun has actually just gone behind a cloud, I've noticed from the commentary box. So clouds are again looming. We've lost the blue sky again. Are we going to see rain forming? Maybe not. Said, where are all these Suzuki wheels? There you go. That's a great question. I'd love to know that as well. I'd love to get a shot at them. They've probably taken them away, probably thrown them in the bin already. But I wouldn't have thrown them in the bin because they looked fine. Yeah, the sun has definitely gone behind a cloud, you can see. So I don't know how big that cloud is. I'm sure it's nothing. You just see the M1 there off in the distance behind the trees. That's how close we are to the M1 here. So just off the A5 as well, just south of Daventry. So very easy to locate the track. Just have to watch out for the tunnel because there's quite a small tunnel before you get in. So you can't get a lorry down one way, you have to go the other way. 1 hour, 7 minutes to go, and you can see there another bike in the pit lane. Looks like the 218 that's being chased after. That looks like a very jolly run. Oh, yellow flag at the final corner, pit bend. What is causing that? Yellow flag clears, so whatever it was, it has cleared quickly. There's the 90. Cranky Shafters there, just in front. Nice pace there through the Christmas corner, through Boxing Day, and then down to the braking zone of the Ashby hairpin, the treble 4 as well, sending it down the inside. The Mississippi's mud flaps there, getting it. Well, yeah, look at that, sorted. He's got past all of them there. So great running there from the treble 4 through Wilkins and Ashby, getting the job very much done. And on the back straight now into the boot section, not hanging around. So Mr. Ninja the M1, wow, yeah, probably not the most interesting piece of information that I could say, but you know, it's commentating for nearly 7 hours now straight. It's quite tricky to think of things to think of. So whatever you can get your eyes on, that's what you go for. So 1 hour, 6 minutes to go, and you can see there clouds again looming. Sunshine has disappeared. The 46. There, RTB Racing, just getting past the 90, and the 56 you can see there, Marvel HCL Motorsport, again down the inside. There's the 103. Now that's the 441. So that is the 441, that is the Enduro team. It is, isn't it? Who is it? Where are they? Yes, it is. Farside Endurance, they were just in the pit lane there. So for the people who wanted to see the Farside Endurance team in the pit lane, you did see it, albeit for about 5 seconds, but we aim to deliver. So 1 hour, 5 minutes to go. There's the full 180 team still in the pit lane. No one on the bike, but they're still in there trying to think of what to do really with that machine. Now looking down at the bottom of the leaderboard to see if we have lost anyone else. I think we did lose RD Racing as well as Piston Slappers. I think the number 4 bike has stopped. Team Rafiki we've still lost. TPB Racing have not gone back out. DJ Racing not gone back out. And Nobby's Tramps have not gone back out. So we have still lost at least 4, 5, 6 bikes out of this race. 42 still currently running out on track. So keep an eye on that one. HH Racing, they're still out on circuit. They're 41st place for HH Racing. Their previous lap time 108.4, but they're 65 laps down at the moment. So they are working hard at the moment to try and gain as many positions as the 100 and the 157. The 157 being Team Show, and the 100 of Dirt. That's 11th for the 100 bike and 8th place for the 157. There's the treble 2 making its way back out onto the circuit. Of course, that's Revolution Racing. They've had a couple of spills earlier on today, so working hard to maintain their positions. Currently in 24th place at the moment, 25 laps down from the race leaders as we enter the final hour of racing, which is excellent. There's a shot of the start-finish straight and the final corner there. Now, the final corner here at Whilton Mill is a very, very tricky one. There's a very harsh curb on the inside apex that you definitely don't want to hit. on a bike. You definitely you don't want to hit it on something on 4 wheels, let alone 2. And then the exit curb there as well, very, very harsh divot, kind of rumble strip area, which can easily make a bike unstable. A lot of these bikes still running over it, but it makes a very awful noise when they run over it. There's a bike that isn't on the track that just went past the shot, I think, or it could have been one of the marshals on the quad bikes, not too sure. But there's the number 2, Team Brenda. Currently running in 7th place. Great recovery ride from them at the moment. They're currently actually the fastest lapping bike on the track at the moment. 57.279 last time around. I say that, Synergy Racing have just done it. Oh, no, dear, that's HH Racing, the 18 at the pit entrance. And the bike has come a cropper again. It's just not been their day today. And that is a huge shame for that one. I think try to get it into neutral, pull it back, and try get it in the pit lane off track as soon as possible. Yeah, definitely a shame for that one. Duncan Orr asks, how far back are 44 Teeth from Team Show? I will check that out for you. So, Team Show are 8th place. Factory Suzuki Racing, they are a lap down at the moment. So, Team Show are 7 laps down for the race leader. Factory Suzuki Racing are 8 laps down from the race leader. So, yeah, there is a lap difference between those two. So, yeah, that's the one of them. Adam Stone asks, can they kick each other over? No, they can't. There you go, that answers that question. Yellow flags out in turn 1. So what has caused said yellow flags? And that is the cause there. The number 5 bike is off at the exit of Crook Corner. And I'm not sure if that's a mechanical or the bike did go down. That is, of course, speed up, 26th place overall, but they're 4th place in the super stock class. And the marshals coming over there just to tell them where they need to put that bike, because obviously they're in an impact zone at the moment, so they're not in the safest spot. There is the number 2 Team Brenda in the pit lane, currently being pushed in. And working hard on that one. So yellow flags out, and you can see there the 113 overtaking slightly under the yellow flags through Oblivion Corner, and you could see there, you could tell, because one of the other riders wasn't very happy about that. So there we go, pit stop action in there, another quick refueler here going in. So tank open and dump it in and hope there's the correct amount in there. There you go, yeah, it's a full tank, so quick release fuel system. Great idea for what happened there. Melissa, any idea what happened to HH? Any replay? If the cameras didn't see it, we can't show a replay of it. That's the only thing of that one. It's only if the cameras see action that we can show a replay of it. There's the 32 race leader second place, diving down the inside of this huge group, trying to get as many positions as they can and get through that traffic, and they have successfully done so. The 56 as well, just ahead. Cranky Shafters as well, yes, they are 40th out on circuit. The number 90, their last lap, 2:18, so something tells me that they came into the pit lane and did a fuel stop in that one. The 1 hour mark is looming with 2 minutes left until we hit that 1 hour mark, and this huge group that we can see going around the final corner in the sunlight here in Northamptonshire at the Whilton Mill circuit. The treble 5 KTM Duke bike leading this pack. The number 2 of Team Brenda, they're second in that one, and it's Synergy Racing just behind it as well. So Synergy obviously now up into 12th place, trying to get past. They're not racing the Team Brenda team at the moment, but because they're like 4 laps down, but they need to, there's nothing in the rules saying that they can't unlap themselves. So they try to look down the inside there of the Ashby hairpin. Oh, they almost collect the 188 of Astro MGB Racing, but they all managed to get round the corner there, running a little bit wider, trying to get the switch back, but traffic on the outside, meaning you can't make that move stick, so he stays behind. So Team Brenda just ahead. They are ahead overall in terms of track position, but they are being unlapped here. As you can see there, the 188 again, trying to get involved in this action as well. Trying to get past, Hannah going up, just saying, yep, thank you, I'll let you pass. Trying to go around the outside there. But was it a yellow flag, I think, that we saw out there, and he wasn't happy with the overtake there. So I think keeping an eye on that one. Back to this battle here, though. Team Brenda and Synergy Racing. 2 very experienced teams in this paddock, racing away through Ashby. Now, they're not racing in terms of position, but they are racing to unlap themselves. And down the inside, tried to go the Synergy Racing 71 machine. Couldn't quite do it there. In towards Wilkins now, the first left-hander that we see. Don't push it too hard because you've had a lot of right-handers. Down the inside goes Brenda, and can't quite do it. Gets his nose cut, and that's going to allow Synergy to switch around the outside. Fantastic reading of the road there by Synergy, getting that move done. Team Brenda now dropping, or they're not dropping, they're still in the same position, but of course they now just unlap themselves once more. So the 23 playing a vital role in that one then as they head round the Oisiers section of the track. Yellow flags at the first corner, and what is causing that? As you can see there, the 103 very slow. The 71 overtook, but I think overtook just as the green flag was coming out. So I think they got away with that one. But 1 hour remaining. And I think, yeah, that time looks a bit off to me as it keeps repeating itself. So I think we're a bit less than an hour remaining. So I'm sure we'll update that time on the top of the screen in just a moment. But the 122, Team McLean there still leading the way. And the 122 machine, as we were seeing a battle there between Team Brenda and the Synergy Racing team. Synergy managing to unlap themselves and go for it. HH are at 41st place. I think you are indeed correct. They are. HH Racing, are they still going around the track at the moment? I can't see any data popping up on the screen, so something tells me that they could be in at the pit lane at the moment. Did Synergy crash again? No, I think they're still out there. They just, of course, they've got two riders who are very quick, two riders who are not as quick on the tarmac stuff, more quick on the dirt stuff. So I think they do a thing where they have a fast rider, slow, fast, slow around this track, which is what we heard in the interview with Graham Carter earlier on today. But we won't replay that one because we only just watched it. So yes, you can see that's kind of the strategy of what they're going for. So we'll keep an eye on that time. But the 44 Teeth team, the Factory Suzuki Racing, the number one, having a quick rundown there. And nice shots there. I think this is the drone cam that's back up. I think the battery saved, and we've got the drone back up for your viewing pleasure at home. So we'll hopefully see some fantastic shots from those again as the rain has disappeared, the wind has calmed down, and yeah, we can get the drone back out again. So Synergy on a great run at the moment. Out there, still running very, very fast. What are their lap times at the moment for Synergy? They are 58.8. So compared to Team Brenda, it was actually a 58.7 last time around. So, you know, they're letting them get past. They're not in the same race. They don't need to race them and slow themselves down. Whoa, trying to squeeze their way past there. And that's allowed them to be re-overtaking again. So there's hand up. So it looks like Chris for Team Suzuki Racing is coming in. Gets round the outside of the 44. And there's the 201 in the pit lane as well. So another pit stop for them. Road Racing Fans started 44th at the beginning of this 4-hour endurance race. They are now 14th. There is the 18 of HH Racing. They are still out on circuit, so I think they just had a lengthy pit stop. But HH Racing still out on the track. And the 201 rejoining the circuit now, just behind the 186, who I believe had a cropper earlier on today and is also back out. Trying to think, remind myself, Slow and Steady. Yeah, Slow and Steady. They did have an accident earlier on today at the Oisiers section. They got a bit nerfed and put on their backside at the Oisiers corner, but they've got that bike mended and going again. So great stuff from that one. Right then, so 1 hour remaining. And we'll leave you in the capable hands of these drone shots for the time being. So quick break there, but as we rejoin again, we can see one of the Honda CBRs has gone off. It's the 156 that has gone awry, looking like that's at the exit of the Ashby hairpin. That is Team PPE on the Honda CBR 125, and that is a disaster for them. Marshall in attendance, just to make sure they do get away okay. Looks like he's got the bike started again. Just be careful when you pull away, you know. Grass could be slippy! Literally as I was saying it, the bike went down, and I was saying it looked like he was going to be a bit exuberant leaving the scene of the accident, and he then just caused another accident. But there we go. Gently this time, Sunshine. There you go. Back on the track. Now you can give it some welly. So we saw the one bike in the pit lane. And there's still the full 180 team in there. Have they still got that wet tyre on the front, so they've not changed that back? Drone is in the air now. High shot, giving us a good view of the track there. A real bird's eye view. That's straight down looking, that camera is, isn't it? A fantastic view of the run up to Christmas Corner. So the Christmas Corner is the one that's just on the left-hand side, the one where the bikes have just come into shot now. And there is the 56 machine and the 201 and the 142 as well. 56 Marvel HCL Motorsports still in third place, holding on to that one. Robin Sutherland just goes man down twice. Yes, you could be right. So Finley as well coming out with how old do you need to be? Well, I can tell you right now, we have got riders in this race at the age of, they were in the previous race, but it's still same race as this one, but they were the age of 13 years old. So, you know, from a fairly young age, you can be in this one. But, yeah, so 13-year-old riders that we had in the previous race, but it's exactly the same race as this one. It's just, yeah, 2 groups. That's what it was. We ask... Alex asked, how are Team Treble 4 getting on? Well, let's find out, shall we? Let's have a look. Treble 4, they are somewhere. There they are, 31st place, the Mississippi Mud Flaps in the street stock class. They're on lap 132, 33 laps down from the race leader. Their last lap time was a 103.338. And their best time was a 59.868. So great running from them at the moment. So we'll hopefully get the data back up, of course, while we resolve this. And we can see, do you know what? I'm going to take a guess that he's called Scotty for the 95. Just a guess. Don't quote me on that. Could be wrong. And that is Space Dockers, who started 26th place. Space Dockers, where are they? I don't think we've spoken about Space Dockers much in this race. Let's have a quick look at them. Space Dockers, so the 95, 34th place at the moment on the road. Well, at the moment, they're in the pit lane. But 127 laps completed. Their last lap was a 108.860. They're 38 laps down from the race leader, but their fastest time is a 1 minute 3:07. So their pace is good. It's not sub 1 minute good, but it's still a very quick time nonetheless for the team. So running very well. There is the damage, and that is a bent rear brake lever. You can see there on that bike, and a very muddied up exhaust. It's being turned around, and it's being taken back, I think, to where it needs to go back to, i.e. the paddock, because something tells me it's not going back out there. Far side, we've got some supporters back out there for Far Side. Where are they at the moment? Far Side Endurance, the 441, 36th place at the moment, 117 laps completed. Their last lap was a 106.588, 48 laps completed so far. And their fastest time at the moment is a 104.473. So great pace from them. I think they're still in the pit lane. And my goodness me, is that snow once again here at Whilton Mill? I think it is. Who said the comment, I've got 50 quid and it's snowing on the last couple of moments? You hit the nail on the head on that one. Well done. Your winnings is you get to keep your £50. There we go. Yeah, snow again for a third time here at Whilton Mill. Only in this race. The first race was blessed with beautiful weather. It was a bit chilly at the start, so riders struggled a bit with the conditions. But now you can see the snow is coming back down. It's not causing too much havoc at the moment, but I'm sure give it a few moments and it might be doing that same thing. So, Adam Stone, where is my 50 quid? You've got it in your hand. There we go. You've still got it. So, snow again here at Whilton Mill, and it's definitely causing havoc here. Slippery surfaces flags back out through the Oisiers section, I suspect around the entirety of the circuit, because depending on how hard it is, you know, I'm looking out the window though, and I'm seeing blue sky out my window, so I'm not sure where this this snow is coming from. Slippery surfaces, yeah, again, everywhere, all over the circuit. But drama here at Whilton Mill for the last remaining moments of this race. 47 minutes left on the timer. And you can see there the 35 who has just left the pit lane. Who is the 35 out there on circuit? That would be an interesting one to talk about. Can't find them there yet at the moment. It was definitely a 35 I saw on the front. There it is. It's not done racing yet. Well, they're not done racing because they've just come back out on circuit. 28th place for them in the street stock. They're 146 laps in. It was quite a lengthy pit stop, 1 minute 22, so definitely fuel went into that bike for the 35. But they are making decent progress out there. Their fastest time, 104.364 out there. They're 2 laps clear from the riders in front and the riders behind as well. So there we go. They are in a very kind of stable position there at the moment, as long as they can keep it on the straight and narrow. They go through. Hand going up there at the front. The 100 machine is coming in. That's the Dirt Team, 10th place for them for the street stock. They're on 169 laps completed. Their last lap was a 109.0, so you can see they're just jostling around with the positions. Snow still coming down, and you can see there the track getting a little bit wet. Now, you can see there the 56. It looked like the 56 is on wet tyres, I think. I couldn't quite tell from that picture. But the 56 in third place, Marvel HCL Motorsport, running well in third. Here he is up in towards Christmas Corner. There's the number 2, Team Brenda as well. 6th place for them, still running strong. There's the 35 that we were just talking about there. Not done racing yet. They're still doing well. So Stephen asking where is the info on screen. We will bring it back up in just a moment. We're just fixing a small error on it, so we'll get that back up on the screen for you in just a moment. If you do want to keep an eye on the timing, there are links available to you. You can go to www.live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP. So we've got the timing B back up onto the screen. You can see there 45 minutes remaining, and there it is, back with you there. That's what we like to see. So, Fast and Loud back in front, actually, yes. So the 32 back in the lead, of course, through that pit stop phase. They're swapping positions left, right, centre. There is a gap of 49 seconds between them and Team McLaren at the moment, so we'll have to keep a very close eye on that one. Yes, Jazzy itself spotting it itself, Fast and Loud back on top. It's, of course, in the tricky pit stop phase. With the last few moments of this race, you know, we're going to be starting to see the last couple of pit stops. So whether or not when they pitted, you know, that remains to be seen. But Team Malcolm, their last lap was a 105.0 compared to Fast and Loud's last lap, which was a 58.4. So unless they're incredibly confident on slick tyres on a wet track, that is an impressive time. I'm not sure how they've managed to achieve that time in these conditions, but the track still looks fairly dry from where I can see my position, but of course I'm not on the track. I can't see where they are, so that's one to see, but judging how they're riding, it looks fairly grippy out there still. Right, so let's have a look then. 44 Teeth, how are they doing? The number 1 bike, they were having issues a bit earlier on. Of course, they dove into the pit lane as the sun now comes back out. There you go, the weather really can't make up its mind. As they dove into the pit lane earlier with a front wheel that looked like it was about to fall off. So it was Mike Booth who was on the bike at the time. They came in, changed something up. I think they changed the wheel. They put a wet tyre on the front and a dry tyre on the back to just quickly change it over, or a slick tyre on the front and a wet tyre on the back. Just to quickly change it over. And then it was Chris, the Baron von Grumber, who went out onto the bike a moment ago. I'm not sure if he's still out there on the bike at the moment, or they've pitted and swapped riders again. But yeah, they're currently in 17th place at the moment, 20 laps down from the race leaders at the moment. But they have got a fastest time of a 59.017, so they are working hard. It's just not been their day today, which is a big shame for them. Mr. Saven11 asks, what's a lap? So in the dry conditions, the quickest sort of laps that we're seeing is around the 57 seconds. So 57.237 is the fastest lap from Fast and Loud, who are definitely being fast and probably very loud as well out on circuit. I say that, Synergy Racing have just responded with a 56.386 this time around, which is an absolutely fantastic lap time. So there we go. So we're in the 56 seconds now, but the majority are lapping around the high 50s to a minute section, depending on weather conditions and, of course, what tyres you've got on the bike. A lot of these teams are running mixed tyres. So you can see there then Fast and Loud leading the way, clear by 54 seconds from Team Acclaim, who are struggling to keep up with the pace now of Fast and Loud. Marvel HCL Motorsport in third place. Then it's Devil Racing Frazowaki in fifth place, but they're first overall of the Super Stock still. Street Stock again, Team Brenda, sixth place. Then it's Astro MGB in seventh place. Then it's Team Show in eighth place. Synergy Racing, great recovery ride from them after their crash earlier on in the race, where they completely bent one of their handlebars to a 90-degree angle compared to the other. They're in ninth place. Premature Racing 2 are in 10th place. Second place for the Superstock, but they're slowly being caught up by DW Racing Superstock. They're in 13th place. Some where are they? About 4 laps down, so they've still got quite a bit of time to gain, and in 41 minutes, I think gaining 4 laps is a bit of an overall challenge. They're in 10th place. Rest of the order of the top 20 is there on your screen, and hopefully we can get the rest of the order on the bottom of your screen as well. But 40 minutes remaining, there it is. So if you have got a team you want to keep an eye on, make sure you look at that now. 41 minutes remaining then of the race. The Freetech race 2 of round number 1 here at Whilton Mill for the 2021 season. You can see there across the start finish line, the majority of the field there still in one close-knit pack. There's Team Brenda again, the number 2, with the company of Team Show, the 157 in 8th place. They are not in a battle together. They are ahead of Team Show by a couple of laps, actually, but they are still nose to tail out there, but not racing each other. So Ryan Vento says, number 71, how are they doing? So number 71, Synergy Racing, 9th place at the moment. 59.7 was the last lap time they had done. They're 10 laps down from the race leader. Their fastest lap is a 56.386. And they are on a good recovery ride after a early crash on where they bent the handlebars to oblivion. They got it back into the pit lane and got it going again. And speaking of the 71, there it is, just whizzing past your screen right now after overtaking the treble 4 of Mississippi's Mudflaps in 29th place. So getting past that team once again. In shot, there's the 100, and there's the 71. There it is, Synergy Racing with a great run at the moment. The 188 Astro MGB Racing, again, still putting on a good show. They're on the same lap as Team Brenda, but they're almost a lap down, I would say. Actually, they're fractionally about to be lapped. So Team Brenda on a good run there. As you can see, the 71 still trying to get past the 100 of Team Dirt, but can't quite do it. Round the outside there into the entrance of boot, get it done on the left-hander. The nice switch over, gets it done, and round the final corner back onto the start-finish straight. And I'm guessing that's Atkins at the helm of that one. So one of the BSB riders at the helm of that 71 bike, so showing the pace that he has got out there. And you can tell that by the lap times he's doing. 58.953 that last time around for the 71. And slowly catchy monkey on the Astro MGB, or I should say Team Show. They are on the same lap with 15 seconds down from the team just in front. And that was a surprise there for the treble 5 KTM Duke team there, who just had to sit up there when they saw a 71 Yamaha dive down the inside. Now this was an R125, so they've converted it. When I looked at it, I got a closer look at it the other day, it looked surprisingly like an MT-09 or an MT-10, but of course obviously a lot smaller than one of those are. Obviously it's 900 or 1000 cc, but yeah, it looked like that. I think it was more the shape of the tank that caused that. But 38 minutes then left on the clock. Sun's back out, and it's the 157 of Team Show in the pit lane. If you want to see what the rest of the team name is, you can see it on the timing tower or on the side of the bike. Why? You'll understand why I'm not saying it. Back out onto the track in the lines, and has managed to keep ahead of that big pack of bikes. So that is probably a definite advantage for that team, as the rest of that field dive through. There's the treble 2 as well. There's the 188 of that is Astro NGB Racing, who are under pressure from Synergy at the moment. I say that they're under pressure from Synergy. I don't think they are under pressure from Synergy. They're 2 laps clear of Synergy, so yeah, they're fine in that front. The pit stop there, very nice bright orange and green bike there. Back out onto the circuit. Nice quick pit stop for that team. Getting that job done. Pit lane fairly quiet at the moment. Most are out on track as we're in the last sort of 36 minutes. Obviously a stint for a rider is a maximum of 35 minutes per stint. So of course if this rider is coming in now with 36 minutes to go, in theory they need to wait until that time. It says 35 minutes before they can actually leave the pit lane, if they are changing rider, that is. So that'll be one to do it. I know the team here running the championship are a little bit generous to the point where it's a bit tricky to keep an eye on the team if you've forgotten to keep an eye on it. But it looks like maybe they've got an issue. You can see there a bit of smoke coming out the underneath of that. Is that potential radiator leak at all? Or the exhaust definitely is broken. That's not attached anymore. The can from the pipe just behind his leg there, you could see it there. It was he was moving it around, and it definitely wasn't attached anymore. So yes, I suspect that bike will be in the pit lane for the foreseeable. I suspect it was rather loud. There is the number 6 in the pit lane. That is DW Racing. Started the race in 8th place. They are in 4th place. They are one of the super stock riders, and they are in 3rd place in the super stock class, but running 14th overall. So great effort from them at the moment. There's the 90 and the 56 again. Marvel HCL Motorsports and the who's the team name as well. I do remember it. The number 90. They are the Cranky Shafters. That was it. I just don't want to get that mixed up, because if I get it wrong, it may come out a bit rude. So yes, we'll Cranky Shafters there. Oh, look at this, 5 wide, nearly into Christmas corner. These guys spicing up a good show. They've all slotted back into single file. Who is in this group? As they come back round, they'll show me their numbers, hopefully. There we go, the 27 and the 156. So the 156, the Honda that we saw, I think that went down twice earlier on, has managed to get back out on track. They've rebent that rear brake lever on the right-hand side of the bike, and they've managed to sort that out. And going through, of course, the last half an hour, if we do see any pit stops, they will come now. And of course, as these riders go through, you can see they're desperately, the team, trying to call in their bikes there to try and find out, to try and get them in. So of course, they in these last stint phase, really. So these bikes that you're seeing coming out now, the 32 and the 773, they're probably going to be their final riders out on the circuit. So the 32, fast and loud, your race leaders have just left the pit lane now. They will not be returning back to pits. They are clear by nearly a lap. It is about a lap, actually, so from the 122 Team McLean. So be curious to see where McLean are. I think they're actually about to cross the line, the 122 bike. Not too sure. Yes, there they are. The Suzuki, the 122, crosses the line now, just through your shot. And they are still in second place. The gap of 31 seconds now. That's how long Fast and Loud lost in the pit lane. So they will get those out as soon as possible. The 103 there. Who is the 103? I've spoken about the 103 before today in this race. They are the Lincolnshire Posters. They started the race in 7th place. The 103 currently now 36th place. They are on a lap 137. That last lap on that one was a 4-minute 29.5. So something tells me they were in the pit lane for at least a good 2 minutes, as they were. I can confirm that. But they're 56 laps down from the race. So their fastest time, 1:03.286 at the moment. There is the 186 of, we saw them earlier, they had the spill. They're back out on track, so still running well. The Slow and Steady team. So Slow and Steady win the race. I don't think it's going to be the case in this time, but a very good effort from them indeed. The Slow and Steady team working very hard, you know, despite the fact that they actually had a crash earlier on today and the bike was very broken, and they got it fixed, and they're still holding on to 32nd place, and they're still, you know, they're running well. They've got good times. You know, last time there was a 1:04.748. The quickest time is a 1:06.62. So, you know, they've got great pace out there and working very well. The 112 diving down the inside of the 103. You can just see on your screen is Pull the Pin Racing. Again, we've not spoken about those much today because they've just been keeping their nose clean, head down, and cracking on. They're currently in 35th place at the moment with a 1:04.286 was their previous time. They're 53 laps down, but they're in close proximity to the team behind them. There's only 1 lap between them, themselves and the Lincolnshire Poachers in 36th place in the 103, so they need to keep a very, very close eye on that one. The last half an hour then of the Freetech Enduro race number 2. We had the 4-hour race earlier. We saw the youngest team in the paddock take the win in the 50cc class. But this time around, it's the Fast and Loud team who are at the front and clear only by 29 seconds. Now, that gap is closing on the McLean team slightly faster. And in terms of last lap times, they are. They were 0.3 faster on that last lap alone. But Fast and Loud respond with a 59.070. What can Team McLaren do? They are just about to cross the line. They're in the final kind of sector. We're actually looking at them on your screen, so that gives you an indication of where they are into the boot section. And we'll see what sort of time that they can accumulate from this one. Round the final corner, not running out too wide, good to see, crossing the line, and they do a 58.6. So despite the fact that Fast and Loud put in a great time of a 59.0, Team McLean responded and took another 0.4 of a second out of the race leader. Diving down the inside of the 186 of Slow and Steady. Nicely done there. Refueling going on in the pit lane. So a last splash and dash then for the 142 team, who are doing a sterling effort. The CBS Racing team. Their best time, 1:03.701. They're 32 laps down, but putting on a stellar performance as they jog to the pit exit and get going, as we're back on board here with the drone, looking at the bikes coming past up the hill, past Fine Lady, in towards Christmas Corner. And Christmas Corner being one of the major points of the track where we've seen incidents as well as Wilkins, but it's been steady going since then. The last half an hour of what we're seeing here. Again, if you do have any comments that you'd like to get in, please do let me know. Get your comments in. Any questions, we'd love to hear from you. And if you are enjoying the racing, please make sure you do share the stream for this last half an hour. I'm sure it's about to get a bit spicy, I think, in some of these mid-pack races. So if you are enjoying it, you do think you've got friends and family who do want to watch it elsewhere, Please do share it. Don't forget to like. And if you do want to catch up on any more races that we live stream, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any future videos. 29 minutes to go, and we see there the Fast and Loud team, the 32 bike, trying to get its way past some of the back markers just in shot there. They'll be heading up into Christmas Corner just in a moment. There they are now round Christmas Corner, leading the way. Last lap time that time around was a 1 minute 174 compared to a 58.6 from Team McLaren there in second place from the 112. So that gap is 27 seconds now. They took another 1.5 seconds out of them that time around. So interesting to see what they can do. Now, Team Brenda has just popped up on my screen saying a new fastest lap of the race. And it is right, with a 56.310 from the number 2 bike in 5th place. Running very fast indeed. Now, they're 6 laps down from the overall race leader at the moment. But they have got company of the Frazuaki team just behind them of 5.7 seconds. I'm not sure if they have just got past them or they are under pressure. But fastest lap of the race, Team Brenda and the number 2. Just been Rigby asks, that's Jim Bentley out on track for far side, I think. There we go. So good intel there. And then we've got throttle time. Where's 44 Teeth? Let's have a look. Where are they? So it is the factory Suzuki Racing team. Looks like they're very much struggling out on track. In fact, I don't think they're actually on track at the moment. No, they're dropping down the order. They're now 27th place. They're not actually out on track at the moment. There's no data out there, so I think it could be a retirement. But the number 1 bike, factory Suzuki 44 Teeth team, are not out on circuit at the moment, which is a huge shame. So just been there going 56.3. Well done to Team Brenda. It is a very, very quick time. Lizzie Juliet, yeah. News on 44 Teeth, yep, at the moment 27th place. The number 1, I don't think they're out on track. It might be a retirement. I'm not too sure because they did have a major issue with a wheel borderline coming off. So, yeah, that's a shame there for that team. The last 26 minutes then of this race, we have broken the 200 lap barrier. Fast and Loud leading the way, but only by 26 seconds. Again, that last time around, the 122 machine, Team Malcolm, were a half a second a lap faster than the Fast and Loud team. You can see there in the pit lane, I just missed the number of that bike. I think, oh, it's the 71. It is indeed the 71. It's going back out. So Synergy Racing putting in some seriously quick times there. New rider now coming out onto the circuit for the 71. Leaves the pit lane. It's a quick stop, just 34 seconds. But they managed to get it up into 8th place, so let's see what the next driver to do. A question, is there an all-lady team in today's race? I don't believe so. I know we do have some lady riders out there, but I think in one of them, they were in Nobby's Tramps. Unfortunately, I think they did retire earlier on in the race, so they're 197 laps down. So I think they did retire from the race earlier on. I know there's a lady in that one, but yes, that is a shame for that one. But I don't think there's any full lady race teams out there. Right, so how long is one lap, the average pace of the bike? So an average pace, you're probably looking around, it's probably around the 59 to a 1 minute mark. That's probably where you're looking. That's around where the average pace is out there. At the moment, though, because we've just had the rain and probably fatigue is setting in, tyres are starting to wear, the times are now starting to increase. So average pace probably looking around a 102, 103, apart from the couple of teams who are still managing to lap in the sub 1 minute. So average pace around that time. 24 minutes then left of the race. You can still see here lots of action in this mid-pack. The treble 2, that is, of course, Revolution Racing, they've had a disaster, especially at this corner here, Wilkins and Oisiers. But you can see there in that big pack making their way round back onto the back straight in towards the final section of the boot. The last 24 minutes of the race to go. You can see there, beautiful blue sky. No chance, hopefully, knock on wood, for any more snow, but who knows? We've had snow 3 times today in this race, and actually I say that was a really dark cloud over over the back end of the circuit. So who knows? We could get a little more in these last 20 minutes. Who knows? There we go. Lap 2:03 for Fast and Loud. The gap getting ever smaller though to Team McLean in the 122 bike. 11.4 seconds is the gap now. That really got a lot slower. So is there a potential issue with the Fast and Loud bike? I'm not too sure. Where are they on circuit? They're about halfway. I think they're in this pack, so they could just be just a really slow time. Yes, it was. So Fast and Loud, the last time out, they did a 109.292. Team McLean, with no traffic in front of them, did a 58.4. They took 10 seconds out of their lap time last time around, which has seriously closed that gap up to now just 11.4 seconds. That is a great lap by the 122 Suzuki out there on circuit, closing that gap. So let's see where they potentially are on circuit. There's the 17 bike. Where is that? That's 2 stroke too many. Started the race in 16th place. They are currently 22nd place, just crossing the line with a 109.1. Team McLaren have actually just taken the lead, actually, so they've moved up. So have Fast and Loud pitted because they were 15 seconds a lap slower that time. It was a 114.6. Did we miss something there? Where is Fast and Loud, the 32? Are they out on track still? Have they got an issue? Or are they in the pit lane? Because that, with 22 minutes to go, is definitely not what you want to see if you're a Fast and Loud fan out there. So who is that off the track? That's not the Fast and Loud team, I don't think. It is a Yamaha, I think that is. That photographer in the background is getting some good angles. Oh, the drone's up in the sky. I thought that was debris falling off a bike then for a second. It looked like something sliding off the circuit, but there is a bike. Oh, it is indeed. That was the race leader, Fast and Loud, the 32, incredibly slow on the side of the circuit. Is he going to try and make it all the way around the circuit, or is he going to cut half the track off that we saw earlier? No, he is going to try and make his way around the entirety of the circuit. Oh no, that's an absolute disaster for the Fast and Loud team, who were looking so strong at the earlier part of this race and putting in a huge amount of effort with incredibly quick pit stops and putting a huge effort into the team. Is it potentially going to be losing them the chance of even a podium spot in this race? Because Marvel HCL in 3rd place, the 56, is now only 3 laps down. But if Fast and Loud can't get this going, did they come in the pits? I don't think they did. I don't think they even came in the pit lane. So has he got an issue, or I'm not sure what he's doing there. Are they saying, do you want me to come in 2 laps? Do you want me to come in now? Or have they run out of fuel in the bike? I'm not sure, but they've not pitted. Their last lap time was a 1:41.813. They've lost the lead to Team McLean there. They're at the edge of the circuit. I don't know what's happening. Anyone would think they would have pitted, but that's a new one on me. That's definitely interesting. The 103's in the pit lane. They've come in. Not sure what's up with them. They're going backwards. The Lincolnshire Poachers. Are they also retiring that bike, or are they just refueling it? Again, the 32 at the edge of the circuit. Is he I'm assuming he's going to be coming into the pit lane this time around, but you would have thought it would come in with him being so slow on the previous lap. Or are they just slowing down for someone? Do they think the race is over already? I'm not too sure. 20 minutes ticks over now. 19:58 seconds remaining. And are Fast and Loud coming into the pit lane this time? You would have thought the answer to that is yes. And the answer to that is no. They don't pit. Okay, so I'm very confused about that one. That's yeah, not too sure on that one. 19.5 minutes left to go then, and the 32 slowly going around the track. The 460 just getting a top up of fuel. That's KCW Racing. They started 48th. Where are they now on the leaderboard? The 460, sorry, I should say. They are in 19th place. Good progress from them. They're matching their pace from earlier on. Bit of a splash and dash on that one. As I go through, there is the 71 of Synergy Racing. Their pace now back to 103.3 compared to their 58s or 56s they were doing earlier. So one of the other riders on the bike at the moment. Team McLean crossing the line. Last lap, 58.913. There's a look at the current weather situation. Sun is shining in a blue sky situation, but just there to the right-hand side, you can see that rain or possibly snow could potentially fall in the next 18 minutes. Who knows? We could see another sprinkling of something. 32 still not coming in the pit lane. He's still out on circuit. I'm not sure what the game plan is there. He keeps putting two fingers up as he goes past. Oh, no, just 2 more laps. As he goes past. That was 2 laps, 3 laps ago. That is not sure what is going on there. So, Team McLean leading the way. 208 laps. Fast and Loud now a whole lap down from Team McLaren. I thought we were in for an excellent final battle there, but not sure the game plan there. Here we go then, here's the 56, Marvel HCL Motorsport. They're going to be the next ones who want to try and capitalise on this very slow and loud bike now that's going around the track, the 32 in second place. As they are still 2 laps down from the Fast and Lap bike. Whether or not they can get past them, they're going there. They've just got past the 90. So they've got past the cranky shafters there around the boot section. Keeping it going. 17 minutes remaining of this race. And this is still potentially what we could see. Can we see a position change for second? Can Marvel HCL Motorsport get past the Fast and Loud bike that is still going around, lapping at a pace of 1 minute 25.6 last lap around? They're crossing the line again. Have they pitted now? He's not crossed the line, so I think the 32 has now pitted. Was that too many slow laps? Too many. Fast and Loud now crossed the line, a 1:34.1. So no, they've not pitted. He's still out there. He's not crossed the line. Or if he did, it was a very fast pit stop. It was just a jump on, jump off. But there he is. So over the start-finish line, there's the 56. No, still the same bike. There's still the same rider out there. So not too sure at all. It's a very confusing one on that one. So Marvel HCL Motorsport capitalising on this. They are now only 1 lap down from that bike, so they only need to come around twice more in the 16 minutes that is remaining to see whether or not they can get that second spot on the podium. Weather depending though, because the sun may be shining right now, but there are clouds off in the distance once more here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire in the UK. Local time here at the moment is 3 minutes to 5. So we are nearing the end of the race. We're a little bit behind schedule, but only about 10 minutes or so. So for 2 4-hour races, only being 10 minutes behind schedule, I think we've done pretty well here at Whilton Mill. 15 minutes remaining. So he has now just unlapped himself. So Marvel HCL Motorsport has managed to get on the same lap now as Fast and Loud. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we go. But while we wait for that one, let's get a recap of the green classes riders race, and we'll have a look at that one. So for the Super Stock, the 113, the Frazawaki bike in 6th place overall, leading the Super Stock class. Clear from the Premature Racing number 2, 86 in 10th place. By how many laps are they clear? They're clear by about 4 or 5 laps. They are clear. So a good advantage do the have the Frazoraki team. Premature Racing holding strong, though, in 10th place or 2nd place in class. Then it is DW Racing in 3rd place, but 14th overall for the Super Stock class. In the number 6, again, they're clear by another few laps there. And then we have to go all the way down to 24th place to the 97 bike, the Fubar team, who are currently 4th in the Super Stock class. Then it's the Frank Snaps, the 80 in 29th place, but 5th place overall. And the Speed Up team in 31st place overall, but 6th place for the number 5. So great result from them. I think we had a couple of retirements from the race on that one. Yes, I think we lost the number 4 Piston Slappers. They're 44th, several laps down. And the Nobbies Tramps, again, the number 45, went back down. Yes, you crossed the line. Yeah, just 2 more laps, please. Yes, as you keep saying, as you cross the line. So, yes, that's a rundown of the Super Stock bikes at the moment. But Street Stock are currently occupying the top 5 spots on the grid. And here we go then. Back to the action for the position of 2nd place. Maybe they slowed down to make the last lap exciting for 2nd place. Maybe that's what it was. Team Brenda down the inside, though, of the 56. Not for position, but again, just unlapping themselves. They're in 5th place at the moment on the number 2. Gets that job done. So, where is the 32? Fast and Loud. Are they going fast and loud again? Or are they going to wait for the 56 of Marvel HCL to catch up and then go fast and loud? Are they giving us a treat here today? There you go. You can see there the slow bike just in front. The 56 is coming right behind now. This is the change. There it is. 2nd place for Marvel HCL Motorsports, who now take 2nd place in the race with 12 minutes to go. Fast and Loud dropping down now into 3rd place. The next one on the list is Devil Racing. You know, they're only another lap down. So if Devil Racing can go through, they could potentially do it. But they're the number 27. They are currently, where are they? They're mid-lap at the moment, lapping at a 1:03. So there's your new 2nd place team, the 56 of Marvel HCL Motorsports. They're lapping at a very nice pace of a 1:01. But the rest of the team, they're looking alongside. I'm sure they're very happy that they've managed to get that 2nd place spot. With 11 minutes to go then, will we see Devil Racing get that 3rd place spot and demote Fast and Loud from the lead of the race all the way off the podium? There is the 1-2-2 race leader, Team Malcolm, who are coming in for their final splash and dash. Now they are clear by 3 laps. They've got no pressure here whatsoever in the pit lane, so lads, take your time, fill the bike up. Don't overfill it, of course, because you don't want to make the bike too heavy. But yeah, and then get back out on track and sort it out for those last few minutes. Let's have a look. Synergy, let's have a look. No, so Synergy are still out there, 9th place, just lapping 1:04. A little bit slow. They've got one of their slower riders on the bike at the moment. Of course, Synergy have got 2 BSB riders and 2 motocross riders. So you can take a guess which one's out on circuit at the moment, because I suspect they're used to dirt conditions, not road conditions. There you go. You can see the 32 still out on track. Again, just unsure what the situation is with that team. It's not good. So just CJ, what's the gap on Team Brenda with the Devil Racing? So Team Brenda, they're 12 seconds actually behind Devil Racing. Good spot there, just CJ. Synergy obviously don't have the energy. Well done, Jacob. Well done, Jacob. Very good. So, yes, Team Brenda, the number 2, they're actually very close behind as well. 11 seconds, so we need to keep an eye on them. There they are on your screen. Team Brenda, the number 2 machine, 5th place. In terms of last lap times, Team Brenda did a 58.6 versus Devil Racing 59.8. But both of these are gaining on the Fast and Loud bike. So, it's getting a bit tense with these last 10 minutes. So let's keep an eye on this one. Bit of traffic for Team Brenda, the number 2. The 27 is only a couple of corners ahead, I would say. Where are they? Yeah, they're probably Team Devil Racing are about to cross the start-finish line, the number 27 bike, and you can see there Team Brenda with a bit of traffic. They've got one of the super stock bikes there just in front of them, the number 6. The DW Racing currently third in class at the moment. Then there's the 441, the very popular team out there. The Far Side Endurance, who have actually just overtaken the factory Suzuki Racing team, the number 1, but again, they're not out on circuit. So, yeah, I think they have retired that bike. So a massive shame for the 44 Teeth team. It doesn't look like they are on. So Team Brenda, you could be right, could take third place. So we still have a race on our hands with just under 9 minutes to go on this race. Eyes on who can take that last spot on the podium. Story is as far. Team McLean leading the way on the 1-2-2. They've just had a quick splash and dash. They're out on circuit. They're not coming back in. That's it. They're going to the flag now in these last few moments. They're clear by 4 laps. No issues whatsoever, pending any, barring any disaster that could happen. Touch wood, we don't see. Marvel HCL Motorsport had just taken the 2nd place spot from Fast and Loud. Fast and Loud are being slow and loud out on circuit. They're not pitting, they're just going around the track 30 seconds a lap slower than what they were doing 20 minutes ago. You know, we don't know what's causing that one. But that is now allowing Devils Racing 27 and Team Brenda number 2 to close up. There is 7.2 seconds between Brenda and Devil Racing. The 27 and 2, 4th and 5th place. And they could close the gap to Fast and Loud as well, because they are on the same lap, I think, now. No, they're still... Yes, no, yeah, they are. So they are 39 seconds down from Fast and Loud. So 39 seconds for Devil Racing to get past Fast and Loud. 7 seconds for Team Brenda to get past Devil Racing and also to get past Fast and Loud. So let's see what can happen in these last 7.5 minutes of racing, because it is still all to play for that last spot on the podium. We're looking here at the 27 of Devil Racing, down the inside of the 104, getting that job done way before the braking zone. So that's Team Durham just getting out of the way. 7 minutes timing down. Was that the 32? It was. That was the 32. So is that now Devil Racing up into 3rd place? So they really slowed down there. You can see Brenda as well. Just Team Brenda that's just whizzed past the screen as well. So they've also got past. Oh dear, and a rider's gone down. That looks like that is just out of Inkerman's. So it's a very fast section of the circuit. It was the 104 of Team Derilium there who has gone down. Rider not up yet from that one. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one. We'll let you know when we have information on that one. But eyes at the moment on this battle, and you can see there, easy workings. Team Brenda moving up into 3rd place now with 6 minutes to go. There was no battle involved in that one. They just sailed right past Devils Racing, because I suspect maybe the Devils Racing didn't know that they were battling for 3rd place. You know, it's a drama on that one. You can see there the rider being handled by the Marshall team just at the side there for Team Derilium, the 104 machine that went down at Inkerman's. Yellow flags out in that sector. Just under 6 minutes to go in this race. So let's just see what can happen. Team Brenda taking the last spot on the podium after a dramatic start to the race. You know, they dropped the bike at Christmas corner at the start of this race. They picked it up and then dropped it again at the same corner. They just went well over the handlebars and dropped it straight away again. So it was a huge disaster for the team. They brought the bike back in. They repaired any issues that it was with it, and then they shot them back out on track, and now we see them here again. The clouds looming once again, though, here at Whilton Mill. We've got Sean asking, how are the Cranky Shafters doing? Are they still 40th? Well, let's find out for you. The Cranky Shafters are indeed 40th. They've done a personal best lap time that last time of a 106.859, 94 laps down, 1 lap down from the team just above them, the Space Dockers. There is the dark looming clouds with just under 5 minutes to go. Oh, come on. Let's get this race done before it starts snowing again, shall we? So there we go. If it snows and rains again, that could be dramatic. Right, there we go. The 32, finally, after saying 2 laps, about 16 laps ago, has now pitted into the pit lane, come to a stop and off the bike. So, yeah, he's shaking his head, so he's clearly not happy with something there. I'm not sure what the case is with that bike, but definitely not a happy chap underneath that helmet. So, yeah, drama there from the lead all the way down to 5th place and looking like a retirement. So, drama for that one. 4 minutes to go, though. They're still looking at the bike, so is there something actually wrong with the bike as well? Yeah, so was there an issue? They just didn't want to bring the bike in. So, conditions, again, getting gloomy here at Whilton Mill. There is the rider who was on the 32. So not sure what the issue is with the bike, but clearly not very happy. So 3.5 minutes to go. Here is your race leader, Team Malcolm. They are in first place, clear by 3 laps. They're on lap 222. The drone makes another appearance here at Christmas Corner to get that aerial view for your viewing pleasure at home. So, leading the way comfortably, Marvel HCL Motorsport, the 56 bike, comfortably as well in second place. And Team Brenda, with only a few minutes to go, have managed to claw their way back into third place after a dramatic start to this race. And back in third place, still only 1 lap down from the team in front. So maybe with the lap times that they're doing, Team Brenda are lapping at a 57.7 on that last lap, compared to Marvel HCL Motorsport's 102.3. They took 3 seconds out of them that time, and they're actually both on the same lap, albeit only just. They've got a full lap to get past. There is the 32, so there's the front wheel. Is that a bit broken? Oh, it's very broken, isn't it? That is very broken. That, yeah, I can see why they were going slow. But why did they stay out on track? That confuses me. That confuses me. But, yeah. That is an interesting one for the 32. Why would they keep the bike out there but with a broken front wheel if they knew it was broken, or they didn't know it was broken? They should have just stopped it straight away. But, of course, if you're unaware and you're leading a race, you don't want to give up that position. But, unfortunately, it has caused them to lose the podium, and they're all the way down now in 7th place. A massive shame for Fast and Loud, who put a great effort in to this race. There is Team Brenda, who are looking like they're wanting to explore the track limits there through the final corner, but unlap themselves from the race leaders. But of course, they're still 4 laps away. They're 48.2 seconds adrift from the Marvel HCL Motorsport bike, the 56, who is just crossing the line now. So Brenda, you can just see going up into Christmas Corner, so they've still got a full lap difference to what we can see. But yeah, that's. I don't think it's going to be enough with 1 minute remaining for Team Brenda to get that second place spot, but they have done a fantastic effort in getting that bike onto the podium over these 4 hours. Sub 1 minute then for race 2 of the Freetech Enduro Championship. Here is your race leaders, the 1-2-2 of Team Malcolm there as they come round the final corner. Last lap board will come out for the Suzuki team as they cross the line now. Last lap board is out for the 1-2-2. 225 laps completed. I think we're going to get exactly the same amount of laps completed as we did in the first race, which was 226. When he crosses the line, it will be exactly the same. So that just shows you the pace with the first race compared to the second race. It was exactly the same. It was just the capacity of 102 teams over this weekend. The organisers had to make the decision of separating it into 2 4-hour endurance races with 51 bikes in each class, which is still a crazy amount of riders in there. With the Le Mans style start that we saw, only a couple of corners now. 1 left-hander and 3 right-handers for the 1-2-2. Team Malcolm there as they exit or enter into the boot section. The last right-handers to go. Pit bend is all it needs. 1 more corner. Mind that curb on the exit. Here we go. Checker flag for Team Malcolm for the 2-6 laps completed. Checker flag goes out. The Marvel HCL Motorsport team will also cross the line. They will take the second place spot, albeit 3 laps down. There they are, just in the background with their hand up in the air. They take second spot, and Team Brenda, the number 2 bike, who are again a little further down the road, will come to the start-finish line in just a moment. They're on the same lap as Marvel HCL, but couldn't quite close the gap. They're going to cross the line with about 40 seconds adrift from the second place team as the rest of the bikes come through. There they are. There's the number 2, still racing hard despite the fact that they're clear there round the final couple of corners to take that last spot on the podium within the last few moments of the race. There is your top 3. Team Malcolm, Marvel, HCL Motorsport, and Team Brenda are your first, second, and third. Devil Racing crosses the line in 4th place. Frazawaki wins the Super Stock race and also finishes in 5th place. Then it's Astro MGB Racing in 6th. Team Show in 7th place. You can see there the delight of the number 2 Team Brenda machine there. And celebrations all around for that one. Synergy Racing crossed the line in 8th place. A great recovery ride from them, of course, with the accident they had earlier on. Fast and Loud don't obviously take the checker flag because they're in the pit lane, so I'm not sure what happens to them, but they're still in 9th place. Premature Racing, 2nd place overall for the Superstock, and they cross the line in 10th place. That is the top 10. The rest of the results are on the side of your screen just there, but what a race to the end of that one. Fantastic stuff from the entirety of this race. Has been absolutely amazing, and I say 8 hours of commentary later, it's time for a beer, I think, because my throat's very dry, and I think it's definitely needed. But what an amazing race. Well, what amazing 2 races. We saw an incredibly close finish for race 1, an incredibly close finish for race 2, and at the end of 8 hours of racing, we've got our winners from race 1 and race 2 confirmed. A great result then from everyone in the paddock. A huge well done to, of course, the marshals out on circuit for their fine efforts. We do thank them. Without them, we can't go racing. And, of course, a big thanks to all the cameramen, operators, producers, everything at Alpha Live for bringing us here, the coverage here, for the viewing pleasure for you at home. Indeed can watch, and it's been fantastic. Obviously, due to everything that's going on around the world, we can't have spectators here, so to have you watching alongside, that is fantastic. So 226 laps completed in both race 1 and race 2, exactly the same amount of laps, and you can just see there the drone giving us some great footage there, looking down at the dummy area there where all the bikes have been pulled into there. So a huge congratulations, of course, to all the teams who took part in both races. Hopefully, we will see you again in some of the other races. Fantastic stuff. I'm sure we'll go down to that area there with the roaming cam just to get an insight of what it's like down there. Well, once again, as you can see there, the last of the track staff making their way off the circuit back into the paddock. And, of course, celebrations will be taking place down there in just a moment. Once again, a huge thank you to everyone who watched on the stream. It's been great to have you here again. A huge thank you to all the marshals who took place here at the track, to the spectators and the camera crews here from Alpha Live as well.
Thank you very much for watching. We hope you did enjoy. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you very much.